termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam santai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
익세.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
Buat upgrade skin baru.
aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi game.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Memasuki minggu ke-8 dari 9 minggu regular season bagi 9 tim yang sedang berjuang untuk babak playoff. 2 tiket sudah sold out di tangan Bigetron dan juga Onyx. Namun bagaimanakah 7 tim lainnya untuk memperebutkan 4 slot tersisa babak playoff? Selamat datang di season terkompetitif di MPL Indonesia season 13. Begitu bahagia tentunya Bunda Clara Monster melihat para super fans yang sudah hadir di MPL Arena di hari Jumat ini. Di mana kita akan melihat 4 tim berjuang dalam 2 match best of 3 series. Dan melihat keseruan juga yang ada di kolom komentar yang lagi pada nobar-nobar. Jangan lupa tulis di kolom komentar juga siapa tim yang lagi kalian dukung. Karena kita melihat betapa ketatnya klasemen sementara. Namun sebelum kita membahas tentang klasemen yang begitu mendebarkan, Bunda Clara Monster juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan juga kita punya partner in esports, ada Dunia Games, GamesMax, Ora Imo dan juga Telkomsel. Bersama dengan partner in esports kita punya ada suppliers Indomaret Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, our government partner PBSI. Dan seperti yang tadi Bunda udah bahas, klasemen sementara itu begitu dinamis dan begitu fluktuatif. Seperti apa untuk pembukaan match kita dan seperti apa untuk minggu ke-8 ini? Yuk kita cek bersama-sama beserta dengan chance to play off. Inilah dia buat kalian yang penasaran berapa persen sih untuk tim kalian masuk ke babak playoff? Oh lala. Dan top 2 sudah pasti terqualified karena dengan 2 tiket yang sudah mereka dapatkan hanya tersisa 4 saja. 6 slot babak playoff total. Dan yang lagi mengejar-kejar-kejaran, sebenarnya kita ngeliat dari posisi 3 dan 6. Ada Aura, EVOS, Rebellion dan juga GEEK FAM. Mereka punya percentage chance yang sama yaitu 71%, sangat tinggi. Ini tergantung gimana mereka bisa untuk mempertahankannya atau tidak. Karena dari RRQ yang hanya punya 55% itu masih cukup besar. Dan Alter Ego bersama dengan Dewa, 3 tim ini mereka harus mengharapkan kekalahan dari tim-tim yang berada di atas mereka. Selain mereka harus memenangkan match mereka. Jadi,
welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontop. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The threads are getting thinner, chances are getting slimmer, but Bigetron is just getting bigger. Back here again at MPL ID Season 13, Week 8, Day number 1 with me, Realize, and my 2 amazing partners, Mirko and Gani. Of course, the fight to playoffs is still en route today and will resume shortly. But before that, I want to say thank you to our sponsors because MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, the official e-wallet GoPay, our official gold partner UBS Gold, the partner in esports, of course, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Araimo, and Telkomsel, and also our suppliers. We have Indomaret, Point Coffee, Mio QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, and Saturdays. And also thank you to our government partner, PBSE. Thank you for the constant support to make MPL ID Season 13 smooth sailing. Now back to the topic of playoffs. This is possibly the, the herald of the last week before we move on to the real last week, which is next week. Now, as we take a look at the standings, which we also saw in the pre-show, Alter Ego, Dewa, they have 22% chance of making it to playoffs.
Yeah, to be exact, 21.6.
Wow.
But it's really low odds whether you want to add the 0.4 or not. It is really, really tough for Alter Ego and Dewa United, but Dewa does have a say today. They'll be up against GEEK FAM in our first match, and that really will be the headline here. GEEK FAM, they need 2 wins to make it to the playoffs. It's a bit harder of a road, a bit tougher for Dewa, but if Dewa lose 2 matches, they will be out of playoff contention 100% of the way. And right now, it does look like it's kind of tough for every single team right now. These are the chances to playoffs, but I believe there has been a little bit of a mistake here. It's not the updated one, because you can see GEEK FAM and EVOS and RRQ, they're still standing at 5-6, but you get the memo here. For RRQ, they need 3 match victories to make it to the playoffs. They also have a very tough road. For Aura, RRQ, EVOS, and GEEK, we're all tied 6-6. They need 2 matches to secure playoffs.
And on the topic of RRQ, they have a big match tomorrow. It's going to be an L Classic or a Classic Derby, but today, the 2 matches going to open things up with GEEK and Dewa.
Yeah, GEEK and Dewa, of course, battling it out for a chance to make to playoffs. Meanwhile, for Bigetron and Aura, Bigetron, they're fine and dandy up top, qualifying for the playoffs, but they are not yet locking in that upper bracket spot. If I'm not mistaken, if they win this match today against Aura Esports, they will be able to secure that upper bracket spot.
Yeah, just one more win for Bigetron is all they need, but also if they do beat Aura, that makes it even tougher for Aura to make it to the playoffs and basically takes away their chance to make it to the upper brackets, because believe it or not, they actually still have a chance to make it to the upper brackets if both Onyx and Bigetron falter.
Now, of course, defeat is not an option. The poster we all see here, Dewa's original, becomes the hope, because Dewa United is also equipped with, their previous original lineup before the entry of Drian. They had Shaco, one of their rookies from MDL, Lanaya, Dixon, Case, Watt, Shaco.
Yep.
Will this lineup be a viable option? Because considering the fact that Dewa, they are in a losing streak right now, and it is very hard for them to recover from that losing streak.
It's very tough, especially the second half here for Dewa United. I think even with this lineup, sure, they have potential, but I think it might be too late.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think it might be too late to deploy a new lineup. We've seen all the teams, including GEEK FAM here, utilize just one lineup through the second half of the regular season. And for GEEK FAM, it's still Ray in the jungle, who's on his way to his own Retribution.
Retribution is the name of the game, of course. A winning lineup with Ray will be the key for GEEK FAM's victory, but so far for Dewa United, they're sticking with the same lineup. Dixon, Gary, Case, Drian, and Watt. Drian, of course, that Kage that will lead the charge towards Dewa United's victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, the gods, they are desperate. They need to secure a win, and against the Geeks, will this lineup prevail? Please welcome, it is Dewa United Esports.
The gods make their way to the stage, but they have proven the notion that gods do bleed. It is their time to patch the bleeding soon.
For their first season of MPL, they were able to capture playoffs, but now they are looking very, very bleak. It looks very desperate, and those desperate times call for desperate measures for this team. They need to look for anything, dig deep, because they are facing off against the first runners-up of Season 12.
On the other side, it is not the god, it is the man. The Geeks will try to sneak a win to solidify themselves in playoff contention. Still strong with their jersey, black and red. Please welcome, it's GEEK FAM.
Trying to carve that sweet dream of theirs where they made M5 last season. Will they be able to replicate the same success they found? Which right now seems like they're trying their best to fight for it.
For sure. With constant roster changes, Hazel in, Ray in, finally just opting to go for Ray and Chadera over Marky and Hazel. And so far, you're right, they have been able to find their consistent ground to perform properly. Because we have seen this team basically go very super high highs and super low lows throughout the season. They've been able to beat top teams, but also lose out against the bottom teams. And this is a match that they will have to go all out for. 2 more wins secure their victory, and it all starts with the coaches.
Of course, the coaches from both teams, Jack Lee, Kaiseus, Lovesy, and also Ura, which is the key to victory for GEEK FAM. Now, talking about Dewa United now in a much more in-game analytical sphere, we can talk about Drian. Now, of course, Drian has been the catalyst for Dewa United's typical flexible drafting. It has been a Drian-focused draft, but this is a problem where teams now are preparing a deny towards the strat because, they're trying to constantly look for angles and loopholes where they can exploit this Drian-focused draft. Meanwhile, they also try to flex towards Watt, which is also renowned for the fighter types of roles in the gold lane. So does this really create that sort of, exploit angle for the teams playing against Dewa United?
I think so. For Dewa, they've been very, very multidimensional with Drian's picks. With Watt, sometimes you do see him go on with the traditional cheese picks that he is known for. But seriously, for Dewa, it's actually quite one-dimensional if you look at it with the big picture. they're multi-dimensional with just Drion's picks, but over that, it's really nothing special for this team. They haven't been able to make any other role and draft work except for Drion. So, for a lot of teams, the strategy is just ban out Drion and counter whatever he wants to do. If he picks up some Minotaur, you want to out-team fight him, or you want to just split push. If he goes for the damaged dealers, then the same thing happens. You either out-damage him, or you go and split. And we get to see that in the keys to victory here, presented by Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Counterplay Dewa's Drion-centric play. Like we said, there's multiple ways to actually beat the Drion-centric gameplay. You either ban him out, force him on a hero that he's not comfortable with, even though he gets a cheese pick, even though he gets a pick that we are not used to seeing. We've seen him fail on those. You know, the Lilita pick wasn't really the best pick for him, and optimizing Luke as a playmaking XP laner. I think last game, or last match that we saw GEEK FAM play in, the reason they were able to win was when Luke was given these playmaking picks on the Lapu Lapu, on the Rubies, any pick in the XP that can initiate, that can playmake in the back is just really, really good for GEEK. That's his signature, Luke. And for Dewa, they're going to have to read these keys to victory as well. Play with Drion and bring the Season 12 early aggression gameplay. So, we were talking about the roster of Shaco, maybe joining back in with Lanaya as well to create the old roster of Dewa United that was able to get to playoffs. But now they have Drion. I say, use Drion, use that flexibility, but play the way you did in Season 12. In Season 12, it wasn't dictated by just one dude. And for this Dewa, it is, unfortunately, very Drion-centric. It has given them wins, but now they need to be a bit more multidimensional. They need to find a lot more ways to win the game. And I think Gary has the opportunity to do that. I think for Dixon and Kaze and Watt, we've seen that before. They need to utilize that in the draft and in the game. And hope diminishing, start exploring more cheese strat and draft. They have been very, very creative. I would say they've been overly creative sometimes, just countering one hero with 3. And it hasn't really paid off. But if they are able to utilize not just Dria's cheese pick, but also Mr. Watt in the gold lane with either another fighter, but having more core fundamentals in the draft as well to make those cheese picks work, this is going to be a scary team. They can actually still make it to playoffs. But remember, hope is diminishing. 2 more losses and they are out.
Defeat is not an option, of course, for Dewa United. We talk about how Drion is also so flexible, but we also have, Watt, who is pulling out the Minotaur against the Harith, also, pulling out the Roger, playing it like a type, a fighter type of role for him. So yeah, this all can be sorted out in the drafting phase, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Of course, now 2 quick bans from both sides. The Minotaur and the Akai taken out because Gary actually has been so solid with the Akai, and it also is able to be flexed, either going in the hands of Drion or in the hands of Gary.
Very much of a respect ban here from side of GEEK, right? One for Drion and one for Gary. Let's see here the response. Okay, Harith and Matilda, straightforward. You want to ban out the Pyro heroes. Also, and another interesting ban here from the side of GEEK. They realize the potential of Natan in the hands of Watt. They just ban it away. So 3 bans towards 3 different laners.
Watt is the player that you also want to cash in and bank on, regardless of the flexible picks he has. Traditionally playing that marksman role, he is given that carry, responsibility, and given that he has his hands on the Natan, maybe the Harith, the carry as well, he could really excel and carry Dewa United to victory.
I think that's the way to go, right? We were talking about that in the keys to victory, whether you want to utilize Watt's cheese picks. And the Natan technically is not cheese, but it is a very, very consistent tool that Dewa can utilize if they want to go back to the Watt-centric gameplay that we know them for in the previous season. The Arlet will be banned away. That flex potential will be taken out, but they leave out the Luo Yi to the hands of GEEK, and GEEK will be very happy to take that away, man. A boy is a very consistent mid laner, and he's a very, very creative mid laner. With the Luo Yi in his hands, there's going to be crazy flanks happening. Expect Beloy to get some flashy picks as well.
Speaking of Beloy, a comment from him saying, and GEEK FAM's improvement key, Ray, who is already on fire. So of course, one of the reasons why GEEK FAM is able to improve so much is because of Ray. You know, Mirko mentioned it. Retribution is going to be something that he's fishing for in the on-point retributions and all that is in the hands of Ray. You know, back to the draft phase where they take out the chip and the Fredrin. One counter to chip that we actually did talk about was the Carmilla, in which, you know, the Carmilla will be so happy having a lot of people just clanging over, but it's gonna be Helkert? The debut pick? Helkert. Interesting.
Very interesting. We were told this pick is
week 9.
gonna be present in week 9. It looks like it's open now. I just really want to wait for confirmation on this.
Yep.
But yeah, Helkert makes its debut in Season 13. Still, with the Barats, it really creates the question, yo, where the heck is this Helkert gonna go? We have seen a lot of analysts as well, a lot of players on social media play this Helkert as a roamer. Now, will the Helkert be a roamer, or will the Helkert be in the jungle? Then the Barats could actually be flexed into the XP, could also be flexed into the jungle, so for GEEK FAM, they have a lot to play with. Meanwhile, for Dewa, they pick a Novaria into the Helkert, man. They are confident that they will have enough peel for this Novaria.
I mean, technically, it's quite hard to catch Novaria, right? Sure, you're Helkert, sure, you can use the Dark Knight Falls, but let's see here. Where will this Helkert go? Because Barats still technically can go to the EXP. Again, with the chip, I'm really not convinced here. Even without Carmilla, even we saw what Dreams did with the Carmilla countering the chip, but even without chip last week, very low percentage win rate. So I'm not convinced that chip is a
trial pick.
Trial pick.
I agree. I have to agree,
It's
especially
an
with
overrated hero.
And you're almost forced to ban out the Carmilla, technically, right? And I think that's what GEEK FAM are playing with. They're trying to bait out that ban so that Dewa kind of waste one slot on the Carmilla ban. Because if they don't, I think for GEEK FAM, they could very easily just flex the Helkert into the jungle, flex the Barats into XP, and then pick up something like a Carmilla. Or really, all the other picks that have been utilized to counter the chip. Just the Faramis as well, technically, that's still up for grabs. But Loy has played it in the roam, right? I mean, this is a very crazy draft that they have. Or, hey, we've seen Yaoi and Yehezkiel combo the Lo Yi with a Tigreal.
And the way they played it was very beautiful. You know, the diversion to the implosion onto the backline. That is one of the best synergies I've ever seen so far. But yeah, on the topic of chip, I feel like he excels more when you have a Luo Yi in your team. So you can always go around the map and you have that macro control in the whole entire map. But now, of course, interesting picks from GEEK FAM with the Barats and Helkert that they have. But the Terizla ban will wrap up the second phase of bans. Now, for Dewa, what do they want to pick to complement this Novaria Fredrin chip? Because I feel like they need something that could burst down to the players of GEEK FAM. They'll pick up the Roger for what? A safe option for the marksman of Dewa United.
The usual combination when you have a chip, you want to have as many brawls as possible. So getting a brawler like the Roger definitely will help facilitate the chip or enable the chip even more. The thing is, for GEEK FAM, if you guys noticed last week, they played the chip and they were up against Carmilla and they did super well by utilizing the chip not just for random brawls on the map, not just for ganks, but to get prio overall in the map. So it's more of map control over just ganks, and the Moskov will definitely add into the fact that they have more global presence to play with. So it's a Moskov and a Lo Yi, the double TP combo, just not with the chip. And the last pick will be that Ruby. And still, we technically don't know where this Ruby, where this Helkert or the Barats, where is it gonna go? I have no idea.
My guess is Ruby Roam, Helkert jungle, Barats EXP.
See, my guess is a bit different.
Wow, what's your guess?
Helkert Roam, Ruby XP, Barats jungle.
Wow, okay, interesting angle from Mirko. But I feel like with the Helkert pick, they kind of want to play it safe with...
Okay, it depends on the EXP.
Yeah, of course. The XP as well. But yeah, we will have to see how GEEK FAM wants to play this Helkert. But Dewa United now trying to confirm their last pick in this drafting phase. Who will they go for? Reminding that they have a solid lineup so far, and it will be the
Okay.
Yuzong. Okay, like what Mirko mentioned, they need brawlers, and they have the Roger, the Fredrin, and the Yuzong to complement this chip shortcut.
Okay, so I believe it is Hellcat Roam based on the swaps.
Wow.
But we'll see again here. But yeah, the Hellcat has been utilized by a lot of streamers, analysts, etc. with Roam, because you get the passive instantly, and even your Stinger stacks, you get it without basic attacking now. You just randomly get it, it just regenerates. So it actually creates a pretty good spot for the Hellcat to be utilized as a roamer, but we'll get our confirmation very, very soon. And it is Hellcat Roam Baloyski on the Hellcat lineup rating and the counter index to Dewa United, though. This is a very unorthodox pick for GEEK FAM, so we'll have to see if they can make it work.
I believe this is the first execute in Season 13
Yep.
that has been brought by a team, and it is going to be Baloyski.
Battle towards playoffs starts today. Week 8 sees the gods take on the geeks. Will the gods once again bleed, or will they be able to give the retribution needed? It is going to be GEEK FAM against Dewa United.
Let's see who will take the first game, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome
between
to
these two teams.
Mobile
Remember,
Legends.
GEEK FAM, they need a win to solidify themselves in playoff contention. Meanwhile, Dewa United, they're at the bottom. They desperately need a win to help increase their odds to the playoffs.
Okay, so talk about... Wow. What? I was about to ask Mirko, talk to us about how this Hellcat will operate when it's played in Rome. And you can see, the kill potential is so high, it almost got K's in that skirmish in mid.
Yeah, the lethal ignition procs almost instantly, technically, if you get those the stinger down.
Yeah.
And you basically saw that. I think if a boy got his lethal ignition down too, and Baloyski pop execute, that would have been easy first blood for GEEK FAM. But just notice how this Hellcat is going to be played. He's just constantly going to go to the back. It kind of reminds me of how Natalia is played. And if you know Baloy, that's his choice, that's his pick. Now with the Rupture and the Master Assassin, just expect him to literally be Natalia. Actually, the way he plays, even with the execute. So very, very similar. You can draw parallels to that pick. And for Baloyski, the only thing that's different than Natalia is usually for Natalia, you get the invisibility. For him, he gets that terrifying.
Shortcut though from Drian actually catches Ray off guard with the Petrify as well. Gary claims the first blood. Now Luke has space to back away, but that's already an early win for Dewa United. Oh, Baloyski almost catching Keys here. Remember, Keys no flicker early. So again, GEEK looking for compensation, does not get it yet.
GEEK FAM got caught in their own aggression up top, and it is going to be Ray going down with a near turtle contest soon. But of course, another fight down bottom.
2v1 situation. Chidera actually is able to get out of that. Actually, Watt is also quite low as well. Drian now hovering around, helping Watt to clear. That will be Watts, I believe, getting some extra goal. Now let's see here, neutral objective take. Ray is a baby dino. Will he commit to this? Back Dragon form used up as well as the Daytona's welcome. Reboy now being the target. Gary securing the turtle. Dion isolated, and he will be taken out here by a boy shortly. And that is a kill for a turtle.
Off the bat, GEEK FAM gonna lose out in this battle, but they do find the kill only on to Chip though. Unfortunately for GEEK FAM, this is a big advantage for Dewa in the early to mid game. Remember, with the Chip, they get going real fast. So right now, Drian has finally gotten that shortcut to play with those portals around the map. And this is where Baloyski is gonna have a little bit of a tougher time. You would expect him to actually get an advantage earlier on so that he could actually utilize that snowball. But now that Dewa will technically be clumping up for the most part with the Chip, it actually makes it a bit more difficult for Baloyski to even utilize the Master Assassin and get these pickoffs around the map. The good thing though is now technically you have an AoE Terrify in your kit, and you can punish the Chip. Still, Watt has Purify, and they have a lot of counter initiations or counterplay methods, Dewa United. A lot of taunts, a lot of peel if Hellcat does want to dive deep.
Solid prediction though by Samsung Galaxy S24 series. All unanimous decision towards GEEK FAM, so no one's predicting Dewa United will win, but they could turn it to odds now. Gary.
Actually, a bit on towards Baloyski. And Baloyski, even without the spell there, he will not be able. Sure, it was an execute as well. Now they move onwards towards Chidera here in the bottom side of the map. Chidera 3v1 with a shortcut as well. Oh, everything put on the kitchen sink. Chidera will not survive this one. Ray coming in actually finds a trade as Watt now. Might be targeted and he will find the skill shot on towards Watt. Double kill already for Ray. Geek on the other side of the map responds as well. Drian now actually quite low, but is able to get out of that. And Geek, they actually find the right rates.
That was an audacious dive from Dewa United. They like put the portal under the turret and had like 4 members just quarreling around Chidera. Thankfully though, GEEK FAM was quick on the response and they were able to get the trades here and there.
Might go for another.
Let's see here, Drian looking for an opening as well as the Black Dragon form. Nope, they will not commit on towards a fight. They just want the newt.
So far, it's 2-0 for the neutrals. In the hands of Dewa United. Gary has been on point in the contest so far. But GEEK FAM, I could see their kill potential, their threats. With the Hellcurt just trying to move behind the shadows, it just creates this pressure that is constantly given towards Dewa United.
And Dewa is just hovering over. He actually notices that Beloy is there. Doesn't pop the shortcut just yet. Not really in any spot to look for any crazy skirmishes. I think for Dewa, they've improved a whole lot here from the way they're playing. Again, just focusing on the neutral objectives, not really going for unnecessary dives and team fights like the previous week Dewa would do. So for Dewa, really, it's all about how they utilize this lead. Even though it's just 600, a boy might just be taken. Oh!
He hits the wall! Wrong flicker, and Gary will capitalize on the other side. Good flicker by Drian to sidestep from that Daytona's welcome, but a boy wasn't able to escape.
That was
uncharacteristic.
Uncharacteristic and questionable as well from a boy. He wasn't able to get past the wall as well with the flicker though. So GEEK FAM, they lose a boy, looking for another one for Dewa United.
2v2, top side. Black Dragon form committed. They will not commit on towards business. Gary and Dixon will get out of the top lane. Maybe he will actually go to here into this. He might, no. Will they invade the purple? I think so, but bottom side of the map here, Kay's looking for an opening. Oh, boy! Wrong diversion play. Shortcut was there, and Dewa United, they will find another kill on towards Kay's actually. Let's see, Watts looking for a kill on towards Luke, and gets it. Oh my goodness, Watts is online! Almost gets out of that, but actually will be punished. Now, Precious Wrath committed. Drian will be taken out, Gary. Nowhere to run, and GEEK FAM seems like they will capitalize on Gary. Ooh. Good sidestep. He's actually able to recall unless Veloci says otherwise. That's a good. That's a good spear by Chidera, and he will fall.
Beloyski again with the constant kill threat. We're talking about how GEEK FAM was disconnected in the first phase of that fight, but the backup came and they were in sync. They were in unison. So Dewa United, they had to lose that, and now the goal lead swings towards GEEK FAM.
Wow, instantly with just one big team fight, and it feels like it's just right on cue, right? I just mentioned how Dewa, they are being more disciplined in the early game and how they utilize that lead, and then they overextend right on cue. Right as they got a boy, and they've already actually escaped from Beloyski's assassination attempt, but now Drian.
On towards the crash course. Luke now caught with the sun. It will help Gary secure the kill. And Beloyski does not want business even popping the Dark Knight Falls there. And it's still a very, very stalemate-ish match.
You can look at how Dewa United will always have the man advantage with the shortcut if Drian is on the proximity. But then again, the way Beloyski could just pounce closely and just throw the stingers, it is going to hurt more for Dewa United when they get caught in the 1v1s, in the 2v1s, the isolated members. Beloyski, look, he can kill Case!
Oh, this is why Hellcurt was used. Novaria is going to be, his food, no, my goodness. Good response, actually, by Geek. Again, catching Dixon now. 2 members out, and they might extend. Let's see, Gary, Watt, and Drian will not be able to defend that bottom tier 1. Geek Fam, they move with 5 Dark Knight Falls committed. Oh my lord, Watt's half HP. Oh, why did you jump on towards 5 men? Dreon, he will be punished. They might get another extra turret in the bottom side of the map. And Geek Fam, they have the jungles of Dewa United.
Just talked about it. Beloyski shows his fangs when needs be. And there goes the Hellcurt. It will snowball to that point of no return for Geek Fam.
I mean, we did say the way he's going to play it is the way he plays Natalia. And on Natalia, he's an absolute monster. Beloyski, this time he's found another Natalia. It's in the form of a Hellcurt. And that's why we were all quite flabbergasted by the Novario pick after the Hellcurt. Because, yeah, K's, they're probably really confident in their peel. But the fact that the Hellcurt is constantly just going to be in the bushes, staying away. Random gank up top.
Yep, good Spirit of Glory. Good DPS there, enough to take Watt down. No Purify. Take a look at Dreon here, looking for a counter play. Good taunt on towards the boy. It's gonna be the main target here. Oh my goodness, Dixon taken down. Chidera, good trade. And Gary finds another. 4 members taken out here. And Gary, being the Lone Ranger, Ray Beloyski will tag team on towards Gary. And it seems like Gary will not have enough sustainability. And Ray collects the monster.
This match is so sloppy. The fights everywhere, so messy. But Geek Fam, they constantly come out on top, and Beloyski is that cleanup crew that you could always expect as the Hellcurt just bursts the backline. The way he plays this Hellcurt is so good. And in game fact, with the new application GoPay, this marks Hellcurt's debut in MPL ID Season 13 after its last usage by Celiboy in MPL ID Season 12 when Ultra Ego secured a victory against Dewa United, the same team.
Oh, maybe execute. No, it's on cooldown. Luckily for Kaze, though, Beloyski was unable to find the punish. But yeah, that's a lord. That's a free lord for Geek and 5,000 gold lead. Dewa United, are they crumbling?
They certainly are. It's a 5,000 gold lead for Geek Fam, like you mentioned, Gani. And take a look at the items for Mr. Beloyski. BBB, big boy Beloy. Wait, now they teleport down below, but he already has a Heptaseas. And it looks like he's building towards DHS? There's no way that's a Wind of Nature, so it has to be a DHS, right? Meanwhile, for the Moskov as well, that's the power spike, the 3-item power spike that you would want on the Moskov, plus the Wind of Nature. So Beloyski is playing in the side, and I think if even Watt walks up, that BOD is going to definitely, give him a whole lot of despair. By the way, it's a 2,000 gold lead for the most part on the side of Geek Fam for their MM, 1,400, 2,000 in the roam, and 2,000 in the jungle. Despite Ray not able to secure a lot of turtles in this game, it's still A-OK for Ray. He was able to counter jungle a whole lot, and now the boy, even with Blood Wings and Chidera with that Wind of Nature, now it gets real tough for Dewa because they're going to have to rely on Kaze to actually execute Chidera. Meanwhile, for the rest of the team, Watts, Gary, and even Dixon, it's going to be tough to take Chidera down with that Wind of Nature.
If, retrospectively, the Hellcurt was played jungle, will it function as maximized as this? Because you can see so much freedom given to Beloyski with the Hellcurt so that he can snowball and get the kills. Will it function differently if it's played in the hands of Ray, maybe?
Yeah, it'll be definitely different because when you're in the jungle, you're focused on farming as well, right? You're not just focused on looking for kills, on roaming around the map, and that's why I feel like the Hellcurt just fits better in roam. And Beloyski thinks the same way here because he knows how to play that Natalia. It's basically the same playstyle. By the way, yes, it is a DHS for the Hellcurt, so even the tanky members aren't safe.
Oh, Dark Knight Falls committed. My goodness.
What?
The Scorpion. Oh,
Short
my
gun.
lord. Dreon now. Low HP. Luke will be the trade, though. Dixon taken out as well as Geek Fam.
Wow.
They just show who is boss in this first game. And Geek Fam, he's left all alone. And Beloyski, the man who started it all. Diversion play. Keys. Good night. Geek Fam will tuck the gods to bed in the first game.
The gods are not bleeding anymore. They're hemorrhaging. And this time, they fall again, unable to control their bleeding. Geek Fam, they take game number 1.
What an absolute banger of a game 1 to start things off here for week number 8 when these teams need to find victories. Geek Fam utilizing the new Hellcurt pick that has just been left available. Without any hesitation, utilizes it, plays with the flex potential of the Hellcurt and the Barats as well, to end up putting it in a very cheesy spot in Rome. And Beloyski just thrives in the chaos. GEEK FAM thrive in the chaos. The chip unable to produce the same results as when Beloyski was on it last week. Even despite a very shaky early game where they weren't able to get a snowball instantly, they brawled it out to get that advantage.
Ben Hellcurt against GEEK FAM, question mark?
You might have to do it. It's back to the Natalia days of Beloyski.
They got themselves a ban. And of course, Beloyski's Hellcurt debut brings victory for GEEK in game number 1. You can see how effective it is played in the Rome. And we talked about how flexibility and that cheese is all in the hands of Trian. But we talk about Beloyski. Again, BBB, big brain Beloyski. He's always functioning so well. And like how we mentioned, the way he played this Hellcurt is the same the way he plays the Natalia. But this time it just works, I think 10 times more better than a Natalia would be.
In this meta, for sure, right? The Natalia has been nerfed quite a bit.
Yeah.
The Hellcurt has recently just been revamped, and you can see the results of that, man. Honestly, the fact that you regen those stinger stacks without basic attacking, that's what creates the menacing Hellcurt that we saw in that game. Because all he was doing is he jumps in, uses stingers, back off, right? I back off, I wait for those stacks to come back, and then I jump in again, while also getting out of vision so that you get your passive back.
I mean, let's not forget Dark Knight Falls. Its ultimate is so useful for the teammates, and it causes a lot of chaos for the opponent, and you can see the disconnect instantly from the side of Dewa United being behind, getting Dark Knight Falled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, if you engage on the chip, right? I'm glad that you brought it up, Gani. The utility of the Hellcurt. Because let's say he goes onto the chip puts the shortcut. As players around the map, you still need to find the portal.
Yep.
But if it's all dark, you don't know where the portal is, you end up getting into the team fight late. You don't even know if your team is still there. And by the time you get there, you just see a Hellcurt standing, waiting for you in front of the portal. 9, 2, and 4, Lethal Ignition, Master Assassin, Rupture, and the Execute. I think even for me, when I saw the Execute, I was like, all right, I actually thought he would go for Petrify, go for more utility, but he knows in this game, he will be the carry. Again, very similar to how he plays in Natalia. He becomes the carry in the game once he gets those kills rolling. And at the start of the game, it really wasn't looking good for him. He got taken down twice, but, you know, it's Beloy. If he doesn't die twice in the early game, you've kind of lost the game, you know? You kind of have to sacrifice yourself 2 times in the early game if you're Beloy. That's just kind of his playstyle. I don't know why. I don't know how he makes it work, but hey, that's just a Beloy thing to do. And that's what we saw. 0-2. Looks very grim. A lot of people probably were already taking GEEK FAM out of this game. Everybody was like, all right, nah, it's GG. But then this fight here in particular, they went in and Cave was just left open. You cannot do this up against Beloyski. His awareness when it comes to who he targets in the back line, he's the only dude in MPL ID who's made Saber Roam work. If he can make Saber Roam work by just targeting one dude, he can definitely make Hellcurt work as well. And again, it's all about the flanks. It's all about finding the right angles to flank and that Terrify. Even though it's not, you know, as crazy as like a Vexana Terrify, the duration of it, just that few seconds where you can't do anything, where you're just forced to see your health bar get bursted down, that's enough. And look at how Beloyski plays it. It's perfect. Just the way he goes back and forth around to utilize that Terrify. Here, goes in, pops the stinger, and look what he does. He just walks back again, waits to get out of vision, gets out of vision here, gets the Terrify back in, and he jumps in, gap closes, just utilizing the utility as much as he can. And Dewa, it was a very, very interesting choice to actually walk up there, despite, you know, already losing a few members, but I think at this point, Dewa were just confused.
Bang Baloy. Wow.
Bang Baloy.
Bang Baloy. So good, Bang Baloy. Of course, Beloyski, the MVP of that match. And I actually kept track and kept count of the numerous times he 1v1 Ks, and I think it was like 3 times in total where he was able to 1v1 Ks. And we also saw the pressure early up in the early game where it was so close to him getting the first blood against Ks in the first few minutes of the game. And it's just crazy how, if you would see and look at his build, it was like he was looking for the power items, you know, the BODs, the DHS, Winner Nature as well, if I'm not mistaken. That was, oh no, it was not a Winner Nature, it was the DHS. the hands of Beloyski. So 924, that is a spectacular KDA for a roamer.
It really is. It's not a roamer KDA.
It's an assassin KDA.
It's an assassin KDA, and technically he is on an assassin, so yeah, it makes sense. We've seen a lot of other junglers play the way he does as well on the Natalia. One name that comes to mind is Naomi last season as well.
Yeah.
Well, whenever he gets Natalia, it's a scary, scary time. And this is a very, for Watt as well, a very squishy build in the Roger. You would expect him to actually go for a bit more utility and HP when he's up against the Helker, like maybe a Thunderbelt even to get more true damage in, but he didn't go for that. So he definitely got bullied because of that as well. And Kaze, yeah, very unfortunate stuff, man, Kaze. I think 4 of his deaths came through way of Helker.
It was 1v1 multiple times, and you can see how Beloyski was just able to shred down and deplete the health bars of Dewa United, specifically Kaze, because the Navaria just he becomes so immobile when you have the Terrify in the hands of Beloyski, that Hulker just standing in front of you. It was so hard for Kaze to play this Navaria and traverse around the lineup of GEEK FAM.
Especially Novaria is the one and only, I feel like, the juicy target, right? Roger, sure, can be a juicy target, but there's a Novaria in front of you, and of course it's going to be your main target. If you're playing Hellcrit, if you're playing this damage roam, you want to target the mid laner, especially mid laner that can burst you down, and specifically Novaria that can spot you out. So that's a very good execution from Beloyski, able to keep constant pressure on Kaze.
The way he killed him was also through these sneaky angles from behind, and this just raised the question, now GEEK FAM, will they create one respect ban towards Dewa United? So now Dewa United, they're gonna have to, designate a slot just to ban out this Hellcurt maybe.
Yeah, honestly at this point, I wonder if Dewa can utilize it too. Because Drian, he has, the most unique heroes picked up this season, and he has played those carries in the roam position, namely the Masha, as well as the Valentina technically. So,
add one more.
If they go on blue side, could Hellcurt be the new prio pick?
I think that's a little bit.
If the Harith doesn't get banned, I think Harith will still be #1. But let's say we have the same situation here with the Mathilda and the Harith banned out. Yeah. Will Loyi be more prio, or will Hellcurt be more prio?
Still
a lot of special picks to be played, but again, the question raises: will it be more favored towards roam, or will some teams utilize it in the jungle?
Exactly, the flex of it. The flex of it really makes it prio.
Maybe it could go somewhere else. There's a possibility, endless possibilities of when you have this Hellcurt, but the way Beloyski played that was so good. Now, of course, GEEK FAM leading with a 1-0 advantage. Dewa United now, their backs are against the wall, because if they lose this match, their chances of playoffs are very slim, and it's not going to go everywhere. But of course, we will be throwing it to Bude Clara Mongstar for an interview. Upstage, take it away.
Namun kita semua sebagai super fans yang ingin menyaksikan babak playoff, karena sesaat lagi kayaknya kita bisa nge-award tiket nih untuk babak playoff. Bude akan bermain sedikit sebenarnya untuk membahas hal-hal menarik seputar playoff kita season 13. Bude akan ngajakin bermain super fans yang kayaknya semangat banget tadi di MPL Arena. Halo Mas, boleh main nggak?
Boleh.
Boleh ya? Ini mau main sendiri apa bawa teman?
Bawa teman ya ada.
Bawa teman ya? Tapi Mas namanya siapa ya Mas?
Nama... Tes, nama aku Doyok.
Doyok? Wow, kayak player GEEK FAM yang zaman kapan itu ya?
Zaman bila.
Zaman, udah jadi mafia sekarang. Mas Doyok beneran?
Iya Bude. Ini jangan pura nggak tahu dah Bude.
Ayo yuk, main dong, let's go. Tepuk tangan dong buat Doyok. Yuk, mau kemana yuk? Baru diajakin udah ke sini aja, temennya juga boleh diajak, boleh. Call a friend ini namanya ya. Tapi yuk tumben banget ke MPL Arena nih.
Gini Bude, sebelumnya tuh kan aku kalau nonton di live stream di YouTube, kalau nonton GEEK FAM, viewerku bilang jangan nonton GEEK FAM karena gue bikin kalah kalau live stream nonton GEEK FAM.
Buset. Jadi
udah gue tonton sekarang aja, tonton di sini aja langsung.
Nggak lebih serem itu?
Enggak.
Kayak Community lagi pada panik nih, Geek. Doyo turun gunung. Nah, tapi kita main dulu deh, kita main-main ya. Ini boleh nanti nanya ke temannya juga. Temannya namanya siapa ini? Temen Doyo namanya?
Tommy udah.
Oh, Tommy, oke. Doyo dan Tommy. Yuk, kamu harus jawab dengan benar ya. 3 pertanyaan aja.
Apa tuh?
Siap ya?
Ya.
Pertanyaan pertama, ada di mana playoff season 13?
Di Velodrome ya?
Yes, betul,
Beneran ya?
betul. Di Velodrome Jakarta Timur. Oke, pertanyaan kedua. Nah, ini masalah harga nih, banyak yang penasaran pastikan. Jika tiket kategori Legend berharga 90.000 dan GoPay memberi diskon sebanyak 30%, berapakah harga final dari kategori Legend? Hitung-hitungan bareng boleh?
63.000 ya?
63.
Itu Tommy udah bantuin, kamu masih mau...
Oh, 63? Mana gitu?
Emang bener? Gak tahu. Gak ngitung dia. Betul. 63.000 dengan diskon dari GoPay. Selanjutnya nih. Masih hitung-hitungan. Ini kategorinya Mythic. Kalau tadi Legend sekarang Mythic. Jika tiket kategori Mythic berharga 140.000 dan GoPay memberikan diskon sebanyak 30%, berapa harga final dari tiket Mythic?
98.000.
Buset. Yok.
Gue malah pas mikir Bude.
Alasannya gitu ya? Gak apa-apa, untung kamu bawa teman. Dan jawabannya betul.
Terus dapat tiket dong nih?
Keren.
Dapat tiketnya nggak?
Tolong ya, ada Doyok nih. Kan Doyok yang bisa setting semuanya. Kursi ada berapa Yok nanti?
Kursi apa?
Kursi buat playoff, banyak nggak?
Banyak pastinya.
Banyak. Pokoknya mafia Doyok, semua ada di tangan Doyok. Terima kasih ya jawabannya. Kamu gak ngomong makasih ke temanmu?
Tapi itu tanggal berapa Bu? Udah bisa open beli tiketnya Bu deh?
Nah, buat kalian semua yang penasaran, tiket playoff periode penjualannya mulai tanggal 10. Dan inilah dia informasi yang bisa kalian dapetin karena penjualnya mulai tanggal 10 Mei sampai 9 Juni. Kalian bisa beli dan launching time-nya itu jam 3. Kalian kalau mau beli langsung aja ke website MPL di id-mpl.com/tiket. Jadi www.id/mpl.com/tiket. Harga tiketnya mulai dari 90.000 sampai 225.000. Ada promo spesial 30% hingga 67.000 untuk setiap pembelian tiket MPL ID Playoff dengan menggunakan GoPay. Syarat dan ketentuan berlaku. Tiketnya kategorinya hanya ada Legend dan Mythic. Dan untuk playoff-nya kalian harus catat tanggalnya dari tanggal 5 sampai 9 Juni 2024. Dan bener banget lokasinya sesuai yang Doyok betul jawabnya, yaitu di Jakarta International Velodrome. Jadi kalau tanggal 10 berarti hari ini ya?
Ya benar ya, tanggal 10.
Bener, tanggal 10 hari ini.
Betul.
Yuk, coba dong suruh orang-orang untuk panteng ini jam 3 berarti udah dijual dong.
Buat kalian yang pengen nonton, jangan lupa beli tiketnya di id-mpl.com ya. Jangan sampai ketinggalan.
Kalau nggak datang?
Kalau nggak datang, ya udah urusan sendiri.
Terima kasih Doyok.
Ya, sama-sama Bude.
Iya, apalagi ada diskon 30% ya. Dan kali ini kita juga mau bertanya nih, kamu kesini karena PD GEEK FAM masuk playoff dan mungkin berada di posisi berapa sih kira-kira nanti?
Yang penting lolos playoff aja dulu sih. Fokusin lolos playoff aja. Ya jangan sampai lolos playoff lagi lah.
Jangan sampai.
Jangan sampai.
Jangan
Bude,
sampai.
Ada sedikit tambahan.
Apa tuh?
Ini kalau GEEK menang emang Doyok Effect.
Doyok Effect. Doyok Effect. Kalau ini kan sekarang lagi ketat banget ya. Ini season yang benar-benar lagi rebutan tiket untuk playoff untuk para timnya ketat-ketatnya. Menurutmu 6 tim yang masuk playoff siapa aja sih? 2 kan udah pasti nih. Bigetron dan juga Onyx. 4-nya siapa nih?
4-nya Mungkin GEEK, RQ, EVOS, sama mungkin Aura.
Aura?
Ya.
Wow, menarik. Doyok, mumpung lagi di MPL Arena, dengan semua yang kamu miliki, inginkah kamu mengutarakan sesuatu yang spesial? Wahai Mafia Doyok, katakan sesuatu.
Ya pokoknya ya semangat aja buat semua tim yang di gradasi atau yang di atas. Ya kasih match yang terbaik lah.
Kasih match yang terbaik. Dan kamu juga akan menyaksikan game kedua setelah ini. PD 2-0 atau 2-1 nih?
2-0 lah.
Wow, Doyok sudah berkata. Namun kalian yang lagi ada di rumah, yang lagi ada di MPL Arena, buka sekarang smartphone kalian untuk membeli tiket karena sudah bisa dibeli sekarang juga. Buruan beli karena tiket tentunya terbatas untuk babak playoff kita. War tiket dimulai dari sekarang. Dan game kedua juga akan langsung dimulai, so kita akan menyaksikan seperti apa. Akan ke 2-0 seperti Doyok katakan atau akan menjadi 1-1. Mari kita lempar saja kepada para caster untuk match pembukaan kita, GEEK FAM dan juga Dewa United.
Interesting shout there from Doyok, of course, one of the former members of GEEK FAM, encouraging you guys to come out and open up your Samsung phones and look up for the playoffs tickets for MPL ID Season 13, of course, from 10th of May to 9th of June, in which the playoffs will take place in the renowned Jakarta International Velodrome. Wow, 5th to 9th of June. Grab tickets now. It's in 2 categories, Legend and Mythic.
Yeah. And for everybody who wants to buy tickets, you know, you can't just buy tickets the normal way, or you could go for extra value, dude. Download the new GoPay app now, packed with great benefits, free top-ups and free transfers 100 times per month, and also you get a promo code to buy the MPL ID playoffs ticket. I believe earlier, Bude Claramonster and Doyo, they were saying 20% off.
Wow, that's a lot of discounts for the GoPay app, of course, but you want to open up the app with your Samsung phone, of course, with the Samsung Galaxy S24 series, in which you can win the game with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 series. This series, of course, boasts epic gaming performance. What's more, it features Galaxy AI that can now translate 15 foreign languages into Indonesian. So chatting, calling, gaming, and whatnot with friends now from other countries is even easier. You can always use this interpreter to, you know, help you through buying some stuff when you're in a foreign country. So, you know, you don't get lost in translation, and it's all easy for you to communicate with the natives over there.
There are still many other features powered by the Galaxy AI. Buy now and get a cashback promos up to 2 million IDRs and a 40% discount on Samsung Care Plus. Check where Samsung.com/ID. Check this QR code below as well. Epic just like that with Samsung Galaxy S24 series.
Yeah, and look at the size and the build. Yeah, it's so, you know, so clinical, so good.
Sharp, aesthetic.
So it's very cool.
I love Mobile Legends.
Look at that.
저는 모바일 레전드를 좋아합니다.
Wow.
That's the interpreter right there.
Yes.
In action.
Real time.
Real time.
Seeing it.
So yeah, it's so good. The power of AI, bro. And Samsung harnesses it pretty well. Now back to the game we go. Dewa United and GEEK FAM. Would you argue that the fact Dewa United lost that game was solely because of the Hellcurt pick? Or was Dewa United was also kind of like this, in this array, they weren't really on the same page, and the chip pick was just not it. It wasn't it for Dewa United.
I would say it's a bit of both, right? Because for Dewa United, they already had the early game. As long as they played it disciplinedly, as long as they didn't play into the chaotic nature of the Hellcurt draft, I think they would have been able to get it done. They shut down Hellcurt quite early in the game, 0-2. Shut Ray down quite early in the game. I believe he was 0-2 as well, and he was not getting any of the neutral objectives. But then they went on to fight. It's like they basically gave the win conditions over to GEEK FAM. The GEEK FAM win conditions is brawl it out, utilize the Terrify, utilize their team fighting and pickoffs in these very, very messy team fights. and win out. And the fact that Dewa, not only did they give them a team fight, they gave them a messy team fight, a chaotic team fight. Kaze was all the way in the back alone up against the Hellcurt. The whole point of picking up the Novaria is, okay, we want to give vision, we want to have that map control, and we will have the Fredrin, we will have the Yu Zhong, and technically the entire team corral over the Novaria to protect Novaria as well. But they basically gave the win conditions on a silver platter to GEEK FAM.
Of course, drafting phase, we go for game number 2, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Now, you can take a look at Dewa United's ban. They ban out the Hellcurt. So this is already drawing out that ban, now leaving the Matilda open.
I mean, as expected, right after game 1, I believe that they need to just ban this Hellcurt out. It's too much of a nuisance, and let's see now, Dewa United, even... Yeah, I mean, straightforward, right? Matilda open. What's the trade? Fredrin, surely, and the Valentina, it seems like, right? Valentina, a very good hero, but even then, it's not going to be the Fredrin. They still prioritize the Barats over the Fred.
Talking about the Fredrin, it is actually the highest win rate for most big heroes. Number 1, Fredrin. Number 2 is Baxia, with a win rate of 60%. So it is undoubtedly one of the most prio heroes, but GEEK FAM, they choose and opt not to pick it.
Yeah. I think right now, the fact that they have the Valentina to seal away the Circling Eagle and the Barats, that technically, I think Barats might be it's rising in prio even now. Like, the more people understand how to play the Barats, know that, you know, it isn't as mobile as the Fredrin, so you just have to have a little bit more of the adaptations to utilize the Barats, but Barats is a very, very strong pick. But yeah, you will be giving over the Fredrin over to Dewa, and also kind of a hyper carry to the hands of Watt on the Claude. Expect Dewa to try to nullify any of the counters that can present itself as a threat in lane against the Claude. So, trying to get that Brody, maybe the Roger as well, away from Chidera would be a good choice.
What about a Ferris ban here?
Is a good pick though. I love the Ruby pick here. Everyone on Dewa, short-ranged. Very easily punished by the Ruby, and it's also good flex.
They have to walk up to GEEK FAM, and that is where this Ruby, which by the way can still be flexed, will come into play. Of course, a Terizla ban to limit Dixon is actually one of the most powerful heroes of Dixon, ranging from this Terizla back season 12, I think, as well. Now, for Dewa, how do they want to dabble into this banning phase? What do they want to ban out? Will they be coning down Beloyski's options, or will it be another ban towards another hero?
Just eliminate the options for that gold laner, right? Mirko touched on the Brody ban, perhaps another gold lane ban that would make sense is a Roger, I believe, here. So Brody and Roger, eliminate that out. GEEK, I think they might commit a... Oh, they actually went for the Bruno. Okay, I thought that GEEK maybe Feramis ban. What do you think?
I'm not a fan of the Feramis ban because they've already picked up the Valentina. If they didn't have Valen,
GEEK FAM ban out the Feramis?
Yeah, I don't think so because they have the Valentina. I feel like they kind of want the Feramis to be picked up by Dewa to utilize it, but we do have a comment from Mr. Chadman.
Chadman Chidera, we're concerned about our points, but confident in making it to the playoffs. So if you take a look at the chance to playoff percentage, you did see that GEEK FAM still had like 71. Around 71%.
Yeah.
So that's pretty huge for them. And of course now, confidence is in their veins for GEEK FAM. So
good
I think
ban
Chidera
there.
is of course going to be confident in that.
I think what they're hovering on is a good ban, the Moskov. Completely forgot about that. I was talking about the Brody and the Roger, but yeah, Bruno also counters. The Claude, the Moskov actually does a bit of a better job because all you need to do is tap your skill 2, Spear of Misery. Goodbye, Blazing Duet. You get thrown back, and even if you jump back with the Battle Mirror Image, the Inspire with the Moskov, yeah, you're not going to have a good time on the Claude. So now the options are still available for the Brody and the Roger, the 2 picks we were talking about. So for Dewa, they're actually more concerned of the Bruno and Moskov, the 2 bullies that can actually also outscale the Claude. So for GEEK FAM, now the choice is, do you want the hero that bullies and, you know, brawls, or the hero that bullies and front to back? The Brody or the Roger? Technically, they could also just go for the carry. That's also a pretty good matchup in the gold lane. They go for neither. They go for a Beatrix pick that we haven't seen in a while for Chidera. But hey, feels like he's confident.
Beatrix pickup, quite interesting. And yeah, The Moskov ban point out by Mirko is actually pretty good because this Moskov can just self-peel himself when faced the threat of a Claude or even a Fredrin that needs to walk in front of you. That Spear of Misery does help with the Abyss Walker as well. The mobility you have is so good, but they will pick up the Beatrix.
Yeah.
Question in this pickup though, will it be able to, let's not say snowball or dominate, will it be able to fare against this Claude?
Yeah, it does, especially if you go Master Assassin. I've been in this matchup actually, utilizing that matchup knowledge now. The Beatrix actually does quite well if you go for all-ins, but the Lapu Lapu will certainly be picked up by Dewa. That's Dixon's only other hero that we are used to seeing from him that is not Terizla or Arlet. So, oh, and the Vexana actually picked up by Dewa too. A bit more peel, but oh.
Quick pick.
Ultra healing for GEEK FAM with the Florin. And that's why they picked up the Valentina, to take the IMU away. So you won't have the blue. We will have a lot of healing. You won't.
It was a trade of two things, but it feels like Dewa United, now they are pinched into a cul-de-sac. This could be a 2-0 from GEEK FAM, but of course we hope Dewa United would be able to fight back. GEEK FAM, I feel like with this draft, they look much more solid. Let's see though with the counter index.
Well, last game, the counter index and the lineup rating also favored Dewa United. So I don't know if you want to be looking at the counter index and lineup rating to decide ultimately who's going to take this game. No Purifies though on the board for GEEK. Meanwhile, 2 Purifies for Dewa, really respecting that CC.
Will the gods be punished once more? Or will they be the ones punishing the Geeks? They have to save themselves for a playoff spot. GEEK FAM en route to that. It is GEEK FAM against Dewa United in game number 2.
Match point for GEEK. Belorski was the man of the hour. He was on the Hellcurt. Now Florin last pick. Will he be able to have the same influence on or in the Land of Dawn?
This man has 2 alter egos. It's either him playing the healers or him just taking charge of the skirmishes with the assassin types of roams that he is able to use. And now with the Florin pick, I feel like he'll play a bit more safe and he'll just enchant his teammates with the healing that he has.
Yeah, usually with the Florin, you don't really expect the team with the Florin to actually go for neutral objectives early. They actually really like to go for the trades instead. I think that might be what GEEK FAM are looking for. So Ray will technically still walk up to the turtle, but he'll just be looking for a steal. If they will zone him and commit resources, they'll just back away. But yeah, Jadera actually doesn't go for the Master Assassin, so he's not really concerned of the laning, but still he's winning. Beloy Flicker, oh!
Invested the flicker early, even does not connect though. That's already a huge threat for Watt to pop the Purify. So laning-wise, Watt versus Chidera. Chidera has a flicker in hand.
Yeah, and this is really, really good for Jadera because we were talking about how Beatrix will be able to bully the Claude hard in lane with the Master Assassin. The fact that he's doing it with the Weapon Mastery means that this man is going to be a menace in the mid-game. Once he gets that BOD and maybe Heptaseeds, depending on what he wants to go for, this is a scary, scary Beatrix.
This Beatrix could really snowball quite soon, and you can see the pressure exerted towards Watt. And Luke, he's just going to play more safe with the Ruby. He's going to wait for the pickups that is going to be called maybe later in this stage of the game. But now, of course, the neutral objective contest, like what Rico mentioned, maybe GEEK, they don't really want to go and rush themselves into the neutral objective contest. Because they have this Florin, they'll choose to let it go maybe. But Luke try to shadow this turtle, so it could be contested. I mean, Ray is in the vicinity.
Dewa, good setup though, already early. Dixon early, Brave Spider as well. Ray will now be able to find the angle, and he will not force the first neutral objective. Goes to the hands of Dewa.
Yeah, they'll concede it, and like how we discussed, it is in the hands of Dewa United now. GEEK FAM will just play this safe and wait for the timers, the power spikes to come in, especially into this Beatrix.
Now it's just back to a slow build for GEEK FAM and Dewa. For Dewa, neutral objective control, they should try to utilize as much as possible the advantage of the turtle, getting a bit more shielding. They want to try to look for brawls around the map, but I think GEEK FAM have actually drafted it in a way where they can avoid teamfights very easily. They have so many disengage tools with the Ruby, the Valentina technically, with the Terrify, and even Ray. You just pop the Tetanus Welcome to get anti-CC and dash away. And on top of that, the bloom. So even if Dewa overchase, there's always going to be another layer of health that you can rely on. And now Dewa are kind of stuck. They're kind of forced to play a scaling game against GEEK FAM.
When talking about scaling, I feel like GEEK FAM, they do have that in their pockets. It will get harder for Dewa United as the game progresses, but again, this Claude could be a menace if it does touch that late game scenario. GEEK FAM, the way they just corral into these positions, they're pretty on point with all the movements around the map. But how long will they concede the neutral objectives? I mean, Dewa United will always have their hands first into the objectives as Ray gets his orange buff stolen away.
Yeah.
Very good proactiveness there. Oh, bottom side will not give it on towards the fight just yet here. 4 minutes and no kills yet. Perhaps in the second turtle, both teams will find and want business. Ooh. Good runner there by Chidera.
A lot of poke.
Did you see the emote?
A lot of poke with the Beatrix. When it comes to the late game, does this Beatrix call this squad, or will the squad just take charge?
You know what? I'll actually say the Beatrix will have a better time in this game in particular, because firstly, you have to win the nature. Oh, I'm offended.
Good knockup though by the Vexana. Destabilizing. Looking for a setup for that turtle. Gary taunts Luke. Does not connect on towards the damage just yet. Dixon jumps in. Knocked up here. And it seems like the turtle will fall to the hands of Gary. GEEK FAM will not commit on towards a fight as they find no compensation for that turtle.
Again, an even game, back to square one. But the neutrals are all in the hands of Dewa United. You can see a boy. He would always have that extra peel with the IMU when stolen towards Cage with the Vexana. So you have that extra lord that can help you and assist you in the skirmishes later on.
Great disengage tool, like we said, for GEEK FAM. So they technically can try to be proactive, but in the end, they can just back off if they need to. And that's what we saw from Dewa. But back to the question in hand, the Beatrix or the Claude. In this game in particular, I would have to say the Beatrix will have an easier time in the mid to late game. Why? Because number one, with a nature, so he can actually just neutralize the damage. And for Watt, you would say the same thing. He can also go with a nature miracle, but the thing is, he has to go in at the right time, like legit. For GEEK FAM, like we said, they have so many disengage tools that they can technically kite forever. But for Watt, he has to use the Blazing Duet perfectly in this fight. And even then, there's a Terrify, there's an I'm Offended, there's a Don't Run Wolf King, there's a Big Chomp as well. There's so many ways for GEEK FAM to layer their damage or CC on Watt, and to add on top of that, the Renner shots. This poke from GEEK FAM in towards the late game, it's gonna hurt a lot. And technically for GEEK FAM, that power spike is technically almost there, almost. Consider needs one more item, but the mid-engage.
Oh my goodness, good taunt, good knockup as well! First blood towards Maloyski, but the trade is a little bit expensive. Chidera falls as well.
Wow.
Now Ray, as well as Luke, will fall. It's an ultimate wipeout. The first wipeout in the series, and it goes to the hands of the gods.
6-minute wipeout. We talked about how they could disengage, but when you have Dewa United in your faces, left, right, center, there is nowhere for you to go.
One mistake is all it takes with no Purify, and the Beatrix step over, way over for Driana knockup, and then you can see the overwhelming CC from Dewa. The Eternal Guard on top of the taunt and the knockup, just so many combos together. It was a wombo combo Chamro. That's what Ranger Mas used to say.
A lot of wombo combos indeed, but Tian in the subject of something. He's gonna be fine. The orange buff contest again, Gary. You have so much control with the Fredrin, and you want to contest these little things in that part of the map. We're talking about how GEEK FAM, they could just play this like a little game of tug of war. You could rather just poke and disengage, or when you want to step forward, when you want to engage, when all hells break loose, and when it doesn't go your way to disengage. Then again, you have to be in the right exact timing, the right exact position. If Dewa just get hold of your position, it is very hard for them to just run away. And it was proven that mid-skirmish where Dewa was able to get 5 kills, all for themselves.
Oh, almost a solo practically from Chidera. Now let's see, Circling Eagle will not be committed there. But what happened there in the bottom side of the map? Actually, Chidera popped the flicker as well, so yeah, Watt almost miscalculated.
But it ends up being a big win actually for Watt, right? Because he just committed the Battle Mirror Image, didn't even use the Purify, and Chidera had to commit the Flicker. What happened was a big Renner Apathy to the face, and a Flicker almost with a basic attack. But that's the damage that will continue to build for Chidera as well. Thing is, for GEEK FAM, their main plan was just to weather the storm in the early game. It's all about getting to the mid to late. Now that the 4,000 gold lead has been taken away by Dewa, and now that Gary is so far ahead over Ray, actually, this might actually get tougher for GEEK FAM. They might have to concede a whole lot of tier 2s before they can get to their item power spikes and before this Florin actually gets online.
Florin will be the key for GEEK FAM, of course, as the game progresses. But again,
man,
you can look at the poke potential enhancing Chidera with the Renner's Apathy. But Dewa, they'll be fine, of course, with Watt just being able to traverse around positions. So GEEK FAM is approaching this together, moving in unison. You know, they try to look for a pick-off, maybe some sort of engage to a certain member of Dewa United, but they'll have to wait again for their power spikes.
Sure, I don't think they can take fights right now. They're still quite far behind. That's a 4,000 gold lead, and Gary's 2 levels ahead unless they get a pick.
Dixon, a little bit too premature, but now with the blazing duet, Watt will try to create havoc, and that's a good taunt there as Watt finds one, and Chidera will be taken out as well. Watt finds a double, looking for the triple as Ray is a juicy target, and the Dino falls here as Kaze will lock him down. Now a boy and Luke against 5. It's a little bit too much to ask here as they are still able to hold the line.
The gods finally give away the punishment towards the Geeks. You can see how Dixon was the embodiment of God. He wasn't dead. He was able to escape in that position.
He just took it like a man, or like you said, like a god in front. This frontlining, dealing damage, and soaking everything in their way. And now Gary's 3 levels ahead of Ray. He can do whatever he wants, technically. I don't even think GEEK FAM can really pick him off. Luke goes for the I'm offended. But Gary doesn't care if he offends you, man. He's there. But yeah, for Dewa, they're utilizing that wipeout advantage so well. They're just capitalizing on every little mistake that GEEK FAM are making. And GEEK FAM are making a whole lot of mistakes, right? They are engaging against a team with a 4,600 gold lead. The fact that Dixon survived, oh man, 8-0. I think it says it all right now. GEEK FAM tried to weather the storm, but the storm is eating them up.
Way too hard. 7.6k gold up for Dewa United. But they have to farm up their items. I mean, for Chidera, he already completed Malefic Roar as well. But in the current position of Dewa United, they're just snowballing hard. And what? They're all fine, and no deaths attributed towards Dewa United GEEK FAM. Will they be able to hit back in this game?
Patient, man, you gotta be patient. All inners now officially taken down from the side of GEEK FAM's map. Listen, see here, for the stun, don't want to engage, perhaps Ray now off HP. Luke looking for an engage. Lord now needs to be taken care of ASAP. They will with the Bennett's range.
Hold, and the Lord has been peeled away without losing that base turret, so at least GEEK keep for something!
Good, I'm offended on towards here. Dixon now pops the bravest fighter. Actually finds this knockup, but good flicker there by Luke. Now they want to move on towards the first base turret in the bottom side of the map. They will get it. GEEK FAM will not be able to defend that one, but they will try and defend the mid. Good poke around both of the teams here. You do not want to get and commit onto his unnecessary fight. Still 8-0 though, still alive.
That was a good pull, but I don't sense where GEEK FAM does have enough damage. They just don't.
Not yet. No, they're still way too behind. And I think if you take a look at the gold lead, 9,000. That's why. It's very tough for GEEK FAM to actually look for damage, because even Chidera, yeah, sure, you have a lot of peel, you have a lot of healing, but now that the damage dealers for Dewa deal so much as well, just the Lapu alone in the front with the Hunter Strike can zone you, and you technically can't also just overextend because you don't have any you don't have a Purify, right? You have to flicker out. It's going to be kind of tough. They've even now, okay, this is where they get their power spike, by the way, right? Like, it's already mid game. The Florin has a bit of healing as well. but I feel like it's a bit too late. And they've already given such a big advantage to Dewa. And Dewa's already taken that advantage from them. The 8,000 gold lead will mean that they have so much more map prio and so much more ways to actually take this game. Bottom lane slow pushing and GEEK FAM don't really have anyone to clear. The only guy that can clear is the Beatrix, and that's a problem. When your marksman is the guy who you need to send into the bottom lane, and it's not a mobile marksman, it's Beatrix. It's not a Claude that can just blink constantly wall to wall. Yes, good clear, but you can see how they were utilizing this.
Is contesting the right answer. Let's see. Oh, Dixon jumps onto it. Chidera pops the bloom early. Now let's see. GEEK, they're scattered, but Dixon and Gary will find one. Ray is actually isolating, taken out as well, but Gary will be taken out. Good peel and good disengage by Chidera, who was targeted heavily by Dewa United's member. Now, Dewa, though, still have full control on the Lord.
A fight that looked to go the way of GEEK FAM, but again, they just lost all of it. And Dewa United, the tanky front lines doing the job, just holding their lives forevermore. And GEEK FAM, they're just able to get one, but lost 2 members in that exchange. And the Lord as well. It's going to the hands of Dewa United.
They finally got something on the board at least, right? They're no longer at 0 kills, but still, big problem for them because the trade was not good enough. Man, that was a massive bonk from Gary. Luckily for Chidera, he had the win in nature on time because he would have just been deleted there. Let's take a look at Dixon. This is what we're talking about. The fact that Dixon can just go behind and do this much damage. Dude, Chidera, luckily, he saved that win in nature. Because if he used it for Dixon, that bonk would have deleted him and Beloyski. It ended up just with Beloyski suffering the death. But now GEEK FAM full defense mode. Chidera has Bennett, but is it going to be enough?
Will the threat be enough now with the Lord standing still in the base? Circling Eagle onto it still. The damage will come through. Rock now already hitting towards the base. GEEK FAM still with 5 out, and they will be able to take care of the Lord now. Focusing on towards the mid. Dewa United, they are reshifting their focus. Not on towards the base turret. They will instead clear the jungles.
They have good wave clear. The hands of GEEK FAM. A lot of weaponry in the pocket of Chidera. You have the Nibiru, you have the Bennetts as well. To clear up the minions quite quick, so at least now for GEEK FAM, they can still hold on. Dewa, there's just going to be another opportunity for them to just knock on the doors of GEEK FAM. And I don't know when they'll be able to fight back. Their Spike is just not coming in.
Yeah, they can't really penetrate this base. They need to slowly but surely get rid of the other base turrets for now, because to end this game, they need all the 3 base turrets crashing in at once with a Lord so that they can actually utilize that chaos to hit the turret. Right now, I think for the way they will end, 3 base turrets obviously and the Lord marching down on the base, and then all of them just need to dive. They need to get some space for Watt to hit the turret, because as of right now, the fact that GEEK FAM have so much peel makes it super hard for Dewa to just commit into that base with the 2 base turrets still standing, with only 1 minion wave pushing into that base itself. But if we take a look at the items, Chidera is online. He has the DHS, so the Lapu Lapu won't even be able to really soak in as much damage. It really depends though. If he goes for Queen's Wings here, he can actually add on to the damage reduction of his bravest fighter to try to soak in as much damage as possible from Chidera. But now that a boy has also kind of reached his item power spike with a Divine Glaive, and he's already building towards a Holy Crystal that he should be able to complete very, very soon, it gets to a point where Dewa need to end things quick, or they might actually have to face off against this mid to late game composition of GEEK FAM head on in a pure 50-50 fight. Luckily for them, it won't be 50-50. It will still be favored to them because of the super mini wave that'll be pushing in the far lane this time. The Lord is spawning up top. It'll mean that Dewa will have a lot more to say here, just by utilizing the forced error of the slow push building in bot.
I gotta say though, being 9,000 gold behind, being like map control is non-existent. GEEK FAM are doing pretty decent in defending their base. Now though, potential engage, all good taunt, and they will commit. Bloom will be popped now. Luke looking for a disengage, and now they will have full control on the Lord's Pit. Let's see how GEEK FAM will try to retake the Lord's Pit. It seems like they will reset it first. Top HP though, not fully, as the bottom side will be forced to clear.
And the bottom side is just pushing, crashing towards the crystal. So this is a V-Lord for Dewa United without context. Circling Eagle.
Oh, on towards 3 as well. Now Luke being the sandbag as well as Ray. Ray will not be able to escape this time, but Bloom will save his life for some time. Now let's see here. GEEK FAM still stands with 5. A very good defense yet again as they were able to hold the door. I'm offended with, but now Dewa United maintaining pressure on towards the top side of the map here as GEEK FAM is actually able still to defend that one.
Look at the fortitude of GEEK FAM just holding on towards their base terrace. They don't want this to, you know, big things to just fall, because this is the line of defense, the last line of defense that GEEK FAM does have if they want a shot at that mid-game 50-50 fight, like how Mirko mentioned.
Well, it's going to have to be in their base. This might be fight or flight for GEEK. Oh, they can't Dixon!
It's a good engage. Has their mortality, though. Now GEEK FAM and as well as Dewa. Who will pull the trigger first? With the Lord now, 6-man jumping already in the base. Good knock up. But now GEEK FAM, will they be able to defend this time? And it seems like no. We will have a game 3 in our opening match of today.
The gods do strike back. As the Geeks now, they have to undergo game number 3. What a performance though from the gods. Dewa United equalized the score.
Well played to Dewa United. Utilizing that early pressure that GEEK FAM let go of, had to concede with the Florin, utilizing the advantages that they got to fight, and look for those openings in the early game. Gary being able to catch the Beatrix in that mid-game was really what created that wipeout. It started things off in the snowball department for Dewa United. And now, for GEEK FAM, it's back to the drawing board. It's back to how they can look for a bit more proactivity, but also how they can stay a bit more disciplined in the early to mid. Not give that advantage away, or, you know, give that gold lead away. 4,000, definitely too big of a number for Dewa to crumble with. And the domination forces GEEK to go to game number 3. Very disciplined plays as well by Dewa, never forcing any fights, playing with the Lord, and as expected, just diving in to create watts of space.
That was domination and discipline all at once. The fact that Dixon was so... You know, the fact that Dixon was always the subject of engagement of the players of GEEK FAM, but he was able to get out of death multiple times. He was immortal that game. And GEEK FAM, they just never reached that power spike they were looking for to be able to fight Dewa in that 50-50 fight that they were looking. But yeah, it was such a clean game from Dewa United.
And here's the thing, right? It's a one-trick bravest fighter. Dixon sees Shadera, but with the flicker just pops the bravest fighter because there's no proper disengage tool from the side of GEEK FAM. You got a Florian. That is the minus of having a healer. But yeah, Dixon, I like this pick because he facilitates the team to that dub.
Yeah, he just says, what's CC, right? Anytime there's a disengage, the Ruby, the Barats even, when he's in his bravest fighter, no one can get it. Not even the Chomp, not even the Dino Chomp, the Nom Nom.
Is immune.
The immune, absolutely. And Dixon here, 2-0-4, 103,000 damage dealt on the Lapu Lapu. That Rupture really doing work here, and he only has the Hunter Strike. He's dealing that much damage only with the Hunter Strike, ladies and gentlemen. That's one item, one damage item. Everything else is just tanky. And the Blade Armor, oh man, Blade Armor is such a good tool against the Beatrix. With the Nibiru, you kind of shred yourself, technically, especially with the damage reduction on the Bravest Fighter. And the fact that he also has Dominance Ice makes it so Beatrix hits slower. You know, the attack speed reduction as well. So all the way in the early game, this is a big mistake from GEEK FAM. They were all overextending in the mid lane, and Gary caught Chidera. The fact that he caught Chidera there means that basically, yeah, GEEK FAM are dead. No one can really be a threat there, and the fact that they were still looking for team fights while being 4,000 gold behind basically created a chance for Dewa to just collapse. And at this point, GEEK FAM were nowhere near their power spike. They were still super behind. Again, this is a point where Dewa had the 4,600 gold lead. So even Watt has already completed the win nature. By the way, massive props to Watt for building Wind of Nature first instead of the Corrosion side. So he went for DHS, Golden Staff into the Wind of Nature. Didn't go for the Corrosion side. It ended up being super valuable because without that, he would have died in that in the team fight before this. But then again, Dixon with the initiation, Gary with the follow-up, Chidera was isolated while the rest of the team goes for Ray and Beloyski. And then this is the final play where Brian just dove into the back, Gary as well, creating Watt space, and they just continued to hit. And luckily, again, Watt popped that Wind of Nature. That could have been bad. If Watt died, that might have been a comeback. Luckily, Wind of Nature, all good. Nibiru's Passion doesn't do anything against a Wand.
That was a good attention to detail, I feel like. Skipping the Corrosion kite to go for that Wind of Nature just gives you extra defense, and the fact that they weren't really looking for so much fights in that particular scenario just gave Watt that much more leeway to then transition into the late game. For GEEK FAM, 1 kill to their names. It felt like they did not have the answer to Dewa United's dominance in game number 2. The way they played it was just so sleek, so clean, and they just lost Gary in the process, where Gary was the front line, always on the pounce, being in front, trying to tank the members of Dewa United. So yeah, GEEK FAM, what a tough loss for them.
For sure, a big loss. And towards the end, I actually expected a boy to go for the Holy Crystal because they really lacked damage, but he actually went for the defensive item instead in the Blood Wings. So yeah, a little bit less damage output from the side of GEEK FAM, really banking on Beatrix technically in the late game for this GEEK FAM side. And also for Luke, only with a War Axe in the late game, we don't really expect him to deal damage. Meanwhile, on the side of Dewa United, full items already completed. Everything there ready. The blade armor is just stacked up by Gary, by Dixon. And those are the two members that were constantly just taking the damage from Beatrix. So it ended up doing more harm for the Beatrix by hitting those two frontliners. And I want to give a massive shout out to Kaze as well, because he was playing really well. Always just poking. And he went for the kind of utility build, NOD into Glowing Wand, and then the Winter Truncheon Blood Wings. So it was really just all about poke for Kaze. Wait, didn't Dixon have 100,000 damage dealt? Or was it damage taken? Oh, it was damage taken. Okay. 94,000 is the highest damage dealt for Kaze, not Dixon.
Wow. Okay. Very interesting here, even from the drafts, right? I expected the Fred to be picked up by the side of GEEK FAM, but they instead go for the Barats.
I think it would have been too expensive to give Barats over to a side with Matilda.
True, but then again, Matilda, Fredrin, same story. Similar story.
Not as scary as the Barats Matilda. Barats Matilda is just disgusting.
I see that point. Yeah, I initially thought, yeah, I think it's a deny pick, but then again, Fred Matilda.
But also, you wanna know something cool? But this is such a sad stat. But Ray's at a 0% KP here. Wow. They only got 1 kill, so technically unfair, but 0% KP.
100% for
0 retry wins.
So yeah,
yep.
No showcase of Ray Tribution for Dewa United. That was such a deserving win for them in game number 2. That was so disciplined. And I was always wondering when GEEK FAM would achieve that damage that they were looking for. It felt like in every skirmish, in every fight, they just didn't have the damage. And of course, with that win, Dewa United, they force a game number 3. And the fight towards playoffs is just getting more and more exciting, because if GEEK FAM lose here, then Dewa, they're trying to find a spot to crawl out, because hypothetically speaking, if Dewa United does lose here and they lose their next game, they'll basically be out of playoff contention.
Yep.
So a win would be so valuable for them to keep their fight on towards playoffs. And yeah, it is interesting to see how things will scale forward from here. But again, an interview upstage with Bude, Clara, Mongstar. Take it away.
Iya, deg-degan banget. Dah kayak mau jantungan ini.
Waduh, tapi Fazli di sini ngeliat GEEK FAM. Berarti ini match ke berapa? Sisa berapa nih untuk GEEK FAM ya?
Sekarang GEEK FAM sisa 3 match. Terakhir tuh lawan RRQ, RBL sama Aura.
Wow, jadi masih ada 3 match dan jantungnya masih harus dilatih ya untuk melihat pertarungan-pertarungan selanjutnya.
Iya Bude, apalagi tadi barusan match 2, aduh deg-degan parah.
Iya satu sama, tapi Bude penasaran. Biasanya nih ya, anak-anak GEEK FAM kalau mau sebelum mulai match, persiapannya apa sih? Ada nggak mungkin rutinitas-rutinitas atau ritual sesuatu yang bisa kita tahu tuh mereka ngapain di backstage?
Sebenarnya aku juga penasaran sih kalau player GEEK FAM tuh sebelum match tuh ngapain aja, ritualnya apa. Nah makanya aku join grup channel WhatsApp-nya GEEK FAM.
Wow, dari situ bisa tahu tuh.
Iya, nanti di situ kayak ada spill dikit lah soal ritual-ritualnya sebelum main.
Widih, spesial banget pastinya. Jadi kita bisa lebih tahu lebih dalam lagi. Dalam dan caranya gimana tuh? Kita mau kepoin GEEK FAM.
Caranya gampang banget, kalian bisa langsung aja ke Instagramnya GEEK FAM Unity. Nah itu di bio-nya ada link yang bisa kalian klik, terus kalian bisa join ke semua grup WA GEEK FAM gitu.
Waduh, linknya juga mungkin nanti bakal tertera juga ya. Kita akan melihat seperti apa dalamnya, isinya dari GEEK FAM. Dan apalagi nih yang bisa kita tahu, Bude ngelihat kayaknya anak-anak juga suka banget pakai stiker ya.
Oh iya, stiker santai bro santai. Nah kalian kalau misalnya join GEEK FAM Unity, kalian bisa dapat stiker itu loh. Gak cuma itu, kalian bisa nonton MPL secara gratis. Yang paling penting ini Bude, kalian bisa interaksi secara langsung sama player GEEK FAM.
Wah itu kalau join jadi GEEK FAM Unity berarti ya?
Bener banget, makanya kalian jangan lupa join ya. Gampang banget caranya, gampang.
Nah kita bisa join WA channel untuk kepo-kepoin. Tapi join juga GEEK FAM Unity pastinya ya?
Pasti dong, just kalian dapat benefitnya.
Wow, buat kalian yang belum join, buruan join sekarang juga. Dan kita juga melihat sekarang ini, dua tim udah siap-siap tuh Vasili. Dua tim udah siap-siap.
Iya, aduh udah.
Lemparin ke caster dong Vasili. Lempar.
Lemparnya gimana? Gini?
Ya, lempar. Yuk, caster. Monggo caster, monggo.
Game number 3 will be the witness of who will float and survive on towards that playoffs contention, because GEEK FAM now looking to solidify their spot with a 50% or more chance to make playoffs, but Dewa United, they're scratching their nails and looking for even a wider chance to prolong their lives in towards that playoffs contention. So, wow, it'll be interesting to see how this all unfolds. Still thinking for something.
You know what I'm thinking about? You know what I'm glaring at?
What?
All the promos you can get with GoPay, bro.
I mean, we talked about tickets, you know, from game number 1, that interview. We're talking about how you could get the tickets and the prices and the ranges and how long it will be sold for. You can, of course, use GoPay app to buy the ticket. But before that, download the new GoPay app packed with great benefits. Number 1, free top-ups and free transfers up to 100 times a month to any bank. 2, get cashbacks up to 20,000 for direct diamond top-ups in-game and the cheapest credit top-ups to call your mom or your dad. Number 3, download the GoPay app to participate in the exclusive MPL ID Season 13 celebration activities within the app. You can also vote your champion, in which you can guess the winner of each match. You can open this 30 minutes before the match starts and you can win hundreds of millions of GoPay coins and smartphones every week. But now if I want to buy my tickets in a good way, how can I achieve that, Mirko?
Well, you can always just buy the MPL ID Season 13 playoff tickets exclusively using the GoPay app and get discounts up to 67,000 per ticket. Now, Gani, he's a daily quiz guy. He's a gift arena guy. He's also utilizing that a lot, but he knows something else that we don't.
You know what, guys? If you're in Surabaya, that's East Java for you. If you're there, don't forget to come to Yamaha Land Surabaya on May the 11th for MPL Season 13 No Bar. It's watch party. With who? With GoPay. From the first match to the last, besides the screening, there will be giveaways of millions of rupiahs as well, and a chance to spin the wheel to win GoPay balance for free mlbb skins. Surabaya people, that's a huge shout out for you.
Have to go there. In addition to Surabaya, the MPL ID Season 13 No Bar with GoPay will also be held in Yogyakarta
Okay.
in May of 18, 2024 at JNM Block. As for Jakarta, when is it going to be, Miracle?
8th of June, 2024. In case you guys want to watch the playoffs, catch it yourself, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and check it out. So we have Week 8 covered right now with Surabaya, Week 9 covered with Yogyakarta, and later on playoffs with June 8th, 2024 in Jakarta.
It's a big yeehaw.
Yeehaw. You know what else is a big yeehaw?
What?
The playoffs, because go ahead and scan the QR code down below. We spoke about the discount up to 67,000 IDR. You guys can get that right now. Buy it now. Trust me, it's selling like hotcakes. It's probably already sold out actually, but you can try. You can try first, man. I need to buy some tickets too. I got the Samsung phone, luckily for me, so I can just go and scan it right now.
Nice. He's gonna scan it, and he is gonna buy the tickets, and he's gonna take it out all. So, you know, you have to be quick and rapid with the tickets just selling so fast. Using the GoPay app makes it even more beneficial. The discounts up to 67,000 rupiah. So that's a lot of discounts.
Bro, the
Will you
grand
be
final
buying
is
the
already
tickets?
sold out.
Wow, really?
No, I'm joking.
Oh, okay.
But it's almost, dude. There's just so many people already buying it.
A lot of people queuing for this. This is insane. I mean, the playoffs, we're peeling our eyes on that because it's interesting to see how it will unfold in a new venue as well, right? Jakarta
Very international.
Velodrome.
J.
V.
J.
No, J. I.
Jakarta
My bad.
International Velodrome.
First time being in that venue. Let's see here.
Who will go to that venue? GEEK or Dewa?
Maybe both.
Both?
Maybe
Possible.
It's a possibility. Still possible.
Maybe one of them.
Maybe
none.
None.
Oh.
The drama.
The plot thickens.
That's the existential crisis hypothesis, where both teams won't make it out to the playoffs. But talking about game number 2.
Okay, let's talk about it.
What went wrong for GEEK FAM? We talked about how they could always constantly disengage in the fights that they were, put in. They had the healing, the sustainability, the Valentina as well, that could always give you that self-peel with the Matilda IMU or the Vixana IMU. Also had the Bloom in the hands of Beloyski. So, what was just not right for GEEK FAM? How did they not be able to really traverse around the draft that they made to just disengage constantly and wait for their power spikes to come?
I think the Beatrix pick just sets the tone, right? You can't go Purify, and after that Beatrix pick, instantly Lapu Lapu, a hero that can lock you up, force you to use the Flicker, force you to use Wind of Nature, or even just force you to use a lot of resources. And I believe that Beatrix pick was the doom for GEEK.
So I would say the Beatrix pick is an issue in the mid game, especially with a Lapu Lapu that's snowballing. I'll just have to say it's execution, really, for GEEK FAM mostly, because that draft could work. I still stand by that. The fact that they lost so much in the mid game when Gary just initiated on them, the fact that they overextended in the mid game and they still went for team fights, basically gambling to get back ahead. It's too hard of a play to make happen, right? They need to be more disciplined. That's the only thing about this draft. Yeah, they could obviously just go for a different draft entirely, but I wouldn't just say change the Beatrix. I would just say change the entire draft if they want to go for the proactive GEEK FAM that we know. Ruby on Beloyski, and then the Lapu actually on Luke, right? That could very well be the... oh my god, what is that? Our boy and Hanso-hee forever. Wow! I didn't know this was real.
Wow.
So our boy.
Hang on.
That's your girlfriend,
Listen,
our boy.
Hello, dispatch.
I'm uncultured. Who's
Okay.
Hanso-hee?
Korean drama
Actress.
Yes.
K-drama actress.
One of the most famous K-drama actors.
She's actually a boy's girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Boy,
According to this poster.
The poster says it all, right?
It's
There's
obvious.
no way that's
true, though.
Photoshop.
You can't lie.
There's no way,
on a
right?
poster.
There's no way that's not Photoshop. Like, there's no way.
Source, trust the poster. But we
The
have
source is
to
air.
trust
Always on the way.
the draft as well here. Presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. The GEEK FAM and Dewa. The last straw they have is in this game. What trades will we see? What bans and picks? Looking at the bans, it's still the same, respecting the Minotaur and the Matilda, but for Dewa United, they want to take away the Hereth. Will we see the Hellcurt again left open? Because they feel like the prio now lies in the hands of that Loi.
I think it's a smart way to, stop what GEEK FAM did in game number 1 with the Loi ban. We might still see the Hellcurt come through though, because I don't think Dewa will be happy to give that Matilda away to someone like Beloy, someone who knows how to utilize that. Actually banned out by GEEK FAM. So wait, what did Dewa want to ban now? They were actually the ones forced to ban the Matilda and the Hereth in game number 1. So do GEEK just want to let go of the Akai? Is that it? Because in game number 1, they banned out Minotaur, Akai, and Natan.
Yeah.
I don't think they want to give the Natan away. So Akai might be the ban to let go this time.
See value in me.
Wow, back on a Fredrin ban. The Fredrin did give them some trouble. But the way Gary played it was just so good. Traversing around the neutral objectives, just giving them the prio to get the Turtles and the Lords. And it was just so invasive with the Fredrin. The last ban for Dewa United. What will they take away from GEEK FAM?
Let's see here. Natan is still up on the board. Dewa United, will they take a risk and leave it open? Or will they just ban the Natan out and, again, just be safe? And again, if Fred is not on the board, what will they prio here from the side of GEEK FAM? Will they prio...
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
Cage?
I literally
Hellcurt's open,
invented
so
one.
they could pick it up again, but I don't know. Maybe Dewa has something prepared, and yeah, they will.
Wow, this
First
early.
pick, the Hellcurt.
Yeah.
His first pick, though. What do you think about him?
I like it. It's flex, right? I mean, that's why I was talking about it in game number 1 after the pick, because it's flex and it does really good in roam and jungle. So I think it's different. The way you play it in the jungle, the way you play it in roam, it's different. But it works in both, and it technically still creates that question to Dewa now. Is it Baloy or is it Ray?
I got a question though. Hellcurt jungle, you're a firm believer in that, Mirko?
Yeah, I think it can work. Again, same utility,
First
great
pickable?
clear. First pickable, definitely, because of the flex.
Wow.
The flex potential is really what makes it a first pick. Because if it's just good, as good as that on roam, or just as good as that on just jungle, it'll be tough to first pick, because then you can just pick up a counter pick, like say the Barats here in the jungle that can match his clearing speed, but they pick up the Natan. So they're probably going to have to go for a hyper carry kind of build or comp to enable Natan, because the Hellcurt can just dive deep. Let's see what they choose now. All right, so it's roam. They've basically secured it now. No flex potential into the second phase. Bakshia and the Claude. The Claude also, fun fact, we were talking about how Natan does okay against Claude, right? You can just farm to bro lane. But the pro players actually don't think so. Claude can dive to the Natan. So early to mid, Claude actually has a bit of an advantage over the Natan.
Specifically, who is at this?
Emma.
Ooh.
Come on. Chidera, Cloudera.
That's why he always picks it against Natan. That's why now a lot of people play the Claude over Natan.
Okay. So I think the trade was in Natan over Hellcurt. But yeah, the Hellcurt can always jump towards the Natan. We did see it solo kill the Navaria. And Natan would be an easy cake for him to devour, or Beloyski specifically. Now, Dewa, they pick up the Valentina. Looking for something else now. The bans. Second phase of the bans. I mean, they have a strong lineup for GEEK FAM so far. Good damage to the Hellcurt and the Claude. Dewa, they have that late game potential in the hands of the Natan.
Let's see. I think they should just target the mages, right? I think they might target the Novaria here in the second phase. There you go. It's going to be a very scary comp here for the side of Dewa United if Novaria falls in the hands of GEEK. So very good spot there. Meanwhile, GEEK FAM, I think they should just ban out Dixon's hero.
Yeah, that will make sense. But the thing is, if you ban Dixon's hero, you technically also are banning Luke's hero. They have a very similar hero pool.
I mean,
and they kind of need it right now. They need more dive to supplement the back. But one thing that they don't need is a Sarizla. I'm thinking more Lapu Lapu right now for Luke. Thing is, they might want to trade the Lapu Lapu for Yuzong. So they cannot ban Lapu or Yuzong. They need one of those picks. Dewa might be the ones to take it away. Because if they ban the Lapu Lapu and then pick Yuzong, or vice versa, they basically deny a pick from GEEK FAM and also secure a very good pick for their side up against this dive comp.
Dixon was so stouter with the Lapu Lapu, and yes, they do have the similarities in the hero pool. But for Dewa United, looking to conclude their bans, what will they pick up for themselves? What will they ban? Will they ban out the XP for Luke? Because Luke, I mean, he has been playing the Lapu Lapu pretty consistently, the Yuzong as well, and the Angela ban will come out for Dewa United. So now it's up to the hands of Geek. Balls in their court. Who will they want to ban out? Maybe take away the Lapu Lapu or the Yuzong? It's either two.
I think leave both open. Yeah, they both for the Masha, because now they want to trade. Whatever Dewa want to pick in the XP, they can just answer. If it's Yuzong, then it's Lapu. If it's Lapu, then it's Yuzong. As long as the Claude is safe, that Masha ban. Yeah, I didn't expect the Masha ban, but it's really, really good here.
Now, of course, Dewa with the first pick. The second phase. A little sneak peek there for players of Dewa. Hovering over Fulvius.
Or Paquito.
Paquito, I think it's Paquito.
Oh, that would be an interesting pick from Dixon. I don't think we have seen a lot of Paquitos with Dixon.
It's more of the utility XP laners that he's been using, not the split push type of ones.
Arlet.
But
yeah,
Arlet. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, he will lock in the Arlet.
Well,
Dixon.
I think now it might be a Yuzong pick for GEEK FAM. Yuzong does it really good in lane against the Arlet.
I mean, technically, the Arlet is still flexible, right? Can
You're
still
right.
go to the
Barats as well, technically.
Barats, you're right. So it's still up in the air here. It all depends on what Geek is going to choose, and I feel... what's a good hero here?
I would say either Yuzong or Lapu. They need some dive towards the back.
Yeah, Yuzong or Lapu. And also a strong mid laner. They will pick up the Yuzong for Luke. Not flexing the Ruby anymore. They'll pick up the Faramis, but that's pretty bold for them to pick up the Faramis when there's a Valentina. Hands of Dewa United. Okay. Interesting.
Well, it's a skill issue, a boy says, if you need to take away the Faramis. So, sure, let's NetherRealm it out.
Yep. Banking on Helker's presence, perhaps keeping pressure, keeping tabs on the Valentina. On keys, maybe then NetherRealm from side of GEEK FAM might have a more of a advantage. See your last response here. It seems like not as straightforward. So they're still thinking what should be the last hero.
We'll pick for Drion here up against this composition. Usually up against a Faramis, a Lolita would be pretty good, but I don't think they want to pick up Lolita here. Brock? Oh no! Akai? Wait, what? Huh? Still flex? Dixon's on the Arlet. Akai roam.
Yeah, Akai roam.
For Drion.
I feel like this Akai could match the pressure given by the Hellcurt. You could just shadow your carries from behind when you have the knowledge that Beloyski will constantly be on the hunt, on the pounce. So this Akai pick is actually and a good one.
It's really, really good.
NetherRealm?
Really good, exactly. The thing is, GEEK FAM, it's a pure dive comp. It's literally just all dive. Claude wants to dive, Yuzong wants to dive, Faramis, Baksha, Hellcurt, everyone wants to dive. You have someone like the Akai to disengage for you. As long as they don't get forced into these chaotic skirmishes, they should be able to come out on top and weather the storm in the early game. Thing is though, how dynamic can GEEK FAM play this dive? With Beloy on the Hellcurt, we know he goes for crazy flanks.
Dewa United walking on a thin thread. Will they be able to secure this monumental and important win? Or will it be GEEK FAM that will secure themselves another win? Game number 3, GEEK FAM against Dewa United.
Both of the teams, they desperately need to win. Different purposes, but same goal. Land of Dawn, here we go. Game number 3.
Starting with 2 different buffs for Ray, he will be on the orange and purple one. Consequentially for Gary with the Baxia. Now again, Beloyski, he's just gonna bounce around with this Hellcurt, just playing it bravely. And I feel like later on in the game, what will you need to be careful of this Hellcurt?
Yeah, that's a big task for the rest of the team as well to protect Mr. President. This is a full kind of peel comp. It's a hyper carry comp technically. Watt is Mr. President. If they can defend Watt, and if Watt can get his resources, he can carry. There's so much. Literally, this whole comp is built for Watt.
Oh, what jump there by Poloyski. First blood will fall to the hands of GEEK FAM. Watt even pops a Purify. That's already a huge loss by Dewa on the outside. Actually, Dewa United finds a trade, but Grian now, he needs to be careful here. Still has a flicker, but it's a quick 1-for-1. Different story from game 2.
What just evaporated? With the damage of GEEK FAM, thankfully though, they got themselves a trade. What again under pressure? He's gonna be fine.
That's why, right? The Hellcurt first pick. They knew that Natan was gonna come through for Dewa, and they GEEK FAM knew that Natan won't have a good early game, not up against this composition at least. So yeah, Watt's going to take a while to get online. That's for sure. How do GEEK FAM actually win on a neutral objective? The Pardrian
with the flicker as well. The concussive blast gives on damage. That gives the green light towards top side. They will commit on towards Dixon though. Dixon, final slash, still holding on.
Dixon!
Vengeance will not save his life. Netherrealm a little bit too late now. 3v2. 3v3 rather. But Gary still holds on. Now Gary soaks in damage. Petrified as well. Luke secures the kill. The heavy spin wasn't able to help his life, and now GEEK FAM collapse and they find another.
Two opposite sides of the coin. Dewa, they want to scale, but GEEK FAM, they want to brawl it out. They want to keep on fighting. And Poloyski is already here just trying to disrupt Dixon. Final slash.
Whoa. And that's going to be enough. Solo kill. Dixon already on the bottom side of the map is actually blazing duet. That will be invested. But Watt is still A-OK there. Actually, perhaps that blazing duet was a little bit too premature.
Deja vu from game number 1. Fights all over the board. But so far, it's GEEK FAM on the driver's seat.
Yeah, for sure. I think, again, for Dewa, they need to actually avoid these fights. Remember, their composition is meant to weather the storm. Sure, if you get a snowball in the early game over the dive comp, that's really, really good for you. But the fact that, you know, they forced that fight, overextended, already lost Dixon, and still decided to go and purely just fight was a bit interesting. Still, luckily for them, they got the turtle, right? That's a W for them. But now,
Barrier Fine invested. Entropy is there. Gary looking for an opening perhaps, but Watt has to recall, so not enough power there. It's Dewa United. Dodge the bullet, but they shown as welcome as a defensive maneuver now. Shield Unity has crashed on towards him. Poloyski finds keys, pop the Netherrealm now. They might commit this as resources are low for Dewa United, but Gary caught there. But Watt is trying to deal damage. Netherrealm now triggered. Luke, good catch there. Poloyski secures the kill. Luke joins in with a black dragon form, and that is enough to take down Dewa United's formation.
Brother man, you do not want to fight, brother man. Dewa United, Mr. President has died twice. This is a disaster for Dewa. This is masterful for GEEK FAM. This is amazing for GEEK FAM. Man, it's always a treat to see Poloyski on a hero like this. Oh, careful, Case. But also Luke on a playmaking hero like the Yu Song. Man just knows when to participate in these team fights. And like we said in game number 1, it ain't a Poloy game unless he dies twice in the first 4 minutes.
Poloyski again with a jump. Dark Knight falls. Will try to help his life. No. Dixon assassinated. Poloyski there now, focusing on towards the turtle. Gary secures the turtle, but at what cost? Gary falls early, and Luke will secure that kill. Now Dixon now with low resources actually manages to find the silence all towards 3 members. Dixon going ham, going crazy. He finds the shutdown.
Dixon on point, just holding on to himself, giving it there. A fight down bottom. It's all gonna be fine. Case under pressure.
It's all fights.
Constant fights.
7-5.
Wow, unstoppable. Yeah, Poloyski a bit more than he could chew, but then again, Dewa, I feel like they're just giving themselves into GEEK FAM in these fights, in which I think they shouldn't. I mean, Watt is 0-2 already, and this bottom side turret, it's under pressure, gonna be taken by GEEK FAM.
Yeah, it's bad in that way, because for sure, the fact that they got neutral objectives is great, Dewa United. the thing is, Watt is getting shut down. They're spending all their resources towards the top side of the map, and I think for GEEK FAM, they're actually happy with that trade. As long as the Natan doesn't get ahead or doesn't even get items or gold, because if we look behind, I mean, I'm looking behind right now. It's 1,700 gold lead for the Claude. We have a player heads-ahead right here for both. Chidera has the Purify though, so I don't think Drian will actually commit onto that. Watt's already low. Assassin Baloy!
Oh, Dark Knight falls. The bluff.
Baloyski!
But will it be enough to terrify Baloyski? The big brain Baloy. Now Drian looking for a trade, but Baloyski still with the jukes. He's there.
Baloyski!
He's just too clean with it, man. And now Ray with the Puissance as well, trying to provide cover as Dewa United failed to find the trade.
This man is so entertaining to watch when he's given these type of heroes to play. He's so valuable. Case!
He's A-okay now.
He's okay.
Flashbacks to the Onyx PH Baloyski at M3 when he was able to juke, I think, 3 or 4 members of RRQ. And now, chop down.
Not able to juke this one down. As Dewa United actually caught Baloy off guard. But take a look at the map here. GEEK FAM still finds another thing on the board. Neutral objective take here. No perfect turtles. No perfect turtle for Dewa United.
And Baloyski, just to remind everybody that if you're watching Baloyski, he had to die another time, right? It's never a Baloyski game when he doesn't have unnecessary deaths on the board, right?
True. Oh my god, Baloyski. Such a treat to watch this player. I mean, again, BBB, Big Brain Baloy. He's always pouncing, especially with the Hellcard. It just enables his aggressiveness. And this was actually Dewa's KTV in the early aggression, but it's all showcased by GEEK FAM. Just constantly giving out the pressure so early, the aggression that just slows down and dwindles down Dewa United's chances to scale to the late game. Now Ray looking for something towards Dewa United's jungle, but the cover is there. Dixon with the final slash.
Connects on towards one, not enough firepower to really pose a threat though. Now it's actually Dixon who is a little bit off. He's there to support. Yeah, no team will engage more top lane.
Wow, with the Starlium Scythe now. Still though, oh my god. He's almost 2,000 gold behind of Chidera. So yeah, Chidera's doing a good job. Already 3-item power spike. Oh, Mr. President, he's so far behind now. GEEK FAM, if they dive once, and if they are able to bait out that heavy spin like they did earlier, right? The fact that just Dark Knight Falls was able to bait it out, it's gonna be real scary for Dewa.
It's done with the Shield Unity keys now. Quite low. Oh my lord. No Purify. Purify was used as well. But you still fall.
He had the Nether Realm that could be used to prolong his life, but maybe he chose not to use it because
he's got to save it for Christmas.
Scrimmage, yeah. He's gonna save it for next year.
Not now. Not now. Not the time. All right. He'll have another IMU, so he'll steal the Nether Realm again. Dixon.
Another engage. Final slash already used. Flicker as well, and perhaps that will be enough resources to help GEEK to really commit on towards the score now. Chidera against Gary. BMI out of the way. Dewa now keys. Oh, good jump. Oh, take a look at the Black Dragon form just to zone the players. Dark Knight Falls is a bluff one. It's a good bluff here. Dewa United will back away.
Take a look at Chidera's damage. That's just so surmountable. That's a lot of damage already for Chidera. I mean, 3-item power spike, and now they have the Lord marching for them. Dewa, they either have to hold on much more longer, but I think when the time comes, GEEK is just way too overpowering them for the fight to happen.
Brother, Chidera is 2,000 gold ahead of the Natan. Once he dives, I don't even think Dewa can handle the Battle Mirage into the Blazing Duet. As long as they don't have Netherrealm, right? If Chidera goes in after the Netherrealm has been popped, everyone's gonna melt. Not just, oh, careful Chidera. Not just Watts, but even the frontliners, dude. This guy is so ahead. He's also a level ahead, and now he just gets a free turret as well with the Lord.
A lot of pressure from GEEK FAM. Trying to invade this tier 1 turret as well. It's not destroyed yet, but they're looking to work on it. As 3 lanes are all pushing, bar the mid lane, and now the Lord is going to crash towards the bottom side turret. So macro-wise, map control, all in the hands of GEEK FAM. they are looking to end this game with a 7.1k gold lead. It is just going to snowball for them. And Dewa, yeah, they're looking for that late game scenario where they will bank on Watt as he gets his hands on the Divine Glaive already.
It's all about the freeze now for GEEK FAM. They're just shoving in the Lord buffed minions now as much as they can, and then they will go back to freezing. Now for Dewa, win condition, what? That's the win condition here. Still, Mr. President. He goes for Divine Glaive. He kind of has to. So that Holy Crystal power spike is going to be very, very late. I think he'll probably get it around the 14-minute mark, which is... Oh, he's not even going for it. He has to go with the nature. So, yeah, the power spike for the Holy Crystal, I think it might... If they can survive 18 minutes around that time, because... Yeah, technically he does need that Wind of Nature. There's so much physical damage threat that'll be going onto him. Oh, that's just rough for Watts, man. He's, again, what, 2,000 gold behind? Almost everyone is 2,000 gold behind, except for, you know, the jungle and the XP. But even the fact that Yu Zhong is a level ahead.
But the question now becomes, will they be able to hold on for that long? Because 18 minutes is just way too far.
Exactly.
And by that time, maybe GEEK FAM, they're all tanked up, they're all snowballing, they have their like 5 item slots. So the question would become, will that be too late for Dewa United? Because Watt has just been the subject of like hunt by Beloyski so far, and they're looking for something. Gary collapsed upon.
Yeah, the T-Rex is so small. Daytona's welcome NetherRealm to perhaps buy more time, but Gary will fall. That is very unfortunate here. Dewa United lose a member while the Lord is up.
And it's Gary.
And it's Gary.
Still a young Dino as well. Not much that he could use, not much that he could say. And this Lord will for sure go to the hands of GEEK FAM. Is this an inevitable loss for Dewa? Is there still a time frame where maybe they could just turn everything around?
Full items on Mr. President. That's the item power spike that you're waiting for if you want to see Dewa win. Because really, it's all about him. The damage output definitely not enough for anyone else. Dixon, he's going full utility because even though he has 4 kills, he has to go for a little bit more of a tanky build because he's going to get shredded. Even if he goes for damage, I don't think he'll be able to wipe GEEK FAM out. Jadar is already on the way to his last item, by the way. Melfic Roar is all he needs. He already has the full Rose Gold Meteor. And even the frontliners for GEEK FAM, they already have Oracle, Radiant Armor, Athena. It's about time that we see a dive.
Very good minion management. Mid falls, bottom basically 1 HP. Dewa United though, they are still going to take care and able to defend this one. But will they be able to defend the next wave?
They hold on because the wave bottom side not able to crash a turret. It's the 1 HP. Oh, Beloyski!
He's now NetherRealm popped early. That's info. Black Dragon form committed. Now with the Dragon form here, Luke. Seems like will not force anything out as 3 base turrets already taken out. GEEK FAM, they're satisfied.
Beloyski in and of itself is just way too much of a threat for Dewa. I can take a look at how he just obliterated K's health bar. They have to watch out for that pick-off potential in the hands of Beloyski.
It's all chill again for GEEK FAM as they try to freeze up these waves. Luckily for Dewa though, these are super minions, so it will come crashing down to Dewa. And luckily actually for Dewa, that Lord fight, there's a give and take. Obviously they lose 3 base turrets, which is crazy value for GEEK FAM, but Watt was able to farm all 3 waves. Which are constantly pushing again, so he'll be able to farm even more, and he's on the way to the Holy Crystal. It is expensive. It's still some way to go. I think he'll still be able to, if they will give him this gold, all of the gold, he might be able to get it at the 16-minute mark.
Now, question though, if this goes on to the 20th minute mark, who do you have your money on?
Well, I think for GEEK, it definitely still, it's them. You know, they have 3 base turrets. Obviously, it's still a massive advantage. All they need to do is bait Dewa out of their base and then fight. Dewa will never, technically, go out of their base because that's where they're the strongest with a full late game Natan and a PL composition. But there you go.
Oh my goodness!
They did it.
The killer instincts again. Dark Knight falls with the engage. Now Dixon isolated front side of the map, flickers out. But take a look at this. GEEK. They will show that they are merciless. 3 members now left standing. Lord is up. Will they push or will they go to the Lord? Luke now looking for an angle. A boy as well. Good pull by Dewa to distract the minions out of the main base. Dewa United, I think they have distracted GEEK FAM long enough. Now heavy spin committed. Now let's take a look at Wall here doing the clearing. Oh, blazing duet with the wind of nature, but it is not enough. GEEK FAM, they're non-believers. They will take the series 2-1.
The gods crumble, slowly inching towards mortality, bleeding multiple times. And their next game, that could be their final blood. Slowly, gods no more. GEEK FAM, they clear this 2-1.
One more win and they will be able to secure playoffs. GEEK FAM with a solid win, 2-1 this time against Dewa. And man, you really start to question, why did they step out?
You were talking about how the way where GEEK FAM would win is to try to lure out the players of Dewa United. They just bring them out, try to, you know, just lure them out of their bases. And Dewa United were poised. There was not a single, you know, movement from GEEK FAM where it really signaled something like an urgency for Dewa United to go out, but they did. And Case just got caught in the middle of nowhere. The Loyalty with the kill pressure was so high. And with that one kill, it was just domino for Dewa United. Everything that just came crashing down. Again, continuing the losing trend. They're slowly just, you know, letting go of that playoff contention spot for them.
Convincing game 1, shaky game number 2. But they were able to put the nail in the coffin in game 3 again with the Hellcurt pick from Beloy. Will this be the ace card for GEEK FAM, or will teams be able to figure out a solution against Beloy's Hellcurt?
We shall see. We shall see if that first pick prio can be utilized as well by other teams.
But of course, we will hear from the winners, GEEK FAM, with an interview upstage with Bude, Clara, Bongsar. We want to hear about this Hellcurt pick and their chances towards playoffs later on. But of course, Bude, Clara, Bongsar, upstage with the players of GEEK FAM.
GEEK FAM, mereka mendapatkan kemenangan dengan 2-1. Dan tentu saja spesial karena mereka masih berjuang untuk babak playoff dan persentage mereka semakin meninggi. Membuka minggu yang ke-8 ini, ngedapetin kemenangan 2-1, bagaimana ini? Gimana nih? Gimana?
Oke.
Hoki kah? Tapi ngelawan Dewa. Ini mungkin dijawab juga ya, kalian berhasil ngedapetin kemenangan juga dengan 2-1. Leg kedua ini seperti apakah? Apakah ada sebuah perubahan?
Ada perubahannya di kita tapi.
Oh, apa tuh?
Itu, Hellcurt.
Hellcurt di pick, di ban, di pick. Pas di pick ngebawa kemenangan ya?
Hoki, karena ada Claude.
Ada Claudera. Ini nggak salah Dewa ngelepasin Cloud untukmu.
Tapi Bude, tadi jauhnya beda. Katanya emang Claude-nya emang power.
Power. Ya. Bude juga bingung. Kalian bingung nggak sih?
Iya.
Cloud-nya dilepas tuh.
Dia ikut tren hoki-hoki.
Oh, hoki. Ya. Kalau Cloud-nya dilepas, menurutmu kenapa tuh Cloud-nya dilepas?
Karena ada Nathan kali.
Oh, enggak, bukan karena hoki dilepas. Lupa ngeband.
Hoki juga sih.
Hoki juga. Tapi menarik karena di leg kedua kali ini ada Ray melawan Dewa United. Berarti kali pertama dong ya kamu ngelawan Dewa di panggung MPL secara langsung.
Iya.
Bagaimana? Tadi Bude ngeliat di depan sini udah ditoel-toel aja tuh. Gimana Ray rasanya melawan Dewa di panggung?
Seneng ngalahin Watt.
Seneng melawan Watt.
Ya.
Kenapa awatnya malah nih?
Soalnya udah lama sama Watt setim.
Udah lama sama Awat setim. Dan untuk hasil seperti ini bagaimana untuk Ray sendiri?
Seneng sih, tapi jangan cepet puas dulu kan belum secure playoff soalnya.
Belum ada yang aman. Namun melihat Dewa yang sedang terpuruk seperti ini, ada nggak sih yang mungkin Ray ingin sampaikan atau mungkin kasih bisik-bisik sesuatu kah?
Semangat aja kayak menangin semua match sisa terakhir matchnya.
Menangin sisa matchnya, pokoknya harus terus semangat ya Ray ya?
Iya benar.
Benar. Dan ini juga menarik, tadi tuh Bude ngelihat siapa yang bawa pelangnya ya? Ada yang bawa pelangnya Aboy sama Sohi. Itu ide siapa itu? Ada apa dengan Aboy dan Sohi? Kenapa Mbak Sohi dibawa-bawa nih?
Tahu orang baru lihat juga tadi.
Apakah penyemangatmu adalah Sohi?
Ya benar.
Iya benar. Melihat semangatnya dari Aboy, karena Aboy itu banyak banget yang bilang underrated mid laner. Dia tuh diam-diam. Kamu emang sengaja jadi mid laner yang diam-diam aja biar nggak masuk radar orang atau gimana Aboy?
Nggak apa-apa, biar nggak di respect aja.
Loh, biarin aja? Kenapa?
Biar enak aja mainnya.
Boy, ini sebenarnya orang-orang udah pada tahu kamu tuh jago. Tapi kenapa ya Boy ya? Kamu diem-diem wae Boy?
Nggak tahu sih.
Aduh, tapi yang lebih nggak tahu mungkin di sini Hellcurt yang kalian pick. Ini baru boleh dipakai, kalian langsung berani membawa Hellcurt.
Gak tahu Bude itu salah pick. Sebenarnya mau pick Nata, malah pick nih Hellcurt.
Sama-sama bisa ngilang ya?
Iya.
Ngilang dalam kebelapan.
Iya,
tapi
salah.
begitu revamp, memang ini udah berencana Baloy aja yang pakai atau bagaimana?
Gak tahu Bude, cuman kalau di scrim cuman satu yang pakai Hellcurt juga.
Dan
Mungkin
gimana? Nanti ya dicoba lainnya, mungkin Luke bisa pakai. Tapi gimana Baloy? Hellcurt, kamu yang membawa Hellcurt dan dua-duanya ngedapetin kemenangan. Apakah Hellcurt adalah kunci? Hellcurt is the key now? Akan
Ya.
jadi mahal banget kah?
Terima kasih Munton ya udah direvamp Hellcurt.
Itu ya, satu kata Hellcurt. Dan memang ini bisa menjadi hero signature-mu kan karena mirip Natalie gitu ya?
Iya. Semoga Bude.
Semoga lancar jaya untuk GEEK FAM hari ini. Namun nextnya juga menarik, perjalanan kalian masih cukup panjang. Masih ada 3 sisa match kalian. Nextnya akan melawan tim RRQ. RRQ, boleh nggak sih kita predik nih? Kira-kira kalian akan melawan RRQ dengan siapa? Predik line up untuk RRQ.
Yang Arab itu ya?
Iya.
Persik sama Vin sih. Yang main.
Persik dan Vin?
Itu predik aku ya?
Iya, lalu?
Ya sisanya sama.
Sisanya? Kelar?
Xpia, Don mungkin.
Don? Midnya?
Lemon.
Ya. Itu untuk lawan kalian. Apakah itu akan dipakai juga untuk besok sebelum melawan kalian? Mereka akan melawan EVOS di Derby Classic. Apakah line up ini juga yang menurutmu akan turun?
Harusnya sih iya sih, menurut aku ya.
Kenapa? Kenapa line up baru ini nih?
Gak tahu.
Apakah kamu
Vin versi OP mungkin.
Dan kalau boleh predik nih ya. Bukan match kalian, bukan. Pasti pengen menang dong. Kalau match kalian pasti kalian bilang pengen menang kalian. Tapi untuk esok, ini akan juga menentukan posisi dari klasemen sementara. Derby Classic, ayo. Ada yang bisa predik gak nih?
Aboy sih mau jawab.
Aboy predik dong buat Derby Classic. EVOS RQ. Siapa yo?
Dua-duanya bisa menang nggak dua-duanya?
Nggak bisa, ini best of 3 ya, bukan best of 4. Dua-dua bisa. Nggak bisa.
Kalau menurut data kayaknya EVOS.
EVOS dengan skor?
2-1.
2-1. Ada yang punya jawaban berbeda nggak nih? Sama semua atau beda?
Sama aja, tapi yang penting semoga itu can make us good, have more good position in playoffs.
Oh, siapapun yang menang dua-duanya bisa, tapi dia jawab Evo. Tapi yang penting bisa posisi GEEK FAM lebih nyaman. Posisi GEEK FAM sekarang lagi ditonton sama Doyok. Apakah ada Doyok effect di sini?
Ya benar-benar Doyok efek.
Apa membuat apa nih Doyok kesini?
Jadi
Mafia Bude.
Serem.
Auto win kalau ada Doyok.
Auto win Doyok datang terus ya. Tapi inilah dia performa kemenangan dari tim GEEK FAM. Kita beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk tim GEEK FAM. Caster, GEEK FAM begitu mengerikan. Silahkan.
The Geeks once again proving that gods are sometimes also mortals. As Dewa United, they slip off once again. Their chances towards playoff continue to go more and more slim. But GEEK FAM, for themselves, success and winning trend is the key to them acquiring that playoff spot sooner or later, because I feel like now they're climbing up to the standings. We'll have to check and see later on the standings update, but so far I feel like GEEK FAM, this win is important for them.
Oh yeah, I mean every win is important for them right now because they need 2 more wins. With that win, now just 1 more win to secure playoffs. If they do get their next win, then yeah, it's all cheers for them. But for now, they cannot celebrate, not just yet. It's still a long road, but here we do have a few roars, it seems, or a few claws by Mr. Baloy and Ray. But the player of the match has to be Baloyski, dude. 6-5-3. It's not a Baloyski game without a few unnecessary deaths. It's okay, okay? It's okay. That's Baloy for you. But look at the itemization. Look at the way he played in the game. Baloy is one of those players that will never get any awards if you just look at his KDA. He's not a paper dude. You don't judge his playstyle based on paper. You have to see what he does in the game. Because the space he creates when he dies unnecessarily, when he quote-unquote ints, those are actually not ints. Technically you get good trades all the time. You get so much space, and the enemy team just gets baited time and time again. And he's a roamer. He can do that. As long as he doesn't have a shutdown. Right? Gets the health. If he has a shutdown, then that's a lot of gold given to the other dude. Dixon was making big plays though in the early game. Unfortunately, in these team fights, this is a good team fight by GEEK, but Ray still, this series, has yet to win a single 50-50 Reggie battle against Gary. And that's going to be kind of tough up against, other junglers. Here as well, across the board, GEEK FAM were always just able to force Dewa into fights. And this was just weird by WAP, right? Because, brother man, did you expect to wipe them with a Feather of Heaven, brother? That was weird. That was just really, really weird. I feel like, there was a wave in bottom lane, he should have just ignored. But that's just the type of player Watch is. He's a very active player, and that's why when you give him a hero like Natan, he can perform if his team snowballs or if he farms, but he rarely wants to just farm in the lane. He wants to participate in these team fights, and that's not a good thing to have as a Natan. Mr. President can't die 3 times in the first 12 minutes of the game, man. He was zoned and just taken out 90% of the time and cased as well. And this is the moment where it was just weird, because Watt was literally a few moments away from getting Holy Crystal. And they walk out of their base without the Lord up. That was the whole game plan for GEEK FAM. They wanted to bait Dewa out of this base. And Dewa were like, sure, we'll just do it for free. Brother, here's us on a silver plate. Look, he got a Holy Crystal in the 16 minutes. That would have been perfect for the defense. That was a weird, step out of the base. I don't even think GEEK FAM really baited them. GEEK FAM were like, wait, they're stepping out of the base? Let's engage. And then they got Ks, and then they just won the game. That's it. That's the moral of the story. Don't step out of the base. And also, don't lose that hard in the early game on a Natan. Farm, bro. Just farm.
It was all too late for them. That Holy Crystal was acquired by Watt, but everything came raining down for them. It was just a collapse towards the Crystal. And this Hellcurt pick just proved to be so worth it when you are faced with so much snowballing potential in the hands of Dewa United. You have the Natan, you had the Valentina, and they all died being bursted down by Baloyski with the Hellcurt.
It was so unfortunate. That's how you would word it, right? If you want to sugarcoat it. But also, they kind of just They kind of just gave it over.
Yeah.
Helkert, oh, we need to be alone every time? Kaze and Natan especially? All right, I got you.
Yeah, and the Natan did not have the privilege to farm freely.
No.
Like how you would expect for the Natan to be. And this is why what sometimes is such an anomaly with the Natan.
Yeah.
I mean, with the Roger, it fits him perfectly because he wants to constantly fight and pounce. When you have that Roger to just survive the lane and you can always, you know, morph into something else. The two modes that it has. But with the Natan, you have to play more safe. You can't be so much as proactive as you are. Maybe in the cases where your teammate does snowballs, you can, but in this scenario, it just does not it just does not perfectly suit you because you have to sit back and wait. And that is where Beloy's Geek just comes into play.
Again, very hard. And again, fun fact, this series actually, the team that has the blue side has that 100% that win. So maybe a shift here, right? The first pick is the Prio, the one that actually dictates the draft, actually gets the advantage. But yeah, no wins for the red side here in the series.
Yeah, another fun fact, in the season actually, blue side has the positive win rate overall compared to last season where red was dominant.
Is it a huge gap?
Not the biggest.
Not the
biggest. Now we will take a look at the golden moment presented by the official gold partner, UBS Gold.
Recall ya di mid guys. Emang N?
Gak mau.
Jangan
Gak mau, gak mau.
Jangan
tren dulu, sumpah.
Iya, udah gak tren gak? FYP?
Awas.
Udah. Thank you for the trend. Viral FYP please, 27 minggu. 27 minggu please. Gua flangin ya.
Santai, Rey.
Mereka gak tahu, Cok. Mau napain gak sini?
Wait.
Tunggu, gua dulu. Gua bisa dari sini kalau mau.
Ayo, gas guys.
Ayo.
Targeting.
Nih, kes.
Mati.
Lagi. Dixon. Natan nih gua.
Wait, jangan ini. Gua Dixon guys.
Mati.
Tabain guys.
Bisa ya?
Hati-hati.
Sabar, gua left tail.
Clear dulu guys, fokus clear.
Kalau gak bisa Lord aja guys. Iya. Natan nih gua tarik.
Udah ulti. Akai dulu.
Mana.
Barats. Let go.
Sini.
Ten. Turret.
Wow, that recall that they did in the mid lane, they were hoping that it would go viral for FYPs and TikToks for 7 weeks. 7 weeks. But yeah, what a victory from GEEK FAM, and you can see the energy is surging into them as they look to lock that playoff spot with one more win. Just one more win for GEEK FAM to be able to advance towards playoffs. Unluckily though for Dewa United, they're crashing and burning. It's hard.
Yeah, they certainly are, man. And one more match loss is all they need to be eliminated out of the playoff contention.
Yeah.
Super high stakes for Dewa United now. They're going to have to win all their next matches here if they want to actually secure playoffs.
It's not going to be easy. But man, what a match. GEEK FAM, they have almost a good retribution. But I think Ray needs to work on his retribution next time.
Need some vouchers.
Need some vouchers and the simplicity to buy snacks and drinks. Of course, with Indomaret. Click Indomaret, of course. Watching this show together or playing games together is even more exciting if there are snacks and drinks and beverages and everything in between. You don't need to be complicated. You don't need to complicate it because now you can shop online like in a store by Click Indomaret, which is the Indomaret shopping app. If you want to try it, there's a 15,000 rupiah discount. Of course, with the code, this is called Click the MPL. Now, come on and become a new member and get the discount. This is how maybe Ray will work on his retribution.
Go and check it out for you guys as well if you want to improve your retribution and also, you know, get some value out of that, especially in Indomart when now there is a lot of different variety of drinks that you guys can go and get with Indomart Point Coffee. It could be coffee, obviously, but if you don't want coffee, if you can't take coffee, you can obviously just go for tea, any tea. There's iced lemon tea. This is the one that I got. Which one you want? Coffee or tea?
I want both of them. All for myself. Because this is so fresh, so good. It is authentically made by authentic Indonesian coffee beans. A lot of choices you can take. Coffee, frappes, other fresh drinks like teas, like how Mirko just, you know, pointed out over here. You can find Point Coffee at the nearest Indomaret store. Interesting.
And
So
Indomaret is everywhere. So the nearest one is probably like a 5-minute walk or a 2-minute walk away. It's very easy for you guys to go and get to that store. But it's also easy to register for the Community Cup of MLBB Indonesia.
Yes, MICC Season
MICC.
2. It is
Whoa.
finally underway. The registration will be from May 1, which has been starting, to May 27. So don't forget to register with your allies and your teammates. The total prize pool include bonuses and diamonds, while the winner team of the season will advance to MDL Season
Whoa.
10 and will watch M6 final in Malaysia. Scan the QR code below and register
M6?
now. M6?
Finals?
Finals!
In Malaysia?
In Malaysia!
All you need to do is scan the QR code and register down below and then win?
And then win!
Gani, we should do it!
Log in the game and join MICC now.
Now.
Right now.
We're not gonna move on to the next segment if you don't do it. Go, do it now!
Do it now.
You haven't done? Do it now, man! I'm seeing you, Brian.
N-O-W.
John.
Andy.
All the names.
Richard.
Of course, with MICC also comes the player gathering.
Player gathering.
So if you dream of becoming a professional player, you can now, make it come true, because MLBB Indonesia Community Cup, or MICC, is back with the Road to MICC player gathering in 48 regions all across Indonesia. You can visit MLBB's official Instagram or the official IG of the MLBB community or communityhero.id to find out the nearest gathering locations in your city. Will you be joining the gathering, Gani?
For sure, for sure. Will you be joining? Faiz, Realize.
I will be, surely.
Okay.
Will you be joining, Mirko?
Depends on the date.
Wow, okay. Why?
Because I've got MPL. We've got MPL. We gotta prioritize MPL, But obviously, if we're free during those days, we're players. We will gather. We are part of the Indonesia community. Maybe we don't have any trophies, so we can't really say cup. But hey, we're part of the MLBB Indonesia community, so we'll play, and we're players. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
We're all players.
If it's a tone, as long as we get point cool as well.
We are tryhards as well, so maybe we'll join that. But of course, after this is the big match, Bigetron versus Aura. Who will win in game number 2? But before that, we will take a short break. We'll see you after this one. Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Takeover, nggak usah kaget karena kita di sini akan mengisi untuk sekitaran 25 menit atau 20 menit selama kita menanti match kedua untuk gelaran MPL Indonesia di hari ini. Nah, ngomong-ngomong soal MPL Takeover yang sekarang, temanya ini cukup menarik ya. Karena kita juga punya 2 guest star yang tentunya tadi teman-teman udah sempat sedikit ngelihat foreshadowing-nya atau sedikit kisi-kisinya ya. Ada Hyde O'Brien, mantan analis dari EVOS. Dikala EVOS Legends pada saat itu membawa prestasi terbaiknya, dan bahkan waktu itu ya mungkin teman-teman belum ada yang tahu, tapi akhirnya sekarang mungkin semua orang udah pada tahu juga ya kan. Dan ada Arashi juga nih yang mungkin nanti akan kita tanya-tanya juga opini-opini mereka tentang besok untuk derby klasik yang akan hadir, yang pertandingannya cukup seru. Dan ini dia kedua orang yang sepertinya cukup kompak ya untuk menggunakan jersey yang sama. Ada Arashi, ya tentu kita tahu sendiri lah Arashi kingdom banget, dan Hyde O'Brien yang kali ini mungkin sedang menyamar menjadi RRQ Oknum. Gimana kabarnya untuk kalian berdua?
Baik, Be.
Halo?
Lancar-lancar aja sih.
Halo?
Baik. Lancar. Alhamdulillah baik. Lu gimana, Be?
Alhamdulillah lancar sih. Gua mungkin lebih agak terkejut ya ketika kita ngomongin Hyde O'Brien, analis M1 yang kayaknya bakal biru banget darahnya gitu kan kalau mungkin kata Rek atau Maxil gitu yang udah sering digumangkan. Tapi ternyata kali ini apa nih Mas? Membawakan jersey RRQ ini ada tujuan tersendiri kah?
Oh, lah kan ini apa? Untuk mempromosikan bahwa gue RRQ banget sekarang. Itu kayaknya jersinya agak lama ya. Ini yang baru nih, yang bener yang begini harusnya nih. Kayaknya ini bukan fans yang sebenarnya nih ya. Jangan-jangan nyamar ya.
Nggak gitu.
Coba Arasi jelasin.
So kan
jelasin Arasi.
Ya.
Sebelum jelasin, sorry gue harus pakai ini dulu sih. Bahaya soalnya.
Ini gambaran medali ya yang dinanti-nantikan ya. Tapi Arasi, coba dong jelasin dulu. Ya kan lu Kingdom nih, ya kan? Kenapa Arasi? Kenapa? Apa yang membuat lu nih kayak tidak yang paling baru gitu jersey? Apa lu nggak kebagian atau gimana gitu?
Belum kebagian aja sih. Dari kemarin lagi nunggu, lagi nyari, belum sempet aja gitu. Sampai lagi ngecek masih out of stock gitu kan. Ya bagus lah buat RRQ, berarti kan lagi laku nih merch-nya. Ya bagus tuh.
Lagi laku, itu dia yang tidak dinantikan.
Betul. Banyak yang ganti skin kayaknya. Bagus.
Waduh, ganti skin banyak sih. Ngomong-ngomong skin nih ya. Kita kan kayaknya ngomongin derby klasik tuh kayak udah dari zaman bile lah bahasa orang-orang yang mungkin nontonin MPL kan. Kita udah ngelewatin banyak banget era. Dan terutama kita ngomongin soal jungler nih. Kita udah pernah ngeliat derby klasik dengan junglernya itu One melawan Sin. Terus juga kita sempat ada di season yang ke-7 kan. Ngeliat bagaimana Versik versus Albert. Terus ada juga waktu itu kita sempat ngeliat gimana Sutsujin dan Tas melawan Albert dan Versik. Ya kan, dengan banyaknya perubahan lah dari sisi jungler. Hingga akhirnya sekarang tuh kita ada di season 13 yang dimana kita nih ngelihat jungler baru lagi nih dari EVOS Glory. Itu adalah Anavel yang nanti kemungkinan besar untuk besok akan berhadapan dengan salah satunya ada Irat dan juga Versik. Gue mau ngobrol ke Hyde O'Brien dulu nih. Mas, gimana sih kalau ngelihat jungler baru dari EVOS Glory yang gue pun sempat berstatement di meja talent gitu atau di meja caster kalau misalkan EVOS ini kayaknya adalah tim yang gak bakal pernah kehabisan jungler muda gitu. Dan melihat kayak hal-hal baru nih, kayak fresh lagi nih, jungler baru lagi nih, out of nowhere dari mana Nea ini berada, dari MDL sekarang di MPL, gimana?
Ini junglernya yang mana dulu nih? Yang mau yang fun atau yang Anavel nih? Soalnya udah lama nggak ngeliat fun, mungkin kelamaan itu kali live stream di itu, di stream di itu, EVOS TV.
Betul. Ya mungkin ke Anavel kali ya, karena kan mungkin
memang bener ya, berarti penglihatan lu berarti bagus ya. EVOS itu kan sering punya jungler muda yang tiba-tiba jadi bagus gitu kan. Berarti kan ada faktor di mana coaching staffnya mungkin bekerja dengan baik berarti. Dari zaman tadi kan lu mention versi gitu kan, di zaman itu kan dia kan bener-bener dari out of nowhere tiba-tiba bisa naik di level itu gitu kan. Terus sekarang ada siapa lagi, Tas juga bisa kan kayak gitu. Terus siapa lagi sekarang ada Anavel yang tadi dari MDL itu kayaknya dari player mana gitu, ada yang rekrut ya dari situ ya, mungkin dari filternya itu ya bisa dapat jungler muda, berarti coaching staffnya bagus tuh kerjaannya.
Coaching staff berarti seberpengaruh itu ya, gimana mungkin dari scouting tim yang di atas player yang nanti juga meraciknya juga. Kalau kita ngomongin soal coach kan ya, mungkin Versik salah satunya, mungkin Hyde O'Brien juga ambil andil ya waktu itu di season yang ke-7. Karena season yang ke-7 kan adalah season di mana Versik naik ke level MPL dan pada saat itu juga bersama dengan EVOS Legends mereka mendapatkan juara di season yang ke-7. Nah, buat Arashi nih, kita tahu sendiri lah, Versik itu kan di season 12 sempat bermain, dapetin mungkin banyak banget objektif juga, bahkan termasuk ke top 5 juga untuk Turtle dan juga Lord. Kalau ngomongin season sekarang nih, Irat yang mungkin waktu awal-awal ini benar-benar hype-nya luar biasa, tapi ternyata kalau kita ngomongin hasil sekarang berada di placement yang ke-7 Arashi. Gimana lu ngelihat untuk jungler yang ada di season 13 kali ini buat RRQ sendiri?
Jungler ya, kayaknya Iratnya sebenarnya kayak performanya juga mau dibilang jelek banget juga enggak, tapi kayaknya emang faktornya nggak cuma di jungler doang loh. Kayaknya bukan karena beneran Iratnya lagi underperform makanya RRQ itu turunnya jauh banget kan. Kayaknya emang ada beberapa faktor. Irat salah satunya. Tapi menurut gua sih kan kita juga dari kemarin udah ngomongin terus, sebenarnya kan dia kayaknya masih banyak potensi, masih banyak hero yang belum dieksplorasi lebih ya. Jadi menurut gua sih kalau masih mau diadu gitu, masih menggunakan irat gitu, masih bisa lah ya. Tapi pasti melihat performa sejauh ini banyak orang merasa kenapa enggak gitu, mungkin bisa dicoba diganti. Dan menurut gua mau masih pakai irat, mau coba ditukar-tukar dikit, ada risikonya sendiri loh. Apalagi sekarang kan udah di minggu terakhir nih buat MPL. Kayaknya emang gua sebagai analis sih mikirnya mendingan yang udah ada data, yang udah tercoba, udah pernah kelihatan gitu, dibagusin lagi. Karena menurut gue di match minggu lalu, biarpun Arak itu kalah 2 kali, menurut gue cukup, ada beberapa momen yang kelihatan loh potensinya. Dan tambah lagi emang melawan 2 tim yang lagi kuat-kuatnya begitu, menurut gue kalau langsung dicap kayak, wah Arak lagi turun banget, line up ini, strategi ini nggak bisa, menurut gue kurang adil sih.
Oh, kurang adil ya. Tapi kalau misalkan gua nanyanya tadi kan ya mungkin Hyde O'Brien ya udah Anavel aja, Arashi Irat aja. Coba sekarang gua balik gitu loh. Gimana keadaannya kalau Hyde O'Brien melihat apa nih pembedanya nih dari Irat dan juga Versik hingga akhirnya di minggu ini aja tuh kayaknya kita masih belum tahu nih line up utamanya siapa gitu kan. Kebetulan kan Versik mungkin Hyde O'Brien kenal banget. Nah, kalau misalkan dari sudut pandang Hyde O'Brien melihat jungler-jungler dari RRQ apalagi di season 13 gimana nih?
Menurut gua untuk dia bisa tiba-tiba nurunin Versik berarti kan adanya mungkin mereka tuh sadar bahwa kayaknya dari segi jungler butuh backup kan. Mungkin gambarannya kayak gitu ya. Ya kalau dilihat-lihat dari performa Versik di zaman gua dulu pas season 7 sama season 8. Season 7 sih udah no doubt sih, udah nggak ada di level itu tuh Versik udah prime-nya Versik lah ibaratnya kan. Terus sekarang kita lengkap jauh ke season 13. Habis itu dia baru datang lagi. Gua rasa sih untuk datangnya Versik ya dibilang merubah juga belum tentu sih, karena kan kita belum pernah lihat datanya di season ini kan. Apalagi dia anggapannya udah lama nggak ada di panggung MPL kan. Kalau ngomongin mental, gue rasa sih Versik udah ada sih mentalnya. Cuma kalau dari performa, ya RRQ agak buntu mungkin. Dia harusnya ya udah naikin Versik aja kali buat jaga-jaga suatu saat Versik bisa main. Kalau misalnya Irat kebanyakan makan martabak kan mungkin jadi performanya agak turun tuh, kan? Bahaya nih. Nah jadi karena itu ya mungkin ada butuh plan baru. Kita nanti main sama Versik bisa main pakai ini mungkin gitu, ada pembeda kali dari Versik dan Irat. Jadi gitu mungkin ada strategi yang lain, nggak cuma Skylar lagi yang jadi ujung tombak kan. Jadi mungkin ada sesuatu hal yang bisa dicari dari situ. Nah makanya butuh datanya, kapan sih nih Versik main. Gua harap sih Versik main sih besok.
Versik main besok itu akan menjadi hal yang menarik. Tapi kalau ngomongin atau menyimpulkan dari yang Mas Ade bilang ya, atau Hyde O'Brien bilang, kalau misalkan boleh gue simpulin lebih tepatnya, berarti kayak mungkin pemain-pemain Filipina yang ada di RRQ ini kayak butuh motivasi tambahan gak sih? Let's say, kita lihat kemarin Vin naik, dan ternyata Vin dari Bigetron itu sempat beberapa kali main, terus tiba-tiba ternyata Brusco yang sempat ada di bangku cadangan dapetin 2 kemenangan di minggu yang ke-6 kalau tidak salah. Dan itu menurutku mungkin salah satu faktor Versik kenapa dihadirkan gitu loh untuk di kubu RRQ, karena memang ya mungkin butuh motivasi tambahan tersebut biar ada saingan juga nih, karena kan saingan internal kan kadang yang lebih menarik gitu loh untuk untuk disaksikan. Kira-kira siapa nih yang jadi line up utama? Nah, itu tadi jawaban dari Hyde O'Brien untuk RRQ. Kalau Arashi nih ngelihat Anavel, jungler muda lagi dan lagi, EVOS selalu menemukan jungler muda. Kira-kira apa sih Arashi yang mungkin bisa lu lihat dari Anavel ini, yang mungkin bisa lu punya opini sendiri tentang Anavel, atau mungkin dengan jungler EVOS yang selalu ada aja gitu loh untuk dari season ke season atau bahkan era ke era?
Menurut gua Anavel ya, dia tuh mainnya bagus. Kayaknya keunggulan yang gede sekarang sih juga hero poolnya luas banget ya. Bahkan ada hero-hero yang kayak Alpha gitu bisa maksa tim tuh buat respect ban loh. Padahal kan Alpha ya sebenarnya nggak masuk meta, dan selain dia juga belum ada yang gunain juga loh. Dan ditambah lagi emang dia kayaknya kalau lagi agresif, kalau harus pasif, harus farming dulu, harus tahan dikit, dia juga ngerti lah, ada disiplinnya juga. Jadi menurut gua kebetulan dia ada di situ juga, sama EVOS juga sebagai satu tim juga ya. Kayaknya lagi kompak banget, kayaknya udah ada visi sendiri gamenya mau gimana. Menurut gua tuh fleksibilitas dia itulah, sama kayak konsistensi dia, itu yang bikin dia lebih ekstra.
Oke. Tapi tahan dulu nih buat Mas Ade dan juga Arashi, gue bakal nunjukin satu poster dulu ya kan, yang tadi mungkin Bapak produser udah siapin nih. Bapak produser, apa nih posternya? Derby Classic, siapa line up terbaik sang raja? Oke, Arashi, karena lu Kingdom, gue mau lu predik siapa kira-kira 5 pemain yang bakal hadir untuk di Derby Classic besok.
kalau langsung prediksi bakal hadir ya, menurut gua sih pilihan lebih aman masih pakai yang udah kelihatan ya. Nah, kecuali kalau mereka lagi scrim, lagi coba-coba, ternyata versinya itu bedanya jauh banget ya. Menurut gua agak terlalu resiko tetap aja buat kayak mendadak di minggu-minggu terakhir ini diganti lagi loh. Yang udah sinerginya udah agak terbentuk, biarpun ya di 1 minggu itu performanya kurang bagus. Jadi menurut gua masih bakal pakai yang sama sih.
Oke, line up yang sama berarti dengan Irat Don, Skylar, lalu ada Brusco dan juga Clay. Kayak gitu ya kira-kira buat mungkin Arashi.
Iya betul.
Oke, Mas Ade gimana kalau Mas Ade ngelihatnya nih? Derby klasik buat RRQ. Mereka kan punya 2 lapisan kan, masing-masing role-nya sama. Boleh dong Mas Ade kasih sedikit. Kira-kira siapa nih yang besok bakal bermain di derby klasik? Prediksi aja.
Gue berpikir kayaknya sulit buat diganti sih. Mungkin Clay diganti Okta kali ya. Maksud saya mungkin diganti Lemon kali ya.
Oh iya Lemon.
Diganti Lemon mungkin Clay. Mungkin Lemon bagus nih, cocok nih main sama Ferris. Cuma kalau untuk digantikan kayaknya agak sulit ya, karena sesuai data mungkin ini adalah, kan ini udah week terakhir kan. Harusnya ini udah line up terkuatnya RRQ. Agak pas secara logika begitu kan. Apalagi kalau misalnya Skylar diganti Bunny juga, wah kayaknya terlalu resiko banget. Jadi mendingan menurut gue tetap stay sama line up ini. Mungkin ini diganti dari segi yaitu dua midnya, misal kayak Lemonnya masuk sama Versik masuk. Finnya mungkin Fin sama Brusco sih menurut saya sih sama aja sih. Cuma lebih ke arah klopnya, biasanya Godline-nya mau roamernya sama siapa. Ya mungkin gitu kan. Mungkin dia lebih terbiasa main sama Brusco dari lama, Fin baru masuk jadi udah klop sama Brusco. Ya mungkin Skylarnya lebih pede mainnya sama Brusco, lebih cocok gitu gameplaynya. Tapi menurut saya mungkin kalau misalnya Lemon mau main, junglernya juga harus ganti sih, ganti Versik juga mungkin lebih bagus. Jadi kalau line up nanti prediksi gua masih sama, yang masih ada Don, masih ada Clay, masih ada Brusco, masih ada Skylar juga, masih ada Irat. Mungkin XP-nya bisa diganti kali jadi Banana.
Bahkan XP-nya ya. Jadi mungkin ya paketannya nggak usah nanggung-nanggung. Yang penting keep on Skylar berarti kalau dari Mas Ade ya.
Betul, Skylar. Nggak ada Skylar nggak party soalnya.
Nggak ada Skylar nggak party. What a statement. Kalau kita ngomongin soal line up ya, lagi dan lagi ya, semua line up ini kan bisa dibilang banyak banget lah variasinya, terutama untuk RRQ Hoshi. Dan ternyata Doyok juga memberikan sedikit opininya. Dan mungkin ya bisa dibilang mirip-mirip kali ya sama Mas Ade. Cuma mungkin kalau di sini Doyok naruhnya Irat nih Mas, bukan Versik nih. Dari Doyok sendiri mungkin melihat kalau jam terbang dan chemistry-nya juga udah nggak perlu diraguin lagi. Karena ya RRQ butuh Lemon. Ini juga statement yang lumayan bisa dibilang nggak jauh berbeda nih Mas. Kalau
sama persis sama Doyok nih.
Sama persis nih sama Doyok yang barusan tadi
sama Doyok
berada di bangku hangatnya dari GEEK FAM ya. Tapi ya kalau dilihat-lihat dari line up ini juga kan ya mungkin waktu beberapa kali pertandingan juga masih ada chance-nya ya untuk melihat bagaimana Irat dan juga Vin dengan kombonya. Tapi nggak tahu ya, gue ngerasa kalau misalkan Irat ini kayak lebih cocoknya sama Brusco aja. Dan mungkin ini berbeda juga nih sama Saint De Lucas, coach dari Aura. Full mekanik dan full experience dari individu hingga chemistry team. Dan menurut saya yang ini paling matang dan siap untuk lawan siapa saja dengan Vin yang jadi leader. Dan ternyata Lemon jadi XP. Arashi, gue malah mau nanya sama Kingdomnya dulu nih Mas Ade ya, sebentar ya. Lemon ditaruh di XP, lu lebih setuju buat mid lane atau XP nih?
Waduh. Menurut gue dari kemarin pas Lemon muncul ya di Land of Dawn di MPL, kayaknya gue masih lebih suka dia di mid sih. Karena di EXP sejauh ini ya, setiap kali ada meta, kurang lebih metanya masih mirip-mirip loh. Di EXP nggak bakal terlalu gila juga. Sedangkan di mid ya, selama ini menurut gue ada lebih banyak hero-hero tuh yang bisa lebih unik, yang mungkin bisa lebih kreatif cara mainnya. Dan tambah lagi kan di mid tuh bisa roaming ke atas, bisa ke bawah ya, ke beda-beda tempat. Jadi Lemon yang punya banyak pengalaman, yang udah lebih kreatif juga di cara main dia, kan sang alien ya, yang cara pikirnya kita nggak bisa pahami gitu. Menurut gue di mid tuh bisa menjadi faktor yang lebih berbahaya sih daripada di EXP.
Oke, Mas Ade gimana Mas Ade? Lemon mid atau Lemon XP nih? Karena kebetulan kalau Cascute nih sebagai kunci, dia taruhnya di mid nih.
Setuju sih sama Cascute, karena ibaratnya kan dia udah player lama banget kan. Bisa dibilang ini player terlama gak sih Lemon ini? Kalau dulu kan ada Rek kan. Sekarang masih ada Lemon yang masih bersaing. Ya Rek juga udah masih main kan. Cuma menurut gua kalau sebagai player lama lebih baik dia sebagai playmaker. Jadi jadi mid laner gitu. Biasanya kayak gitu sih. Dia kalau main XP kemungkinan ada hero yang bolong yang mungkin bukannya dia nggak bisa ya. Dia nggak menguasainya di level MPL. Jadi mungkin lebih cocok dia main di mid lane. Dia yang gerakin. Gue rasa experience itu yang dibutuhin sih dari seorang Goat Lemon.
Goat. Tapi kalau ngomongin pengalaman ya, kan playmaker sekarang tuh kayak udah mulai silih berganti gitu loh Mas. Oke lah, mid lane itu kayak mungkin berfungsi ketika emang mereka jalanin 3-man move, 4-man move, dia sebagai damage dealernya untuk target ke hero. Tapi kalau misalkan kita ngomongin soal XP laner, ini juga kan nggak kalah penting. Dan apakah memang dengan tadi mungkin Sende Lucas ya taruh untuk Lemon di XP lane itu adalah salah satu alasan dengan experience, pengalaman, apalagi mungkin masih belum ketemu nih gimana pengganti dari R7 juga yang mungkin masih menjadi celah juga nih dari bolongnya RRQ di bagian XP. Gimana Arashi ngelihatnya untuk XP laner RRQ sekarang nih?
XP laner ya, kayaknya di awal season tuh kelihatan banget emang di XP lane-nya tuh masih agak bingung harus ngapain. Dan masalahnya juga XP lane dari tim-tim lain nih lagi sangar-sangar nih, gila. Kayaknya lagi pada lebih agresif, lebih cari 1v1 juga. Jadi kayaknya sih menurut gua kemarin Don pas lagi katanya RRQ lagi mulai naik ya. Menurut gua udah oke lah. Maksudnya kelihatan ada pengaruh di team fight, ada pengaruh di early game juga. Jadi menurut gua Don masih bisa. Kalau Lemon agak setuju sama Om Hyde O'Brien nih, Uncle O'Brien. Kayaknya takutnya ada hero-hero aja yang agak beda, yang udah beda situasi kan. Dan tambah lagi, yang tadi gue bilang, di EXP itu kayaknya lebih soal kerapian ya. Maksudnya, hal yang harus dilakuin tuh sebenarnya cukup serupa sama yang lain gitu. Jadi nggak fleksibel di cara mainnya gitu. Cuman soal kayak kapan dan caranya loh, cara clear wave, cara rotasi yang lebih bagus. Jadi kayaknya kreativitas Lemon tuh jadi nggak ke-highlight kalau di posisi seperti itu.
Oke. Ini menarik sih.
Gue mau nambahin sih, Be. Maksudnya,
boleh.
Kan kalau seorang playmaker kan, gua rasa Lemon kalau ngomongin makro pasti udah ngerti banget kan. Jadi kalau misalnya ada orang yang lebih bagus dari segi hero pool, lebih nutupin kekurangan tim, ada yang maksudnya itu kan Lemon kan nggak perlu dia harus main. Tandanya dia bisa ngasih info ke, oh ini nanti mainnya kita bakal begini, nanti bakal begini. Jadi udah kayak ada diskusi di sebelumnya. Jadi lebih bagus dia emang beneran ya di mid lane aja karena lebih banyak apa ya? Momen krusialnya tuh ditentukan dari 2 menit awal. Nah, itu butuh orang tuh yang pilih decision-nya. Kalau zaman gue dulu, kita tuh kalau main di early game, kita tuh harus punya decision. Jadi setiap decision itu nggak salah, cuma kurang tepat aja. Lebih bagus kemana, lebih bagus kesini, lebih bagus kesini. Nah, gue rasa Lemon dari segi decision udah bagus banget sih. Makanya sekarang mungkin Clay yang main karena mungkin ada hero-hero tertentu yang lebih klop sama timnya. Dan mungkin Lemon pakai hero-hero lain kayak Novaria, mungkin Clay terkenal sama Barat, maksudnya Valentina sama Faramis ya gitu-gitu kan. Jadinya ada strategi early game-nya. Jadi yang harus kita lihat sih kayak gitu sih gambarannya. Jadi tinggal gimana dia memilih mana yang lebih bagus. Nah itu butuh pengalaman sih.
Bigger picture-nya ya. Apalagi kalau ngomongin yang kayak Mas Ade bilang, gua ya udah sering lihat juga lah kalau ngomongin soal movement salah, kayaknya nggak ada movement yang salah, cuma dibilang rugi atau enggak aja trade-nya ya kan. Karena kan dari satu movement pasti ada beberapa trade yang bisa dijalankan gitu loh. Oke. Cukup menarik nih kalau kita ngomongin opini dari kedua guest star kita. Tapi kita bakal langsung aja nih menuju ke sesi yang paling tunggu-tunggu tentunya. Sesi yang mungkin paling membuat kalian harus sedikit berpikir untuk besok. Kira-kira berapa nih skornya di best of 3 series? Apakah 2-1, 2-0? Siapa yang bakal menang? Arashi?
Balik lagi menurut gue kemarin RRQ udah nunjukin improvement yang signifikan banget sih. Jadi menurut gue sih banyak orang ngerasa kayak wah RRQ lagi kacau banget, lagi turun banget. Menurut gue kemarin lawannya emang berat sih. Jadi menurut gue besok sih pasti bisa menang. Tapi kalau kayaknya 2-1 deh. Kayaknya nggak
2-1 untuk RRQ. Oke, Arashi sudah memberikan prediksinya. Mas Ade, Hyde O'Brien 2-1, 2-0. Siapa yang menang?
Kayaknya karena gue udah pakai jersey RRQ dan bawa medali kesayangan. Menurut gue karena gue udah pakai jersey ini harusnya EVOS yang menang. Gue pengennya sih 2-0, cuma biar lebih lama 2-1 sih. 2-1 EVOS, 1 RRQ.
Ya, karena mungkin buat Arashi yang masih belum tahu ya. Jadi Mas Ade ini punya yang namanya jersey curse. Setiap kali dia restream menggunakan jersey apapun itu, tim itu pasti kalah. Itu yang paling sering terjadi masalahnya. Jadi ya makanya dia pakai jersey RRQ, mungkin tujuannya buat besok nih Arashi ngasih curse ke lu. Karena mungkin Arashi juga udah tahu lah yang namanya mirror curse kan ya, dan cukup banyak yang percaya dengan hal-hal seperti itu. Jadi ya let's see untuk besok cukup menarik nih untuk menantikan bagaimana pertandingan dari Derby Classic yang tentunya akan berpengaruh juga dengan placement dan juga nantinya hasil untuk menuju ke babak playoff. Mungkin dari Arashi atau Mas Ade, Arashi dulu mungkin ada kata-kata sebelum menutup take over kita kali ini.
Ya, untuk RRQ pasti semangat terus dan percayalah kalau dari kemarin tuh pasti improve-nya tuh nggak bohong lah effortnya gitu. Dan buat Kingdom banyak udah DM gue tuh kayak gimana nih bang, kita masa begini sih? Ya percaya aja bro, namanya lu fan pasti kalau lagi turun tuh harus sokong terus lah. Masa kita cuman dukung pas lagi menang doang sih. Jadi dukung terus tim kita dan harap-harap begituan besok bisa menang.
Mas Ade?
Oke, dari gue ya mungkin nggak ada sih yang fans yang DM gue, mungkin Mas Reno juga nggak DM gue ya. Cuma gue harap performa mereka tuh bisa naik ya ke depannya, karena gue yakin Evo sekarang udah dapet timingnya gitu kan. Ya intinya saling percaya aja sih satu sama lain. Ya intinya yang mempengaruhi dalam game tuh gue rasa setiap professional player pasti udah ready kan masalah in game. Cuma yang ganggu mungkin ada di luar kayak problem internal yang kita nggak pernah tahu. Ya gue harap semuanya selesai ya, karena ini udah week akhir dimana ini tuh penentuan lu bisa lolos playoff atau enggak. Jadi gue harap ya EVOS bisa stabil dah performanya. Dan jangan lupa juga sih membership di Setiawan Ade, I-nya pakai 1. Biar EVOS menang.
Ya, tanda 1 karena ya mungkin sekaligus mengingat ya bahwa beliau pernah menang M1 World Championship. Tapi anyway, thank you buat Arashi dan juga Edo Brian atas waktunya yang luar biasa. Dan buat teman-teman juga jangan lupa untuk menyaksikan bagaimana keseruan dari Derby Classic. Karena ya mungkin udah ada videonya juga waktu itu buat kalian yang pecinta Derby Classic yang suka nontonin EVOS dan juga RRQ yang akan bertanding. Jangan lupa juga buat tos dulu Viva Roar, dan kita bakal ketemu lagi di take over selanjutnya. Gue KB mohon pamit undur diri. Dadah.
Thank you.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Tambah mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Games andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma games max, makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로
직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, jangan.
Selamat datang kembali di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Hari ini kita sudah menyaksikan bagaimana minggu yang ke-8 dibuka dengan sangat epic dengan kemenangan GEEK FAM 2-1 atas Dewa. Namun untuk match kedua kali ini tentu saja ini akan menjadi match yang sangat berarti untuk Bigetron dan juga Aura. Keduanya sama-sama yang ingin mendapatkan kemenangan. untuk Bigetron sendiri ini adalah kunci mereka. Ini adalah kesempatan mereka untuk mendapatkan upper bracket. Satu kemenangan saja bisa membuat mereka nyaman pada saat babak playoff. Namun Aura, mereka juga berusaha keras karena tiket upper bracket dan tiket playoff masih terbuka untuk tim Aura. Tentu saja kita akan langsung ngobrol-ngobrol di MPL Arena ini. Bude Clara nggak mau sendiri. Bude Clara mau tahu bagaimana persaingan ketat dari kedua tim ini untuk match kedua. Jadi Bude akan langsung ngobrol-ngobrol bersama dengan dua kuncian. Ada Ki dan juga Yawi. Langsung berteriak semuanya ya ketika ada Ki dan juga Yawi muncul. Boleh kasih tepuk tangannya lagi? Kedua roamer yang hadir, thank you. Halo Yawi, how do you feel? This week, new hair.
Balik hitam lagi.
Iya, new spirit kah?
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja, berganti rambut, new hair. Kalau Ki bagaimana minggu ini untuk Ki sendiri?
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Alhamdulillah sehat. Nah, sebelum kita ngobrol-ngobrol lebih jauh, kita akan melihat satu poster yang sudah disiapkan. Let's go. Boom. Ini adalah tentang kesabarannya Ki. Ki dari season 5 bergabung bersama tim Bigetron membawa ke upper bracket. Lalu, satu kali lagi bisa menjadi kali kedua Bigetron mengamankan upper bracket. Ki, panjang ya? Berapa season tuh?
Udah tua juga ya ternyata ya di BTR ya.
Iya, 9 season berarti loh.
Iya benar.
Iya, bagaimana perjalananmu kayak pernah upper bracket sekali rasanya? Masih inget gak sih rasanya upper bracket?
Gak mau diinget lah soalnya di upper bracket waktu itu langsung kalah juga.
Jadi ini mau bikin history baru aja ya?
Iya, amin.
Dan ini adalah kesempatan untuk Bigetron dan juga Aura. Melihat tim Aura, you're facing the top one now. Bigetron, how do you see Bigetron as your opponent? Gimana ngelihatnya sih Bigetron untuk lawan kali ini?
Nah, mereka kuat banget sekarang, tapi semoga bisa menang.
Terlihat sangat kuat dan dia tetap berharap ya pastinya. Karena ini juga tiket playoff dan juga tiket upper bracket. There's a chance for Aura to get an upper bracket. Actually, if you guys keep winning and winning, how do you feel about that? A chance to upper bracket for Aura?
Sebenarnya sekarang tujuan kita harus masuk playoff dulu ya.
Pokoknya masuk playoff dulu ya. Upper bracket is a bonus.
Ya.
Oh, menarik. Seketat itu memang dari playoff kali ini. But sekarang lawan Ki adalah Yawi. Gimana sih kamu ngelihat Yawi bergabung di MPL Indonesia? Gimana sekarang rom untuk MPL Indonesia, persaingannya gimana sih? Apalagi dengan datangnya Yawi, Ki.
Jago sih, maksudnya kayak kelihatan lah perubahan aura sebelum kedatangan Yawi sama semenjak datangnya dia, gamenya kayak banyak berubah pesat lah.
Membawa warna baru nggak sih Yawi ini?
Jelas, tentu. Banyak hero-hero yang sebelumnya gak dipakai sama aura, cuman kepake ketika ada Yawi gitu.
Yawi. Tapi Yawi, you mentioned Ki Boy sometimes, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. But how do you see Ki? Is Ki in your radar now as a roamer?
Ya paling roamer jago sekarang. Ya.
Bohong
dia. Di MPL Indonesia?
Ya.
Number 1?
Ya.
Berarti Ki Boy sekarang udah disalip Ki nih?
Tapi Ki Boy masih kuat juga ya.
Masih kuat?
Ki jago banget juga.
So, top 2 is Ki Boy and Ki?
Sama-sama top 1 dua-duanya.
Oh wow. And how do you see about Ki gameplays?
Ya fleksibel, dia banyak hero pool juga. Terus gua semangat lawan dia sekarang.
Wow, semangat balas dendam, take a revenge.
Dan semoga menang.
Semoga menang. How confident are you? I don't feel the confident in you.
70% ya.
70%. But what is the most thing that
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The Red Robots looking to slay the Dragons with the Red Raider also on their back. Back again in MPL ID Season 13, Week 8, Day number 1. We are going to resume towards Bigetron against Aura Esports. Still with me, Realize and Mirko was Gani. Now, of course, a big match to close out the day today. But before that, I want to say thank you to our sponsors because MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official gold partner UBS Gold. Also, our partner in esports, we have Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, and Telkomsel. Also, our suppliers, Indomaret, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, and Saturdays. And also our government partner, PBSE. Thank you so much for the unwavering support towards MPL ID Season 13. Now again, the Red Robots versus the Flaming Hot Dragons, the Red Dragons, which is Aura Esports. Aura, of course, coming from a losing trend. Will they be able to flip the script and maybe secure their spot in the playoffs later on?
Very hard, very hard. 3 lose streaks already for the side of Aura. Meanwhile, after a banger first match, 2-1 for the side of GEEK, will Bigetron here secure the upper brackets?
It's a good question, Gani, because they need one more win.
Just
one more win will do them justice to go to the playoffs. And for Aura, it's also quite a scary road for them, right? There's so much stakes here in MPL Indonesia Season 13 for the teams who have not qualified for the playoffs. Definitely more pressure on Aura's side for sure right now because Aura need 2 wins to make it to playoffs. If they lose all their matches, they might actually lose out on the playoff spot. RQ might be able to take their spot. Heck, Ultra Ego still have a chance. But yeah, we spoke of this after the GEEK FAM win.
Yeah.
Look at that placement.
GEEK FAM number 3. Mirko actually stated that, after that victory against Dewa United, GEEK FAM is up top and number 3, just slightly, pinching down towards Aura Esports, who has to go down towards 4th position. Now, of course, Aura, they have to be able to tone down the losses because they just need 2 more wins to secure that playoff spot. As for GEEK FAM, 1 more will also see them march towards playoffs. But of course, Bigetron Alpha also on the same mission, but trying to get that upper bracket spot towards playoffs.
I mean, technically, nothing to lose here for the side of Bigetron Alpha, right? They secure the upper surely later on, sooner rather than later. Nothing to lose here. Meanwhile, Aura, they are the ones, you're right, Mirko, they are the ones who have more pressure, who have more something to lose, a lot to lose here. Again, looking still to change that negative trend. Perhaps in this match, they might.
Yeah, Aura is just losing their fire lately on how they were just not able to consistently get the wins. I mean, in the first few weeks, yes, they did come up with the losses, but they're able to fix it mid-season, mid-regular season. They're able to fix their mistakes and make deals with it. And they were getting that winning trend, that winning streak that they were able to craft themselves. But now, when the most important part of the season comes, it feels like they've lost that fire that would always keep themselves burning forward.
It's super unfortunate because, again, at the start of the regular season, we saw that Aura were just not there. They were struggling quite a bit with team synergy, with some hero picks as well. But then they found their formula, the formula that led them to become such monsters, actually taking number 2 as well and almost number 1. They stayed at number 1 for 10 minutes, I remember. But the 2 players of the week here, Gugun and Iman. We have to talk about them.
They're finally facing to each other, of course. Iman, the Red Raider, and Gugun, the handsome jungler of Aura Esports. Upper bracket becomes the aim, the dragon as a barrier against the robot to secure an upper bracket ticket. For Bigetron, 1 more win will see them secure the upper bracket. Meanwhile, for Aura Esports, they must win all of the matches or bet for an Onyx loss. And that is not something you want to feel. Because when you try to pin your hopes on other teams, it is something that is not going to be so reliant, and it doesn't really give off that, victorious type of feel compared to when you really work hard for that victory yourself.
And I think for the side of Bigetron Alpha, they know that too. They know that even though there's more pressure on the enemy side, there's still some pressure on them too. They're number one. A lot of people, a lot of teams are looking at them right now as a team to beat in MPL Indonesia. So still, just standing at that first place position, that's pressure that they have never felt before. This lineup at least. It's the pressure you would expect from a team like Onyx, RQ, the two teams that have been dominating in the regular season for the past 3 to 4 seasons. But now it's a new team that stands atop the rest, and we'll see how they can keep that. If they can keep that. Up against Aura, again, a team that you can never write off. Even though they're on a 3-loss streak, even though in their losses it looked like they were super vulnerable. Their weak points are super vulnerable. There was already blueprints to beat Aura. You can never write them off.
You can't, because the way they approach the games, they always have that, approach that is always different. Sometimes you bank on Gugun, one of the best junglers we have here, MPL ID, possibly one of the best rookies as well that we have so far in MPL ID Season 13. You also have Yawi, the playmaker, the way of Yawi that is always the key to victory sometimes for Aura. And you also have this up-and-coming XP that is rumored to kind of replace R7 in the XP regeneration, which is Aran. But lately, if you talk about Aura, sometimes Aran does kind of give off the defeat towards Aura, not blaming him necessarily, but sometimes he dies for nothing for the team, so he has to know his timings on when to split push and when to group up with the teammate.
I think that's a very important detail that I think Aran can repair in his coming matches, especially in this one. I think Aran needs to, just be chill, perhaps ask yourself, is this really necessary to commit? Is this not? Because, again, something small can lead up to a mistake, and a mistake might lead up to an L. And I guess that is what Aran needs to fix, his emotional stability.
Yeah, I think in his best days, he's one of the best XPs we have. His placement potential, he's one of the strongest ones, and that could be a strong point for Aura as well. But a strong point, of course, for Aura is Gugun. Now, this guy is this jungler that is known for winning the Red 3 so far, having the most neutrals or turtles, for 38 turtles, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And the way he wants to contest these objectives, he does not need to rely on Yawi or Aran to open up spaces for him. He's always there to just open up itself for himself.
That's what's crazy. A lot of people have been saying, Yawi and Aran gets him that space, but just last week, he proved the doubters wrong. Without the help of Aran and even Yawi, they were still able to get the job done. Gugun, and now it's Lord JM that's been deployed for the Red Robots.
Lord JM in place for Chorizo, Superken, Moreno, Key, and Eman still staying the same. But for Aura Esports, nothing has changed. Aran, Gugun, Yeskill, Yawi, Kabuki. Now, talking for Bigetron, it is of course very interesting to see them how they will operate with Lord JM, because in their last meeting against Aura, they did also deploy Lord JM to play against Aran, and this might even spell the same result like their previous encounter.
Ladies and gentlemen, still looking to find a win against the Red Robots though. It will be a tough challenge, but if you believe, perhaps you will succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Red Dragons. It's Aura!
The Red Flaming Dragons once again looking to reignite the fuse, reignite the fire that is slowly kindling down. Will they be able to find it in the match against Bigetron? Bigetron, no less.
The team that's been able to reach super high highs, but now in the brink of a position in the playoffs, still having to fight for it in week number 8. They are faced with a very tough opponent, with an opponent that stands atop the league.
They haven't been able to maintain the #1 position. They're not a small team, they're big. Bigs in their team. Bigetron Alpha.
Putting big in their names, Also big in their game, it is Bigetron Alpha, the red robots. Of course, coming in with full confidence, full poise to take this one home. Because they have secured themselves a playoff spot, but again, they want to get that upper bracket privilege to be able to have that extra advantage in the playoffs.
One more match should do it. And they're also up against a team that you can never write off. Aura, a team that will always be able to find a way to make the game close. Whether even in their losses, actually, they don't get stomped. It's not 2-0. It's even if it's 2-0, it's very close games. They take it to real deep waters, their enemy opponents. And now, I think it all starts with the coaches. For Bigetron Alpha, Cascute and Raiseboy. And for Aura, it's St. Lucas with Facehugger.
Facehugger and St. Lucas will lead the charge for Cascute and Raiseboy. Always in the helm of coaching staff for Bigetron. Now, I want to talk about Cascute a little bit because there's this kind of like meme going on against the Bigetron fans, or even pre-Cascute. You know, with the saying, Cascute adalah kunci, which means Cascute is the key. His drafting is like so good for Bigetron, but it's so simple because he has the fundamentals, he has the logic work, he has the situational reads that is needed to acquire such a good draft. But what creates a good draft in the hands of Cascute?
I think it's all about the understanding of what's flex, what's prio, right? Because that's really what they've been able to utilize in a lot of their drafts, especially in their winning drafts. When the Herod is left open, when the Matilda is left open, a lot of these flex picks, a lot of these prio picks are utilized by Bigetron Alpha to create a very unique and creative draft. But it all starts with a core fundamental, the core foundation of the draft, which is usually their first phase. And it's usually, most of it, setup. For him to create something that's even more unique. We've seen the Alice, we've seen the Fanny come out from Super Ken as well. It's all about utilizing the player's hero pools towards the later phase, and it's not limited to just Super Ken. We've seen picks that have gone to Iman as well. We've seen picks that have gone to even Chorizo and JM through these crazy foundation that they've already built up in the first phase, and that's something we are going to be focusing on here in the Keys to Victory, presented by Samsung Galaxy S24 series for Bigetron Alpha. Number one, secure Iman's hero power for the matchup against Kabuki. You have a massive advantage when it comes to getting Iman a prio pick, because for Kabuki, we've only seen him play two heroes that have worked so much. It's been the Claude and it's been the carry. When you don't give him those two picks, he will be able to play the Herod, but that's usually banned away. Don't expect to get that. The Roger, he does okay with, but he's not that super carry that Aura really need at times. Second though, limit Yaoi's pick-off hero options. Even earlier in the interview with Yaoi and Key mentioned that, man, this guy, even though they've been losing, the 3-lose streak on Aura's side doesn't matter because Yaoi is still a monster. And yeah, for Bigetron, they have to be aware of those pick-off heroes, those Chos as well. Even if you have Purifying, this guy finds a way. He finds a Yahweh of the Dragon to take you down. Let's take a look at the keys to victory, though, for the Dragons. Aura, Yaoi, and Aran create space for Gugun to secure objectives. Though Gugun has proved to the world that he can win out these Retri battles without Aran and Yaoi creating as much space as they did previously in their victories, it's still a massive advantage when you can get the guy who can get easy retries, an easier retry, a secured one. And that's usually what ends up being a snowball from Aura. If they can control that early game through getting the neutral objective control, it's a massive advantage in every other lane to snowball out of. And then Kabuki can be the insurance for Aura in the late game. For sure. I think even though we've been criticizing his hero pool, when he does get the Claude, when he does get the carry, damn, he's good. He is really, really good. And he can be that hyper carry that Aura need. But those conditions need to be met. And they're up against the coach, the team, that have been able, that started it off to ban Kabuki out, to deny him his heroes or counter his heroes in the draft. They were the first team to do it in like what?
That is one of the biggest problems of Kabuki so far, is the limited hero pool. I mean, if you give him the Harith, give him the Roger, he does excel as well. He does operate pretty well. But again, he finds comfort in the carry and the Claude. Now, how will Aura approach this if Kabuki does get banned down? Will they be focusing on Yaskiel and Aran? Or will Kabuki just, again, become the late game insurance for Aura Esports?
You know, I think the limitations of that hero pool, it forces Aura to do what? To do and pick a hero for Kabuki in that first phase, right? Rarely do we see a pick for Kabuki on towards the later stage of the game. Usually, it's actually that you need to secure a hero in that first phase because of that. So maybe I think Bigetron, it's hard for Bigetron to exploit because they always have to secure in that first phase.
The first phase will roll in as the drafting phase ensues. Of course, important for both teams to get that win, and that could be acquired now in the drafting phase. So far, trying to look for something to pick, but we are yet to see the bans coming out from both teams. Of course, what would be the prior for both teams if we're just trying to test out the waters here?
Well, I think for Bigetron, it's definitely going to be the Harith that is super prio. By the way, for the people back watching at home, Bigetron Alpha are on blue side, Aura are on red. Aura already banning out the Harith, Matilda, and the Luo Yi. Bigetron Alpha banned out the Roger. For one particular reason, they want to pick up the Natan. So Natan first pick for Bigetron Alpha. And Aura, we've seen ways to handle this, mainly the Claude as well that we were talking about, and it was very effective for GEEK FAM up against Watts. I think for Aura, it definitely has to be the Fredrin pickup, and that is what they do with an very early Paramis.
That's pretty bold for them to pick up the Paramis, the fact that they haven't even banned the Valentina. But for Bigetron, the trade-off will be the Natan into their hands. I mean, those are two very strong picks for Aura. They have the Fredrin and the Paramis. But again, you have tons of counter if you want to play it at the cards of Bigetron Alpha.
You know, it forces a Valentina pick here and the Barats though. So they will take the jungler, the mid, and the gold lane here. No flex potential here from the side of Bigetron Alpha. Meanwhile here, Aura, they need to pick up the Claude here before the second phase, I feel like. Paramis, Fredrin, no! They will neglect the Claude. Instead, they will prio the Cho for Yaoi.
Is Cho more prio than Claude? I mean, Cho is the signature of Yaoi, the way of the, the way of the dragon in the hands of Yaoi, the way of Yaoi. But is it a worth it trade to take the Cho first rather than the Claude?
In any other context, I would say, no, of course not. But then it's Yaoi, and you're like, hold up, let him cook. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the drafts. Very sorry for the inconveniences earlier, but we got you.
We got a comment as well from Keskut. Be ready. Every week we will bring surprises. Now, 2 weeks left in the regular season. Maybe we will see even more surprises later on in the playoffs. But considering the fact that they have secured themselves a playoff spot, maybe they'll try to, formulate something that is interesting. But for Aura, again, looking to ban out other possibilities. The carry has been taken out. Try to target ban Kabuki, the Florin as well. For Aura, they have banned it out for Bigetron.
Yeah, and seems like they sniffed Barats plus healers. Yeah, it's a no-go. It's a no-go. Especially you already invested in a Cho. It's going to be very hard for you to pick up a hero in comp that has healers. And also, two heroes that can pick up the Purifier, right? Natan and Valentina, technically. Well, Natan will surely pick up the Purifier. Now let's see here. With the Grok here banned out, asking a question here. What is he going to use to facilitate the Barats, the Natan as well?
Well, I think there's still a lot of picks up for grabs right now. There's a big Ruby pick that can be picked up by Key. There's also an Arla, technically, that they can utilize the flex later on. But my focus is really in the draft right now with the carry ban. Do they also want to take out the Claude is my question. Taking out all of the heroes that Kabuki plays. Roger's banned out in the first phase, and they do! It's Roger, Carry, and Claude. They've read through the criticisms of Kabuki, and now they're asking the question, what else can you play?
We touched on this. Usually they secure a hero for Kabuki in that first phase because it's easy to exploit.
Exactly.
But now, is it Yuzong Kabuki?
Exactly. That's what came to mind instantly as I saw that pick too. It might be too risky, but we'll see. We'll see. They still have the last pick here. Honestly, this Cho, how crazy would it be if it goes gold lane? Because Kabuki plays Yuzong, plays Cho. That's a flex pick that might come through, but also super risky. So we don't even know yet. Let's talk about the certain things right now. Bigetron Alpha, they pick up a Terizla, so the Barats will automatically be going to the jungle. And now they just need one more pick to complete it.
I like a Kufra here.
Kufra. That'll be an interesting one. I think
lockdown.
The Ruby would still be good. They already have a good initiator in the Terizla. Now they need someone to peel. Or the Arlet that we did mention earlier, but okay. Arlet over the Ruby this time.
Will go in the hands of Key, of course. That roam area will be his expertise now. The last pick. Will it be a fighter gold lane, or will Kabuki play something else? I mean, the Roger is banned out. No more options for Kabuki to think about. Thinking of the Brody, but it just doesn't excel when it has that much lockdown. So, interesting pick that could be brought out by Aura Esports.
Dude, I believe Kelra picked this pick. It was Freya in the gold lane. Is it a good time to go for something like that? Is it a good time to go for brawls? Because you're up against a Natan. Do they want to go for something crazy here? Let's see. All the marksmen have been banned out. They go for the Irithel. Ooh, Irithel!
Forgot about this hero for quite some time. How does it fare against the Natan and this lineup specifically?
It's still a bully in the lane against the Natan. But is it a bully that can actually like shut the Natan down is my question. You have a lot of mobility, you can run around, and technically the best way to go up against a Natan is either you want to lock him down, burst him down, or you outmaneuver him. You utilize the movement speed to go back and forth, utilize the spacing so that the Natan can't hit you, but you can hit him. So in that way, yes, I believe Irithel does win out in this lane and maybe even in team fights.
It's interesting to see.
But how will the Irithel snowball play out? Because now Irithel is very different to the way it was before when it was super prio. Now it's kind of hard to actually get to your item power spikes.
It is interesting to see how this Irithel will roll out, because they will not go for the brawlers, but Irithel will be the key now for both teams. Bigetron, Mission, upper bracket, Aura Esports, Mission, playoffs. Game number 1, Aura Esports against Bigetron Alpha.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, who will take game 1 between the Red Robots or the Red Dragons.
Let's see, all the way from the start. All eyes on Gugun and Super Ken on the Barats and the Frejin. Looking at the emblems, Kabuki decided to go for the Quantum Charge. Iman as well. So he's respecting this Irithel pick, going for the Quantum Charge for additional sustain in lane over the usual weakness finder that we are used to seeing nowadays. Also though, it's 2 Purifies on both Aura and Bigetron, and both Purifies are on the gold and mid laners.
That's played safe. I mean, a lot of lockdown as well from the side of Aura Esports. We're talking about the junglers now, Gugun and Supercan, both prodigies. Both are wonderful junglers as well. But it's like 2 opposite sides of the coin. If you talk about Supercan, he's type of the aggressive playstyle with the highest first blood ratio so far in MPL ID with 55%. Meanwhile, if you talk about, you know, Gugun, it's more of the utility type of jungler that is always focused on the objective takes. And that, I think, what also makes Aura really stable as a team.
Yeah, and actually, while we're on the point of Gugun, she's actually decided to go for Vitality, which is a very, very interesting emblem to take, because usually for Gugun, it's always Thrill. So, playing it a bit more defensively this time, Superken is actually the one on the Thrill. And fun fact, Bigetron, Natan, it seems Iman has actually opted to go for the agility over the usual attack speed that we expect from Natan. So, he's already thinking ahead against the Irithel. He'll need additional attack speed to actually maybe try to match that maneuverability of the Irithel.
Irithel does still, you know, operate as a bully in the lane. It does have first strong early game with the penetration, but oh, a knockup.
But your final so connected. And Aran picks up the first blood here. Good setup and good initiation there. And with that, Bigetron, they will back away. Oh, Flicker Jet Kundo and the Wave Dragon finds Key, and the Arlet will find the Flicker, but Aran again. He smells blood, he'll find blood.
This is Aran, of course, with 2 first kills for Aura Esports. One was an overextension from Lord JM, and the way Aran played it was so good. Turtle!
What a knock-up there by Lord JM to assist Superken to find the turtle. Now Yehiskiel will be taken down. Munch, says Superken towards Gugun. Yawi low, taken out, and now Gugun looking for an escape route. He finds it though. as Iran is trying to find a trade.
What a recovery!
Under 30 seconds. Bigetron just recovered everything, and that was so uncharacteristic of Gugun to not be able to get the retry. I mean, of course, that was a 50-50 situation, but then again, Bigetron, they salvage everything.
Good secure by Yehezkiel, recovering that purple buff, even though it doesn't go to Gugun. But yeah, I think Lord JM just played a very big role in that steal from Supercan. The penalty zone connected onto Gugun, and Gugun wasn't able to get that retry down. Supercan utilizing that advantage, and W's to Lord JM. We saw the talent prediction earlier, and now the audience prediction, both in favor of Bigetron Alpha. The audience prediction is actually 68% up, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy S24.
That's high prediction towards Bigetron. I mean, yeah, it is without it is not without a reason that Bigetron is way more favored in this matchup, because the way they really just move and play their own game, it is just so good into the pockets of Aura Esports now. Looking for the timers. Iran has gotten his own Hunter Strike kick.
Good setup here again towards K now. He has no flicker, so he will fall. Good gold there for Kabuki.
The fact that Kabuki got it is massive, and now he already has the Haas Claws. So I'm really interested to see that power spike for the Irithel. Will we see the old Irithel come back? Literally just last season, it was an absolute menace in the gold lane. Every time you get the Haas Claws into the Berserker's Fury, that's it. That's all you need to start bullying everyone in the game with your heavy crossbow and your super crazy mobility.
When it comes to the late game, though, this is where it kind of gets scary, in which the Natan does have the range advantage compared to the Irithel, where you have to really just run towards the faces of your opponents. But Turtle again secured BDF from Iran.
A little bit too late here. Not sure if Iran wants to commit to it. And yeah, even in dragon form, he will not get an angle to engage now. Superken, though, being invasive here, looking for a possible engage.
Kabuki.
Oh, Kabuki! With the help of Ki there, Amon secures an assist. And now they are eyeing that top side. Bigetron already moving as a unit.
That death just threw every advantage that Kabuki had away. Oh, a kick though, Yawi again?
Again now, Ki being the recipient. Oh, good pull! Ki
Ki!
slash towards the air. But now Aura, they move onwards. They want Ki and they pull Amon and force it purify. Ki now. Oh! By Ki! And Ki will escape from death.
This guy is so sly. And he moves and traverses around insane. He was uncatchable. Wow.
How do you blunder and then outplay the same play? You know, the final slash missing, a big whiff into the dodges of the Appraiser's Wrath. But let's take a look at the items now. Feather of Heaven already completed, so even with the Irithel that was meant to bully this Natan, Bigetron Alpha have found a way to actually neutralize that bully potential. And it's actually still Natan who is ahead and now is on a Starlium site. Very quick timers for the itemization here for Bigetron Alpha. 2,000 gold lead at the start of the game because of the first two turtles. And it seems like they do not want to stop because the Natan is actually rotated to the bottom lane. A different approach. Usually when you play Natan, you want him to be on the opposite side of the neutral objective because he just wants to farm. But here, it does seem like Bigetron Alpha are confident that they can utilize the Natan in this mid game to actually fight Aura.
There's a lot of enablers as well from the side of Bigetron. I mean, you have the initiation from Terizla and Ki as well. Superken, so you do have that extra cover for the Natan to just jump in and dish out the damage. Another dance could ensue. Yawi terrified.
Last turtle here is on the land of Dawn. And now Aura. And also, Bigetron, they are eyeing that neutral objective. He now, top HP, Wave Dragon again from Yawi. Kabuki secures that kill. Turtle reset it. Now another round by both teams will be triggered around now. Soaking damage in front. Oh! Lord JM says otherwise. Yawi now quite low as Lord JM secures that kill. Now Moreno will find Kabuki. Bang, bang, bang. Bigetron hacking Aura.
Clutch penalty zone, Sans Aura packing Lord JM, the ace card when faced against Aura Esports. That was so crisp and clean from Bigetron Alpha.
Oh! That's a solo! Yehezkiel, what the heck happened?
That's the question, even for me. What the heck happened in the mid lane? How does Moreno get a solo kill on Yehezkiel? Aura completely outplayed in that situation. Purify, oh!
Good, baited now. Gugun with the taunt, but take a look at the cover. No, Kabuki will lock that in. Now, he finds Gugun. Take a look at the situation now. Yawi looking for a cover here. Good disengage. They were able to hold the line here, but I guess they are not going to be able to defend that top inner turret.
That's a good kill towards Aman, but they lost Gugun in the process. But still, anything you can do to slow down the Natan is still a net advantage, and that is what Aura wants.
They've shut down the Natan for a few seconds, yes, but look, I mean, you guys can't see the items, I can, but look at the items! I'm talking about myself. 8 minutes in, and he's already almost done to a Holy Crystal. This man, if he continues to farm, it looks like they're already giving him the orange buff, by the way, so that entire jungle might just be for him. He might get the Holy Crystal at the 9th minute, and that's a massive power spike up against Aura, who still don't have the necessary magical defense items to actually withstand that damage. Oh, Eman's going to be slicing them, bro.
Slicing them like hotcakes, and 2 items for the players of Aura, but they have been attacked at their own home so far. Look at how they have control on both jungles. Just trying to push away the players of Bigetron. Moreno, again, playing so aggressively. And when you have that extra
Holy Crystal,
you know, ultimate that you could use, and the Holy Crystal has been completed by Aman. So this could be where Aura meets their demise.
See here, how will Aura contain this Natan?
Aman.
Munch. Take a look at Yawi, looking for an angle.
What?
Gugun falls first,
Whoa!
and bang, bang, bang again. Bigetron finds 1, 2, 3 members. Aman, though, finally falls, but Moreno with the black form will find another kill almost. Yehezkiel with the defense.
Aman went out with the bang. You can see the damage he was dishing. But again, Aura, they lose 4. So again, it's a valuable trade for Bigetron as they go for the Lord. Aura Esports on their tiptoes.
How did Aman survive for so long?
No idea.
He used the entropy offensively. That's not what you want to do against a dive comp usually, but I guess you can make it work if you have a team that also peels for you. And also you're Aman, you know, that's a bonus.
Yeah. He is well known for his aggressive playstyle, and with the Natan, it's crazy. Conceal play from Yawi, looking for Super Can.
Looking for the Way of the Dragon. Does not find it yet. Okay, 5,000 gold here in hand, and items, man.
What a dodge, dude. Detonus welcome used up to cancel out any attempt of that Way the Dragon pickoff. But let's take a look at the items again. See, now there's 2 build paths technically for the Natan. If he wants more defense, he can go for the Blood Wings, but if he wants more damage, he can go for the Divine Glaive. I would personally say go for the Divine Glaive up against the composition of Aura to deal even more damage, because it seems like the peel has been okay from the rest of the team to keep him safe in the back. And even though he gets picked off, he's already dealt so much damage to Aura that it's still okay. Meanwhile, for Moreno, the Blood Wings early after the Talisman, straight up. And they're looking to go and crack open his base.
See here, the first threats for that base turret. Oh, freezes rather early.
Aman
with Dragon on towards Aman, but the damage will not be enough. Gugun falls as well. 2 members now. Take a look at Kabuki. Quite low as well. Lord JM though will fall off the turret. Iran trying to hold the door there, but it seems like they will be able to dismantle the top base turret as well as the middle. 3v4 now. Will they be able to find and penetrate the base? Oh, Flicker by T does not find anyone. And now they're looking for the clear as Aura. They hold on.
Oh, that damage is insane. Yehezkiel.
Oh my goodness. What? Actually, it's cracked now. Yehezkiel falls. Bigetron, they're able to find game 1 just like that.
What a statement from the Red Robots. Playoff secured, and they have never ran out of fuel again. Not programmed to win, this is programmed to kill. And kill Aura, they did.
They've cut off 1 wing of the Dragon, now the other wing left to go. 1-0 start for the Red Robots up against the Dragons, who have been clipped. A lot of things to improve there, but mainly we have to talk about this. The fact that Aura, it's almost like they're not aware of their own weakness point, which is, we gotta say it at this point, it's been the same since week 1. Kabuki only playing carry and Claude. They didn't pick Kabuki's pick in the first phase, and it ends up being crazy. It ends up being crazy for the opponent team though, not for them. punished instantly. No Roger ban. I mean, Roger ban coming in the first phase, and then after that, we saw the quad ban, the carry ban, and then he's left with a pick like Irithal that we haven't seen in such a long time. And even if he's comfortable on it, it doesn't seem like it's part of the meta right now.
And I don't really like that Irithal pick because it was just, I don't know, it just didn't fit to the lineup and the way you want to play it, because with the Irithal, like, you do bully that Nathan in the early stages of the game, but when it comes to the team fights and the late game, you don't have wave clear, you don't have enough damage, and you have to walk into them because you don't have that range, you're limited. And the Nathan with the entropy can just hit you from behind.
I mean, the blue side win trend continues, right? Bigetron again, they managed to get the Nathan against Bigetron. You want to bet a Harith and the Nathan is, I don't know, maybe they overlooked it, maybe they were confident in screams that they were able to beat them in Nathan, but in this game, they were just battered. Sure, Amon wasn't a force to be reckoned with in that early game, but after Holy Crystal, what, minute 7?
9.
Minute 9. It's just so hard to stop him. And also, reason why is this man.
Super Ken, your MVP, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. He has been very disruptive with this Barats.
You know, it almost seems weird that, you know, the criticism for him in week 1 to 4 was, man, his retry needs to be improved. And then after that, he's like, all right, I got you. Week 5 onwards, his retry started to become disgusting. And I think we saw that in this game, especially this game. First one was Lord Jam with the knock-up, and then he came in with the retry. But after that, it was just clean. It was clean takes all around. Obviously, he also did get a lot of free objectives here because Aura were mostly dead in a lot of these Lord plays and fights. But, I mean, him just peeling for Eman, him farming, invading, and also utilizing the Detonator's Welcome in a lot of times to actually stop that initiation from happening. It's really, really great. We get to see this, all right? Lord Jam gets pulled back. For sure, you would have thought, hey, this is going to be a free turtle to Aura, but then they turn it around. We don't get to see the replay of that, but this is the outplay. Key missed the final slash. I was like, all right, he's dead. And then Eman, sacrificial play, gets brought back, has the Purify. You missed the final slash, but you can pull off things like this. Mr. Key, that's Mr. Key right there. And then obviously throughout these objective fights, Yaoi, all he could do was really go for Key because of the Purifies that they have in the back. Eman's positioning, Sublime as usual, still holding the Entropy as well. And this is something new. Usually you would just pop the Entropy defensively when people dive on you. He held it to the very last point to use it offensively. And this is the solo kill that we saw in the mid lane from Moreno. I think Yehezkiel just stepped a bit too far there, and Moreno capitalized on that, but then engages. This is why, Eman used the Entropy offensively, instantly gets punished for it, but he's dealt enough damage, like Realize said during this play. He already, he got everybody low. It's all good from there. I think the Bruisers and Moreno also can continue that skirmish. Another good final slash here, and they try to go for Eman, but the peel is just beautiful from the rest of Bigetron Alpha. The way they clump up as well to defend Eman is just sublime, man. It was just well played. And obviously, we got to give it to Eman for using these entropies offensively when necessary and just bursting Kabuki. Oh, where did he go? Oh my god.
He melted and he evaporated. Now, I mean, with the drafting phase, I kind of missed out why they wanted. What did they trade with this Nathan? I mean, this Nathan was so free for Bigetron Alpha to take, but I couldn't really see a significant pick from Aura. Usually you want to trade it for something else, like how, you know, in game number 2 of GEEK FAM against Dewa, they traded something for something else, but this time, it feels like they just gave Nathan a silver platter for Bigetron Alpha.
I think the Nathan is okay, right? Because, again, for Aura, they're on red side, they have to ban the Herod, they have to ban the Mathilda, they have to ban the Lohi up against Bigetron Alpha. The Nathan is probably the safest one to let go. Okay, but Bigetron, they've set themselves up for success as well. This is where we were talking about it in the drafts. We won't pay attention to the post-game recap that much because it was just, you know, it's kind of a stomp, but let's talk about the drafts again. Early on, before the game, we mentioned that Kescute is the key. We were talking about that whole tagline. Bigetron, how do they utilize these drafts? It looks so simple, but he does it in such a good way. That core foundation into the picks that he goes for. Bigetron Alpha banned out Minotaur, Angela, and Roger. Mainly Roger. That was the last ban. they adapted to what Aura was doing. Aura banned Harith, the Mathilda. They knew the Loi was coming out, so they banned out the Roger. Knowing that, Natan's going to be up for grabs. Natan, bullied by the Roger, usually in the gold lane, so they picked that up. A big blunder from Aura, though, is revealing the Faramis a bit too early, in my opinion. The Frisian pick is great, but then picking the Faramis when the Valentina is up for grabs, it just doesn't click. Usually you would want to take the Valentina over the Faramis to deny a Faramis pick, or you would want to ban the Valentina to go for a Faramis pick. The fact that they picked up Faramis basically gave Bigetron Alpha another peel tool. They picked up Valentina instantly with the Barats. So you already have Barats plus a utility, well, a Valentina that can play with a utility with the Netherrealm, and you have a 2 HP bar Barats. Brother man, this guy doesn't die usually with just 1 HP bar. And then towards the second phase, not picking the Claude in the third phase, picking Cho instead, it could be valuable if the gold laner actually has a different, a lot of heroes to play with. But the thing is, this is the big criticism point, this is the big point of weakness for Aura, the blueprint that, again, Bigetron used to beat them in leg 1. Carry Claude, shut down or banned out. They didn't even give him a chance to pick up the carry and the Claude this time. Banned out and bye-bye. Irithel, desperate pick from Aura that ended it for Aura.
That Irithel was not a solution. But Gani, would you prefer if Kabuki just went for a brawl, or maybe like what Mirko mentioned, a Freya? Would that be much better for them? And would they have a chance with the dive comp? I mean, the dive was working against Aman.
Not convinced with the Freya, but I think, yeah, at that point, perhaps I'm not even surprised if that Cho was on, Kabuki was on that Cho, right? Maybe it might work, maybe it might not, but I think it should be better than Irithel in that gold lane.
Of course, if you want to excel like Bigetron does, and you want to pop those aggressive entropies like Eman does, you don't have to worry because you can stop the lag with Games Max Booster. Watching your favorite team compete in MPL ID Season 13 surely makes you want to play too. Like I did. Looking at Eman, I want to play as well. I want to push my ranks up, and you can't let that stop with lags. And you can make your gaming sessions much more free of lag with Games Max Booster. Of course, with prices starting from 25,000 rupiah, and you can get up to 36 gigabytes of data. That's a lot of data.
That's a whole lot of data. And all you need to do is buy the package and activate the booster in the Dunia Games app.
Easy banget.
Easy banget. That's
easy banget.
Very easy in Indonesian. Easy banget. Banget is very.
That's so easy.
Yeah.
And of course, if you want to get your Kufra to, how many games was it, Gani?
2,000.
2,000 games?
2,400, yeah.
So, did you have lags in between the games?
Games Booster, no lags. I used, when I was outside Jakarta, no Games Max, very laggy.
That's why you have to have Games Max so that you don't experience the lag. But of course, if you want to hear the audio in which you play games, you want to hear enemies taking out the Lord, you can use Oraimo. The Oraimo 3-pot slide exclusive Edith edition. The ultimate choice for gamers with Edith's distinctive sound and gaming mode that takes your gaming experience to the next level. Plus, as the official partner of MPL ID, there is no doubt about Oraimo's quality. And also, get a 10% discount at the Oraimo official store at the Orange store with the code OraimoMPL.
Yeah. Just like the MPL right there. If you want to, know how to spell MPL. Just use the coupon before checkout, unleash unstoppable sound, and win your games. Mirko, I can't get past Legend. Well, nerd, you don't have Oraimo, don't you? That's what you're missing.
Plus, you have to sniff out the audio as well. It's important to have good audio,
It's very important. The sound cues is a very underrated part of the game.
Yeah.
You get those sound cues, you can react to things very, very
And
fast.
hear the Lord breathe.
You can. I didn't know about that. Is that possibly a feature that you get with a promo code for Indomart?
Yes.
And if you want to,
possibly,
get the promo codes rolling,
Check it out.
and you want to get your snacks and drinks going on, of course, you can use Click Indomaret. Watching the show together, playing games, and doing something else is not going to be as exciting if you don't have food and drinks. And you can use Click Indomaret to shop online. If you want to try it, there's a 15,000 rupiah discount with the code MPL Belanja Click, and you can now just shop freely from your own company.
It's so easy, man. You want snacks at home? Don't worry, we've got you with Indomart at home technically, because you can just click Indomart and get Indomart items delivered to your house. That's so convenient, man. That takes convenience stores to a next level.
Yeah. Clicky Namar, thank you for the convenience.
Become a new member, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, back to the game. Match point for Bigetron. Man, mountain to climb for Aura.
Maybe a mountain that will be easier to climb with a good device.
Galaxy Zone.
Galaxy Zone by Samsung Galaxy. I mean, the fans are all here with their Samsung Galaxy phones, you know,
Yes,
just
sir.
flexing the quality of the pictures. Talk to me about the quality of the pictures, Virgo.
Oh man, it's actually just insane. You know, I'm personally using an S24 as well. You know, the one that I use to interpret a lot of words to Korean. You know, to speak to my girlfriend.
This guy.
Because my girlfriend watches Korean drama.
Okay.
What did you think I meant? You know. But yeah, the screen is so beautiful. You can see it for yourself. I wish I could show it to the camera, but you guys are too busy with Eman right now. Look at him, just
fanning himself.
And also looking at the camera. Also, Moreno there, just having a conversation with Keskute. A lot of people say that Keskute looks like Beloyski with long hair.
He does.
Does he?
To a certain extent, he does.
I mean, he has cute in his name, but his drafts is
not cute. His drafts are so ferocious.
For the opponent,
it's not even cute for his team. It's scary. It's like, oh my god.
Scary. It's not
Scary even carry. Carry was banned, so just the S, no carry.
That's true.
Just.
So now, how does Aura fix this limitation of hero pool within Kabuki? I mean, it's not something that you can fix one night or 2 nights. It's something that you have to work on. And this is not necessarily pinning the blame on Kabuki, but maybe you could draft more dynamically, maybe for the whole team?
It's hard to draft dynamically when you have to pick a gold laner up in the first phase. I mean, like, as much as we want to give the benefit of the doubt over to Aura, you know, you can't fix it in a week, in one night, in one day. They've had 8 weeks, you know, like to fix this problem. This problem has been a problem since week 1.
Since last season, maybe.
Last season, he actually played a lot more heroes because a lot of his other heroes were meta. The Beatrix, the Irithel, the Brody even, he was doing well. I don't know what it is with Kabuki, why he's only able to perform this season on the Kabuki and the Claude, the Roger, and the Harith. Those are the 4 heroes, but it's definitely a big problem here because if we take a look at the... On top of that, though, right? Yeah, we can't really just blame Kabuki's heroes here because the Feramis pick was just oddly weird. It's like, it's not just weird, it's oddly weird, so it's weird.
Yeah. Feramis is not someone you really want to blind pick in the first phase, especially when you...
You do when there's no Valentina.
Yeah, you do when you ban out the Valentina and you don't really have someone that can out-sustain you in the team fights. But that Valentina was wide open and Bigetron was like, okay, Feramis first pick, I'm going to take the Valentina for myself.
Exactly. Which, again, Moreno just excels on Valentina. He's very good, and it shows again how prolific he is on that hero. Now, second game, I'm guessing that they should swap sides here, especially Aura. Maybe they want to secure a hero that can be a prio, especially for Kabuki, because securing a hero for Kabuki in that second phase, I don't think that is it. What would it be? Roger.
Is it that prio though? Is it like...
if he can pull off the Natan, please open the Natan.
Yeah, I mean, true. I think maybe the Claude could work, but as a first pick, is it really worth it to see?
Yeah.
Because if Bigetron get red side, you best believe they're going to let a few of these big heroes up for grabs, right? Like probably the Mathilda they'll try to get open. Even the Loyi, technically. Bigetron love going up against Loyi for some reason. They counter with the Novari and the Selena. They have other counters to it as well. We've never seen them play chip, I guess. That's one thing that they can try to exploit.
Done.
They can fix it all here in the drafting phase.
No, they don't swap.
By the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. No, side swap. So blue side still in the hands of Bigetron, and they have let go of the Luoyi. Wow. Is it much more better to face off against a Luoyi compared to maybe other picks like Mathilda or Natan?
Just choose your poison, man. Like, you got teleports over the crazy DPS late game, or mid game technically, if you get the Holy Crystal at the 9th minute like Eman. Let's choose your poison. Pick your poison for now. Well, let's see if they have the cure to this poison.
Yeah.
Please do not respond with chip. I'm guessing is Fred and Valentina.
Valentina, I'm thinking of Valentina
Or
as well.
even now, they can pick up the Fred and Faramis since there is no Valentina
You're right.
on the board.
Yeah, if this low E is gonna be picked up, of course, you can expect a lot of brawls coming in from Bigetron. They keep on a fight, so they want to keep on fighting, so alright, they can respond with the Faramis, but they will pick up the Yuzong and the Barats.
Okay. Yuzong and the Barats picked up early. That means that Bigetron will have a say as to what they want to pick in the goal lane, maybe, right now. They can also just go and pick it up later on. Pick up the Fredrin first. That's what they go for. Do they want to go for X-Borg right off the bat as they have seen the Barats, technically?
Why not?
Or do they want to just pick up an Arlet, right? A good flex? Actually, is it a good flex up against a Yuzong? I don't think you want to flex the Arlet when you're up against a Yuzong, actually. I'm really curious to see what their
What do you think about the
last pick is.
Paquito here?
Even for Lord JM, it's a good pick. Carry. Claude still up for grabs. They can pick it up and face number one. Oh, Cho pick again. Confident with this Cho pick.
It's Yaoi.
Yeah, it is Yaoi. And you can see there was a glimpse of hope for Yaoi with the Cho, trying to lock down onto the Natan. But again, they're trading out the Claude with the Cho. I mean, like, the Claude could be banned in the second phase for Bigetron.
Let's see here. Let's see here. What will happen in that second phase? Although they have a chance here to eliminate the roamer, right? Yeah, perhaps another Grok ban, perhaps another Arlet ban here might come through, or they pick the Arlets for themselves.
I mean, despite of the Cho trademark given to his name, Yaoi's most used hero so far is the Grok, and for Key, it's the Arlet. You can see how he was so stellar with the Arlet. He played it beautifully. That was a beautiful game for Arlet from Key.
Kaja will actually be banned. A hero that usually Aura utilize when they pick up the Lo Yi.
Yeah.
It's the Kaja and the Lo Yi combo usually for Yehezkiel and Yaoi. Bigetron Alpha ban out the Claude as expected. You know, you picked up the carry, now you deny the Claude as well.
Yeah.
So that'll put Kabuki in another tough spot. No Roger, no Claude. Carry the Knight pick and they banned them. They banned the Heron and the Tan too. So really limits the heroes in the gold lane. I'm trying to think. Maybe Beatrix, honestly. Now that they have a Cho, the Beatrix actually can fit in there. Because you technically will have someone to combo in through the way the Dragon pick off with some damage, pure damage.
Can Kabuki pull off the Moscow?
We have never seen it, I believe, from Kabuki. So I hope so.
I think can. Moscow is actually a good pick, but they ban out the Franco on fear of the control that the Franco has now. Bigetron on towards their last ban. Could potentially be their last ever ban in this series. Valentina taken out. They don't want the Valentina to have that same pace with the IMU towards the diversion now for Aura. Interesting to see what they want to pick.
Faramis will be a good pick here. They have so many health bars. It just really depends on how they utilize the Nether Realm. Because Yuzong is going to dive maybe a bit too far. If they still clump up, it'll still be very, very good. They have so many tanky members right now. The Faramis will definitely find advantages to that, but maybe they need a bit more damage too. Novaria is the usual choice when you go up against Lo Yi, get that vision down. So safe choice would definitely be the Novaria, but if they want to dive, okay, never mind, they go Novaria.
Novaria, of course, with the Astral Echo. They always spot out sneaky diversion plays that Bigetron does really like to do. For Bigetron wrapping up their draft on towards the last two picks.
I still think X-Borg here, no?
X-Borg for Lord JM. I mean, X-Borg does pretty decent against Yuzong, but it is something that Lord JM wants to play. I mean, what are other options?
X-Borg Ruby perhaps here?
Yeah.
X-Borg.
I think X-Borg Ruby. They still have so many members here that can get picked up by the Ruby, like punished by the Ruby. Don't run Wolf King when you get too close. The Arlet is also still up for grabs? Okay, so they go for the Arlet and the X-Borg to wrap things up for Bigetron Alpha.
Aura with their last pick. Again, gold laner for Aura Esports. What do they want to pick for Kabuki? I mean, yeah, a Beatrix could work, or maybe something else.
Well, the Beatrix would be, like, an MM would be a safe choice. But why did you pick why did you first pick Yuzong? Is it a flex? Is it a flex? Do you want to go now for
what?
Something like a Paquito even? For the XP and put the Yuzong in gold, or vice versa? It's very scary, honestly, like for Aura if they do that too, because Bigetron can just play it calm and not go for these team fights. Safe choices, MM, for sure. But if they want to go for something crazy, it's time. It's now or never.
Here's the proof I'm down for crazy.
Oh, Brody.
But they do not take that bite. It's going to be the Brody here, picked up last for the Red Dragons. Match point for Bigetron.
This is the way where Aura has to win. They have to win this match to make it to playoffs. And the fans in the building giving away their energy to keep the squad going now. Taking a look at the draft index, I mean, it's favoring Bigetron big time. 7.2 lineup rating, opposed to a 5.6 lineup rating. I mean, this draft from Bigetron does have its own flexibilities, but if you can weather the storm, if you can just play from far away, poke out the players of Bigetron, I think it really does work for Aura Esports. Now, of course, Aura Esports, their wings clipped. Will they be able to take flight again? Or will it be the red robots obliterating them for the second time? Game number 2, Aura Esports against Bigetron Alpha.
Let's jump to the land of Dawn and witness what will happen here in the second game. Will it be Bigetron taking that win 2-0 and secures the upper brackets, or will it be Aura actually forcing the series on towards the game 3? Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the game.
All right, now starting off pretty slow for both teams. I mean, with the Luo Yi in hand, you have a poke potential. And again, Yawi always so proactive with the Cho early on in the game, just trying to shadow his own teammate, his mid laner at that, in the mid lane. This Navaria against Luo Yi matchup is going to be very interesting to play. Purple buff take, Key under pressure.
Oh, good Jet Kundo, concussive blast. Oh,
one
the
hit.
Navaria shot does not find it, but Yawi, the father of dragons, claims the first blood.
The concussive blast contributes even more damage in that little skirmish. Yawi looking for something else.
Good setup, good trade as well here for Aura early on.
The father of dragons. Who would have thought? It's an orca who gave birth to the dragons. Or actually, the father, never mind. But Kabuki, Master Assassin, and the Rupture. Meanwhile, for Iman, full defense, dude. Tenacity and the firmness. Really respecting that Brody damage. Really trying to just get through the lane, weather the storm, and then later on, try to chunk these tanky boys in Aura. This is a debut pick, though, for Lord JM on the X-Borg. Not something we are used to seeing from JM. We're used to seeing a lot of that. Oh, Petri.
Oh, connect on towards Moreno. He flickers out, but he will fall still. Now, Aura, they will not get greedy here as Lord JM has actually... He has no armor. They will shift their focus towards the turtle here. Oh, good. Astral Echo spots too. And now Black Dragon form invested already to perhaps zone out members. Yes, first neutral objective will be taken for Aura.
A very good early game from Aura, getting the kills and getting that neutral objective, the turtle. They will keep their lead going. And so far, they have been moving in unison, just winning out the skirmishers left and right.
Yawi was looking for something there. Have to wait and see if he actually does go for it. But early on, a good start for Aura. 1,000 gold lead in their hands. Yawi getting that first blood, and then Aran picking up a kill up top on Moreno as he walked up a bit too aggressively. And they also got the turtle. So all-out win so far for Aura. It's all about how they utilize this gold lead now and how they stop Bigetron from holding them back. And it starts with invades before the turtle spawns back, because it does seem like for the X-Borg, kill pressure for the Yuzong against the X-Borg is going to be a bit too low, and in the bottom lane, there will always be reinforcements technically for Eman to keep him safe. So it's all about how they can stop or bully Super Ken. Oh, he's able to secure it. Gugun misses out on that red tree. So.
They want to fight here. Let's see though. Junglers here hovering around, poking each other. Good engage here potentially. Oh, he will munch Super Ken down, but Lord JM is there with the double. My goodness, what a flank by Lord JM.
The last insanity gives him 2 kills. Diversion play towards bottom lane. Kabuki again under pressure. Don't walk into this bush!
Oh my god, now let's see here, Kabuki still able to get out of that one. Flicker still in hand as well. And Aura's lead slowly diminishes.
It's the same reenactment of the first game. They had the first 2 kills and they try to steamroll it, but now Bigetron again just equalizing.
Doing it real good too. Wow, that was such a good rotation from Lord JM. Knowing when to break the rules, right? The core rotation, like the foundation, the fundamentals for rotation is you clear your wave and then you rotate. He didn't have to clear the wave, he actually waited there. As Aran froze the lane, he rotated. So knowing when to break the rules to actually look for those engages, and Aura were not ready for a random Bumblebee to start rolling down.
Oh, Black Dragon form though already. Rested here. Dragon form now for Aran as the second neutral objective will again taken comfortably by Gugun.
I mean, the good side is that the neutrals are all in the hands of Aura Esports, but the goal lead isn't that significant. So Bigetron, they can still be able to stabilize this. They will just let Eman farm his way into his items, and this bottom lane will just be an island of 1v1 so far.
No, it's just calm. All calm. The calm before the storm usually, but it seems like Aura are still the ones that are kind of forced to look for a snowball here. Bigetron, mid-game, it's going to be quite scary. They're going to have so many angles to attack from with the Loyi. At diversion, the carry will also have his items, and the X-Borg too. Dreadnought armor, first item to fend off against that Barats, Yuzong, and even the Cho. Base damage. They're now going for that War Axe. For these long team fights where he wants to try to kite. Aura needs to look for something, and that's what they are doing now with the Conceal.
Oh, Flicker Jet Kundo, way of Dragon, 4-key again. Deja vu from game 1. As Aura, they have eliminated the Facilitator, now top side actually. Oh! Black Dragon for 1 hit. My goodness, Aran survives! Yeheskiel from downtown finds a kill.
Good counterplay from Aura. They were first able to pick up a conceal play, and second, they punish Lord JM's overextension. Thankfully, Aran had the BDF, and Yeheskiel hit his Astral Sphere.
That was clean, dude! What a play from Yeheskiel. Able to punish that overextension of Lord JM. It was also kind of clean for Lord JM until he got shot down by the Astral Sphere, but look at Yaoi.
Oh, Way of Dragon again. Good taunt to cancel that motion. Now, let's see, still connects onto Super Ken now with the help of the Munch. Tona's welcome. Super Ken will fall to the hands of the Torns of Hard Memory. Lord JM will not find anyone except Gugun with the help of Moreno there, locking him down. Both junglers down and out.
Jungler for jungler trade, but this will of course give Bigetron prio to get the turtle, but Gugun has respawned. So this could again go both sides.
Okay, they're still going for the turtle here. Yeah. Aran actually got the turret up top, and he has Black Dragon form.
See here, Yaoi trying to stop. Oh, final slash this time. We'll find Yaoi to his death. Turtle secured by Aura. No, by Bigetron. So they have equalized here. Turtle and also the kill.
Wow, again, Bigetron just patching up their wounds, slowly but surely getting back to this game. But Aura, that goal lead that they built, is just gone. Now gained back by the new application GoPay. Ranked #1 in the standings, Bigetron becomes the team with the lowest average game time of 16 minutes.
Seconds?
16 seconds. Oh yeah, 16 seconds. I thought it was 16 minutes. Wow.
No, that's 16 minutes. That's 16 minutes. That's 16 minutes.
I
realize got scammed.
Bro, I got scammed by Gani, bro.
It's okay. It's about time you realize. Aran. Ooh.
Diversion play. Astral Echo. Oh, good final slash. On towards the Dino though. Cover here from side of Aura. Good petrify by Aran. But Gugun still falls. Way of Dragon by the Father of Dragons actually is able to connect 1-for-1 Moreno for Gugun. And yeah, Aura, they will actually force to recall here.
It's just a constant trade of members. Again, a game of tug of war for both teams. is still so close to determine who will take the advantage.
It seems though, in these fights, even though, yeah, I mean, it's 1-for-1, right? But I think, honestly, trading the mage for the jungler is not that bad for Bigetron Alpha. Knowing that Gugun, he needs to be ahead of the Fredrin on the Barats. He has constantly been able to invade, so that early lead that he had, a 1-level lead over Superken, is now gone. And Bigetron Alpha, now Superken, with the additional farm they got from invading Aura's jungle, will be able to get more. Luckily though, for Aura, they also have a late game mid laner. So technically it can be worth it too for Aura, where Moreno will not have as much burst potential. Kabuki will be able to get so much out of that. Lesser of a threat that Moreno will be. And Yehezkiel as well should be able to deal more damage than Moreno, with Moreno constantly getting shut down like this.
Yeah, Yehezkiel does have the upper hand. Now, a Lord Dance ensuing. Yawi in the bush looking for Keys. Just going to be able to kick him. No, he won't.
Oh!
And a good escape from Key will herald the second round of the Lord fight.
Was able to displace at the very last second. Now though, Daytona's welcome committed already on towards the X-Ward. Yehezkiel now. Oh, good taunt! And they have found the Novaria. Gugun low with the true damage by Lord JM as well as Flicker. He will find the kill. Super Kendo claims the double on towards Iran. And that's the 1, 2, 3 members of Aura down and out.
Wow, they swing it away, Bigetron. That was such a good initiation with the diversion, sending Lord JM to the backline, and he just wreaked havoc. And Aura, they disintegrate.
Wow, utility on the Lo Yi, man.
Lord.
Just utilizing that utility to bring on the members that need to be in front. Lord JM just shredded through Gugun, and that's why he had to pop into Detona's welcome. He had to put him in his mouth, because if he doesn't, he's just going to get burned down, melted even. And even Yawi, he can't even go for Lord JM. It won't be worth it. The Lord is marching down. Lord JM has the immortality as well right now. That's his second item in his game. He only has like components. So War Axe, the Dreadnought armor, other components, and then the immortality straight up. Now this man will have 4 health bars? Or actually, wait. 1 Firaga armor, the normal health bar, immortality, that's 3. And then the other Firaga are 4. Yeah, 4 health bars.
4 layers that Aura Esports have to cut through, but look at how their turrets are just collapsing. This is just looking bleak for Aura, how they just lost such a lead. He looking for a play, but Aura, they're just left to defend their base as Bigetron just scramble out. Aura, they have to look to be able to stabilize this.
Okay, we got some recalls there from Ken as well. And now it seems like Bigetron Alpha with the 3,700 gold lead will just play it safe again. They're trying to freeze up these waves. And we have to remember, for Aura, technically the pressure's on them to snowball in the early game with the Brody. Blade Heptases, Melfic Roar, and the DHS. So he actually, in the mid game, he actually will deal quite a bit of damage. Oh my god. Shh. Does he know? Does he know?
Does he know? You need to be quiet.
The Astral Echo was used that side.
Hold on, hold on.
Don't get in the bush. No, don't walk out. Don't walk out. Recall. Recall.
Let's see, let's see.
Don't tell him. Oh my god. Don't tell him. Oh my god. Okay.
He's gonna recall.
Okay. He's recalling. He's recalling.
Iran?
Oh. Oh my god.
We held our breaths for the longest we had
oh my lord.
in MPL. Iran almost the subject of
an experiment.
An experiment. Subject of slaughter there.
Oh no.
But oh, again,
the
diversion play, Iran again, under pressure. But Aura, I think they're going to play it safe. They're just going to wait for something to happen.
Yeah, something to happen. That something is the Lord. They're really not going to do anything, right? It's too risky to make a big play happen inside of the base for nothing. So they're just going to wait for the Lord. They're going to play towards up top because they have that diversion to rotate down below. ASAP as well. Probably going to create a slow push here up top to get that advantage.
Lord next on the menu. And Aman just trying to clear up the waves. You have good rotation, especially when you have the diversion. Kibuki completed this with a nature to assist him in the physical damage output later on, deflecting it in the fights. But this Lord surely does go in the hands of Bigetron, but concealed play, a kick!
Oh, the trigger, but wrong way, Yawi! Oh my lord! Oh no! Moreno will secure the kill, Yawi. A mistake there. And with that, with with a less engaged tool, Bigetron will secure the Lord no problem.
Uncharacteristic from the father of the dragons. That was a miss kick from Yawi. He was looking for the right target, but the kick was just not in the right direction.
I think he was afraid to use the Shun Pu because Key has tough boots, so technically he can get out the Jeet Kundo early, but yeah, I think it's an oversight there. No, he doesn't even have tough boots. Never mind. Key doesn't have tough boots, so I think it was just a misplay there from Yawi. A very, very rare misplay from Yawi. The man we know as Cho.
He is the embodiment of Cho. That little misplay cost them the Lord. Now the Lord will march towards the mid lane. Aura again just being caged in their own base. And this Lord defense could possibly be their next milestone. Either they crumble or they push it out.
CS Relic go popped early, spots 3. Lord crashes on towards the mid and it falls in an instant. Top follows right after. Now the mid is going to the main base. It's actually going to be the main target here. Last Insanity pops on towards Zero. Oh, that is
the crystal.
a good
And on target down.
Oh my lord. The base is just melted down. And the red robots, they have succeeded.
It is done. The dragons flying no more. As the red robots clip their wings, and they are the ones taking flight towards the upper bracket.
The Dragons needed to win every single match, and they needed Bigetron and Onyx to lose. Bigetron become the first team to qualify to the upper brackets in Season 13.
Who would have thought?
And they used the Dragons. They have ripped apart those wings to fly high themselves.
The hitchhiker ride in the backs of the dragons.
Who would have thought? Probably Miracle, that streamer, you know? That Bigetron fanboy.
Almost nobody except him.
That guy is on a roll with his predictions too.
It's Mirror Bless season. Ladies and gentlemen, wow. What a game, clean sweep.
What a series,
Bigetron
man.
becomes the first team to secure an upper playoff position in MPL ID Season 13.
Wow.
That was not the end I expected it to be, but
Yeah.
I saw that kind of window where the crystal was just going to be obliterated by Bigetron.
That's the thing.
Aura just lost their grip.
That's the thing about Iman. You don't let him hit the base, because if he gets his hands on the base, he will only tap that turret button. You know that turret button? That's all he will do. Oh my god. What a performance from Bigetron Alpha up against Aura, the team that was third place. Now though, with that loss, Aura are at threat of not making it to the playoffs. That's still a possibility, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And it seems like the Biget Troopers have already bought their playoff tickets as well. They know their team have qualified, so they've bought... Hey, don't show the QR code! Hey!
Wait.
Don't show the QR code!
Is that the ticket, or is that like a Photoshop
I
ticket?
have no idea, but I hope it's... You don't want to show the actual QR code if it's the... Hey, I hope that's not like real, because you know, that's panicked a bit there.
Don't panic, Miracle.
Don't
Your
panic.
team just secured upper.
Mirror Bless season.
I was thinking, you know, why am I cold? Why have I been cold for the last few weeks?
Why is that, Virgo?
You know.
We'll equip him with the jacket, but an interview upstage with Bude Mongsar.
Bracket! Slot yang sudah mereka nantikan bersisa-season, dan inilah dia Bigetron Alpha! Menjadi tim yang ngedapetin tiket playoff pertama. Upper bracket pun yang pertama. Wah, spesial ya. Di sini Bude juga udah bersama dengan para player dan juga kedua coach. Halo.
Halo Bude.
Halo Bude.
Gimana nih upper bracket?
Kalau untuk aku ya senang lah, karena kan semenjak aku di MPL ini pertama kali gitu.
3 seasonmu nih ya, season ketiga dari Race Boy. Dan pada akhirnya, kenapa season ini nih akhirnya?
Jelas cute lah, apalagi.
Bentar, cute. Race Boy ngomong, Cascade lah apalagi. Ki, Superken semuanya. Cascade adalah kunci. Apa yang kamu bawa untuk mereka sampai akhirnya season pertamamu upper bracket? Apa yang kamu bawa nih untuk mereka?
Gak ada sih sebenarnya. Ya yang dibawa ya apa aja badan gue doang kali.
Membawa diri ya. Membawa diri dan ini juga menarik. Ini adalah match yang dinantikan juga setiap Bigetron main karena kamu udah bilang kita akan membawa surprise di setiap pertarungan Bigetron. Waktu itu Alice. Hari ini apa?
Barat yang kelima, surprise kan?
Surprise, Barat, dinosaurus gitu.
Ya, ya apa? Ya cari menang aja lah.
Cari menang?
Ya cari menang.
Tapi baru masuk upper break, susah gak sih untuk beradaptasi dengan player-player Bigetron yang ada 6?
Lu jawab gampang gua sikat.
Susah. Oh sebenarnya nggak semulus match-match di MPL lah. Susah.
Oh
Iya banyak lika-likunya lah.
Tapi kalian membawa 2 player potensial dan bisa memaksimalkan. Seperti halnya Eman, Lord JM. Gimana sih cara kalian memaksimalkan potensial? Bahkan semua playernya di Bigetron season ini, wah galak banget, gila banget.
Semenjak Paris gak boleh gue bilang marah-marah, anak-anak jadi mainnya lepas.
Paris,
Wow.
Raja Boy, ternyata kamu yang marah-marah ya di sini ya. Jadi sinkron berdua ini, kalau dari kamu sendiri gimana Rezboy? Ngelihat season ini kok anak-anak potensinya kayaknya full keluar semua ya?
Karena mungkin ya Cascade bisa ngajak diskus sama pemain saling terbuka jadi kita bisa mengeksplor banyak hal lah. Karena komunikasi sih yang penting.
Oke, tapi gimana komunikasinya tadi? Ngelepas 2 kali cownya Yawi. Apakah itu Ki yang minta? Atau dari kalian?
Kasih aja kata Hengki. Heng.
Hey.
Bohong dia Bude. Emang sesuai plan kita aja.
Apa itu plannya tuh?
Mau kasih Chow. Kalau dia nggak pick Chow ketiga kita mau ban tadi.
Enggak, kita mau pick Chow kok.
dia, Bude,
Tadi
bohong.
kita udah latihan Chow, Hengki Chow-nya jago juga.
Ki yang bilang loh, bohong dia. Ki yang minta ya?
Katanya dia prime-nya Choyawi cuma di M4.
Wow.
Dia aja.
Serem. Hengki.
Jangan bikin nama baik gua jelek
Heki ya itu Bude,
Oh.
sebelum match dia bilang gitu.
Oke, dan tadi akhirnya merasakannya secara langsung Ki.
Enggak, Chow-nya jago tadi. Bukan aku yang bilang, si Ken yang bilang.
Tapi
Emang
hasil membuktikan 2-0 kalian ngedapetin kemenangan.
hoki aja.
Hoki aja. Hoki. Dan menariknya 2 kali melawan tim Aura, Lord GM is playing 2 times while facing Aura. Are you the key or are you the one that can tame Aran? Why you?
I don't know.
You don't know you play today?
I know.
You know? And why against Aura you always playing? 2 times.
Coach decision.
Coach decision. Oke coach gimana?
Requestan dia Bude, dia pengen main lawan Aran katanya.
It's your request. So which one is the truth? Bohong. Apakah ini jawaban untuk nge-team dari Aura dan kita ngedapetin 2-0 lebih meyakinkan lagi untuk Bigetron loh. Gimana nih? Hari ini kalian performance-nya dan bahkan beberapa match terakhir, beberapa game terakhir, kalian anti banget di atas 15 menit katanya, kata Mbak Awa tadi. Why you guys playing so fast?
Hoki aja.
Hoki aja?
Apa?
Do you know what the meaning of hoki?
Laki.
Laki, ternyata tahu di sini. Tapi untuk yang lainnya belum ngomong nih. Sorry, dari Moreno, upper bracket loh. Upper bracket.
Kenapa Bude?
Dapat upper bracket. Akhirnya penantian berapa lama Moreno?
Penantian berapa? 2 tahun mungkin.
2 tahun untuk Moreno.
Ya 3 season. Ya begituan lah bisa dapat upper. Jadi ada nyawa dikit di playoff.
Oh, dan kalau kita ngelihat nih ya, ini kan masih ada beberapa match untuk kalian. Gimana kalian melihat next matchnya? Lebih santai kah? More relax for next match? You guys still have some matches. What is your plan, guys? For the rest of the match, you have the upper bracket, you have the playoff. So what's next in this regular season?
We need to win all our matches.
Just win.
Ya, just win.
Menang.
Ya, menang kalau bisa.
Kalau bisa. But later, your last match will be against Onyx. The teams that you haven't defeated yet is Onyx. How do you see that match?
I don't know yet, but let's see on last week. Apa? Last minggu, week 9.
Yeah, week 9.
I don't know yet, but I think we're already ready.
Sudah siap untuk membalaskan kepada Onyx juga. Satu tim yang belum pernah mereka kalahkan di regular season ini. Lainnya bersih. Tapi kita juga menarik ya. In MPL ID, we have Derby Classic. It's EVOS and RRQ. Tomorrow, on the second match, we want to hear about it from you, Eman. What do you think about this Derby Classic? It's a super big match in Indonesia.
I don't know.
Prediction lah.
May the best team win aja.
Do you have any prediction?
RRQ, because ada Irad, my friend.
Oh, RRQ because ada Irad. Karena, wow. Tapi ya, karena Raze Boy udah bisik-bisik, udah mau tanya Raze Boy sih. Raze Boy, apa pendapatmu tentang hal ini? Gimana sih kamu ngelihat untuk Derby Classic kan? Satu.
Seru banget sih pasti.
Wow.
Lebih seru lagi kalau Calvin main. Calvin main, Vin.
Sobatmu dahulu.
Our captain, Bude.
Our captain.
Benar.
Oke, berarti Calvin main. Akankah RRQ bisa ngedapetin esok?
Harusnya. Karena kita masih percaya sama Vin.
Prediksi berarti skornya?
Biar seru kan derby 2-1 RRQ.
Dan kamu berharap bahwa Vin akan main?
Vin yang main.
Kalau Vin berarti yang lainnya siapa dong nih? Ada Vin? Ada nggak? Ada prediksi player nggak?
Ya Calvin tadi pasti lah main. Calvin, Persik ya katanya. Persik baru masuk mungkin bisa main.
Wow, oke.
Lemon.
Wow, oke.
Skyla.
Satu lagi. EXP.
XP. Don lah, Don. Boleh.
Don, oke. Dan itulah prediksi dari Cascute. Tapi congratulations sekali lagi. Ada yang mau disampaikan? Upper bracket secure. Ada yang mau disampaikan mungkin? Yeay, upper bracket.
Yeay, upper bracket.
Udah gitu aja?
Udah.
Udah?
Makasih juga buat Bigetroopers yang selalu datang dukung kita terus. Jangan lupa dukung kita terus sampai akhir season 13.
Oke, dan yay upper bracket. Sekali lagi terima kasih dan selamat berpesta guys. Congratulations, thank you so much. Dan ini menarik juga pastinya ya. Satu slot upper bracket udah sold out. Siapa yang akan menjadi teman mereka untuk nextnya? Tapi sebelum itu tentu perjalanan dari tim-tim masih sangat panjang. Dan tentu saja esok hari akan ada apa? Akan ada, inilah dia. Oh, dari Derby Classic ke-31. Di leg 1 RRQ mendapatkan kemenangan dengan 2-1. Namun tentu saja di leg kedua akan menjadi sesuatu yang menarik karena ini akan menjadi pertanyaan, apakah playoff untuk EVOS atau harapan playoff untuk RRQ? Karena posisi RRQ berada di zona merah dan EVOS pun belum berada di tempat yang aman betul. Inilah dia pembuktian dari kedua tim Derby Classic yang masih berjuang untuk mendapatkan slot babak playoff. Ingat, dari 6 slot sudah slot 2 hilang. Hanya tersisa 4 slot saja, namun yang memperebutkan ada 7 tim. Jadi seperti apa perebutannya? Mereka akan juga berebut. Sebelum kita membahas kemana-mana yang jauh banget ini, makin dagdikdukser tentang Derby Classic, tentu saja kita harus membahas kemenangan Bigetron dengan 2-0 yang sangat cepat. So Caster, keajaiban apa yang dibawa oleh sang robot?
It's still 7 in the evening in Indonesia now, so after this, me and Mirko are gonna go shopping. We're gonna look for new jackets for Mirko to wear because it seems like he's cold up there. He is very cold. Are you freezing?
I got the suit on, you know, it's okay. It's still very, very cold, but it's okay. It's all good for now, you know?
I mean, for the first time in history of MPL ID,
Yay!
Bigetron secures an upper. How do you feel?
Absolutely. I mean, it feels all right. It feels good. It feels kind of you know, because he's great.
He is very great. The MVP, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. It is Super Ken, the kid prodigy from Bigetron Alpha.
2-1-6. Player of the match. I think across the 2 matches, especially in match or game number 1, right? In game number 2, it wasn't as crazy.
It's more
Still,
balanced.
my choice for player of the match, but the player of the game. Who did you guys vote for player of the game?
Player of the game.
Ken.
Let me double check.
Both Ken.
Oh, both can. Okay.
I should have gone for both Ken, I forgot. Let me check mine.
I went for Key.
Yeah, but for sure.
Key Ken.
Key Ken might just be it there, the player of the game. And player of the match, obviously so consistent in the 2 games and was able to find some of these crazy denies against Yaoi. Yaoi went in with a Cho, cancelled by him with a taunt, if you remember as well. The tough boots did work for him. The build path as well with the Sky Guardian helmet into the Brute Force breastplate to get more maneuverability around the map. And despite him losing out on the first 2 turtles, he was able still to invade and constantly look for ways to find the advantage. Because again, if you guys remember, we're going to get through the game again here. We're going to run through it, run it back. Superken was behind for the most part, but he was always able to actually look for these engages at the right time for the team to actually look for these big plays. They baited Aura into this one, and JM just comes in. Boom, bang, bada, bing is what Gani would say, as he blows up 2 members.
Ouch.
Here as well, it was very close to a solo kill, but then Yehezkiel just punishes him for him overextending. And a lot of these times, you know, again, Super Ken just is able to position himself in the front, trying to stop anyone from going towards the back. But technically in this fight, who is the backliner, right? Super Ken able to survive in that one. Then here as well, the taunt to force out the death on his welcome. Then tanking it up so that Iman can still free hit. It was just well played for Bigetron Alpha in this game. The way that they actually kind of out-microed Aura in a lot of these team fights. Very, very impressive stuff. And this is the very uncharacteristic maneuver by Yaoi. Wasn't able to find that Shun Fu in the right angle to get the kick behind, and he already used up the flicker to reach Lord JM, or actually, yeah, he was to key with the Jikundo flicker. And then this is the point where, you know, if you let Iman touch the base, he will only see the base. He will not see anyone else.
Objective-oriented, of course. Both Iman and Super Ken, but Super Ken, this guy has been consistently performing. You know, a lot of debates going on. He only suited with carry-style heroes, but he also excels with the Fredrin, with the Baxia. This time he takes away the crown. And for Aura, of course, they had, again, the same thing happen like in game 1. Like we saw how they had the early lead, the first 2 kills, this time even plus a turtle, but they still couldn't translate it. And the way that Bigetron Alpha just recovered everything was just so smooth. 2 kills for Low JM, his rotation paid off everything. And that stabilization towards the mid game was just flawless from Bigetron Alpha.
Yeah, was always able, they're always able really to stop that goal lead from becoming too big. Because Aura, it looked like, again, a replay of game number 1 where they had the lead, the 2 initial kills into the turtle as well. It looked like it. This time they actually did get the turtle too. But then Bigetron Alpha find a very cheeky fight with a very, very smart rotation from Lord JM. Shout out to Lord JM, man, because the way that he plays the game is he has his own thought process. And that goes in really well with the rest of Bigetron Alpha here, who make calls based on... I actually don't know how to make calls, but it looks like they were always in sync. Like when Lord Jam was rotating, he was already communicating. That's why Super Ken decided to initiate on Gogun, despite being a whole level below. It looked weird if you didn't pay attention to the map, but if you did pay attention to the map, you're like, wow, they're in sync. The way that they were moving around the map as well, very, very impressive stuff from Bigetron Alpha. But from Aura, this is still the same problem, I would say, right? Kabuki got forced into a hero he's not comfortable with, and the snowball really just didn't happen. Maybe it wasn't as planned as well for Aura. They definitely maybe had a different hero in plan for the gold lane. The carry though, damage dealt, Mr. Lord JM, John Marl takes it. That's his name.
Ooh.
John Marl. That's right, JM.
Lord JM, the Lord of Damage. 45k damage, and the sandbag again still the same. It's Gugun. Game number 1 and game number 2, he had to tank everything that was coming his way. So it was a tough game for Gugun to play. We couldn't really see him excel in the contests and in the fights ensuing, because Bigetron Alpha was just playing a flawless game. It was so hard for Aura to contain them.
I mean, I gotta say, I'm quite surprised seeing Lord JM's performances today, game 1, game 2. Terizla, a lot. I think it started from him with the penalty zone, taking the turtle for Super Ken, and then it was just all downhill for Aura from then and there. Also, second game, same story. Last Insanity were popping off with on the right timings, on the right heroes as well. Great targeting, great timings. Lord JM, I mean, Sorizo. Yeah. Are you sweating?
Yeah. Sorizo, be careful. Your replacement is doing real good. And I think that's what really has elevated both of these players, the competition within the team.
That could really, harness a healthy competition that could see them always competing. But the golden moment presented by our official gold partner, UBS Gold.
Kocil dia. Gua. Jauh di sini. Thank you guys. Aman, dia enggak bisa. Ayo guys. Udah kick.
Ayo guys, bisa perang guys, sumpah enggak ada kick.
Lihat gua M.
Ayo Lord.
Lihat M.
Barat yuk, boy.
Boleh. Makan. Gua dapat Nova.
Peseng. Oh, Yuzongnya dari gua,
Nova mati.
Yuzong mati.
Mati. Nice.
Aman sih tapi
Lord, gak ada Nova guys. Gak bisa kontes dia.
Ayo sini majuin aja.
Lord guys. Scan. Kocil.
Gas.
Gua guys, lihat gua guys.
Udah Lord. Heng.
Lord.
Kasih midnya, Cok. Sumpah dia kasih mid atas aja.
Gua konsil, gua takutin.
Gua depan.
Takutin.
bisa guys.
Oh, dari jauh.
Lordnya masih penuh. Bisa. Lordnya masih full.
Dia jauh.
Aman, enggak ada flicker.
Mau guys?
Gas aja. Nice, Em.
Lawan guys.
Gua enggak laki banget. So good. I mean, for someone who can't speak Indonesian fluently and an interview is quite shy, he talks a lot and he calls a lot in the team fights, and the calls are also pretty on point for Lord JM.
Yeah, for sure. That's why, we were actually assuming that maybe, yes, there is a lot of communication by Lord JM. That's why they were able to make these plays work. And it turns out, that's exactly what happened. Lord JM improving so much, not just in his individual skill, but also in his communication skill. As an XP laner, very, very important thing to have. A key factor to what makes an XP laner work. It's the communication, and seems like as well, he may not be able to speak in fluent Indonesian like Yawi in interviews, but technically in game, that's all you need, right? Just little words, maju, gas, which is like go, things like that.
And sometimes he also calls in English as well, and his teammates kind of understand.
Yeah, it's like very simple English, very simple Indo.
That works. I mean, if you can get your point across, that's fine.
Whenever he got the call, he always delivers, right? Leg 1, leg 2, same story for Lord JM here, showing that he might be a very good, he might be a starter.
Bro.
Potentially.
He might be.
Lord JM is the Dragon Tamer of Aura Esports. Now, of course, the regular season standings. Bigetron Alpha already securing that upper bracket spot. Meanwhile, for Aura, still struggling. They were up top a few weeks ago. Now they're struggling in the middle, trying to get up there.
Wow.
But again, their matches, I think it's left for one match in this week. But for the other teams, they're racing. They're chasing down that playoff spot.
For Ultra Ego, still, it remains the same scenario. If they lose 2 of their matches, they will not make it to the playoffs. RRQ need 3 wins for Evo's Rebellion Aura, it still stays 3 wins necessary to secure playoffs. GEEK FAM need 1 more win, I believe, to secure playoffs.
Crazy how they turn everything around in an instance. Once we saw they were in the red zone, we were like, okay, they might be hard for them to escape. Now they're out. But for tomorrow's schedule, of course, an interesting set of matches. The first one, Dewa United against Alter Ego, the battle of the red zone. Second game is El Clasico, the classic derby, EVOS against RRQ. And match number 3 is Onyx against Rebellion.
Yup. Another one of this matchup where last time in leg 1, Cars was able to produce a miracle, an upset victory up against Onyx.
That was bone-chilling.
Underline upset.
What?
What?
Underline upset. Yeah, it was definitely an upset, right? A massive upset. And Cars made it happen. Just with the Paquita on a few. Boom, bang, bada bings into that face.
I remember that. That was bone-chilling. That was so...
That was with Boots though, right?
Yeah, now they have Lutfi. So maybe with a different lineup.
So who's better, Gani, Lutfi or Boots?
We'll have to answer tomorrow.
I mean, so far, Lutfi has been playing so far, so you can't distinguish.
I mean, he's a rookie, right?
Okay.
Okay.
He's a rookie, showing his...
So is he better in his first season
for
than Boots?
now, oh no, for now. The Loopy has potential, just like RJM.
There you
Cornered is, of course, Gani. Wow. Quick prediction for tomorrow, maybe. Alter Ego?
Nah, we're gonna save it for tomorrow, man. I think. It's such a fun matchup. Yeah. I want to really just wait for tomorrow.
Okay. We'll keep the predictions for tomorrow, of course, for these casters, of course. But next up, the epic collaboration between UBS Gold x MPL Season 13. Stay tuned in May 2024 on @ubs.gold and @ubs.lifestyle. It's also available at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. It is already coming in May, and you just have to wait and see. Keep your eyes peeled for this epic collaboration.
Go ahead, check it out, ladies and gentlemen, because it will be coming out very, very soon. Follow UBS Gold on social media to follow the news that will be coming out later, and also the official post of the release of the UBS Gold Epic collaboration. Epic collaboration.
How epic can it be?
It's so epic, it's actually not epic. It's mythical immortal, bro.
Wow. You know what? You put mythical in MVP, and of course that is also the MVP collection from Saturday's X MPL ID Season 13. The swag, the DAP, and also the everything in between. So fashionable. You can gear up for the launch of Saturday's, which is already launching, by the way, an MPL ID collaboration on March 4th. It has launched, so you can get yourself these eyeglasses at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays stores.
Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen. On Instagram, on TikTok, whatever social media you use, you can find it at saturdays.lifestyle. Or just go to the stores here in Indonesia because it's everywhere. I went to a mall as well, checked out their goods, and got myself some sunglasses as well.
Yeah, maybe you're planning your trip to Bali or like the holiday. I mean, summer is coming soon.
I'm planning my trip to
fit
playoffs later because it's going to be sunny. It's going to be good.
Valid,
almost as good as the screen. For Samsung.
Oh, Samsung TV.
Gameplay with me, QLED.
I'll let you take over this because you have this, right?
I do.
Yeah.
And I'll let you know that, you know, when I had my old TV, which is not this one, I tried to connect my phone to it. It stuttered. It was not smooth.
Laggy.
It cracking. Yeah, it's laggy. Even the interface, you know, of the smart TV usually it's laggy. But not with this one. If you guys want all the wow in gaming and even just normal usage, enjoy stutter-free and smooth gameplay with Neo QLED. Not just any QLED, Neo QLED.
Neo.
Neo. You know that guy from The Matrix? Not him. This a different Neo. Yeah.
Neo QLED, of course, with the screens, lag-free, stutter-free, and everything in between. It's so immersive as well, this game.
It is. It's immersive.
Check it out, ladies.
You feel like you're there.
Yeah.
If you play a video of the zoo, it feels like you are the zoo. I'm an animal.
But also animals in the battle emote. I mean, we have a
bull, I believe.
Tiger. We have a bull as well, and we have a robot.
Yeah. We got Bix. That's not any robot. That's Bix.
That's Bix,
That's
the mascot of Bigetron.
Yeah. Then we got Godiva. Look at that. Ente kadang-kadang Ente.
That's Godiva, yeah. An icon of Aura Esports. Check out the battle emotes available for purchase at the mlbb store in-game, and it is up for sale until the 1st of August 2024. That means it is for 2 seasons this year.
Yeah. So for you guys, technically 2 seasons. We don't know when season 14 will start, but maybe it's for 2 seasons. Yeah. Maybe we'll have another set of emotes later on. Who will know? Maybe you would know if you are an insider in esports. How, Miracle? How do I go and join as a student if I'm interested in esports? Realize, Gani.
You know, if you want to get the insider info, internships, working in an esports environment, you can sign up for the MDLCSR program 2024. Get the opportunity for mentorship with expert mentors and esports internship opportunities at partner companies of MLBB Esports Indonesia, and also internship opportunities from Moons on Care. Scan the QR code right now and register, and maybe, just maybe, you can be an insider like Mirko and Gani. And realize.
Go and check it out, ladies and gentlemen, the QR code. Gani,
please do.
What do you think of the people here who want to join?
You're amazing, you're great, you are the future of esports. And you are the future of MLBB.
Wow, Gani.
Welcome.
Are you an insider, Gani?
Come again?
Are you an insider?
Am I an insider?
Esports insider?
Am I insider?
I mean, he's a shoutcaster.
I am inside of the MPL arena.
We all are, absolutely. That's how it is here. When you're inside an arena, you are inside an
Technically
arena.
an insider.
Continue that.
MPL arena, we are inside of you.
That's true.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. I don't know, it just sounded weird.
Ah, my bad.
But realize, what do they need to realize about tomorrow?
Tomorrow, interesting set of matches. It is going to, fuse the fire and make the MPL arena explode. We will, of course, see you guys tomorrow for the set of matches. But today, it's Realize, Mirko, and Gani signing out from MPL ID Season 13. We own this.
Now you see me, now you don't.
They still see you, bro.
Juga kekuatan dari tim mereka dengan mendapatkan 1 tiket dari playoff dan juga upper bracket. Masih ada 1 slot upper bracket selanjutnya, namun kita juga harus melihat bahwa 7 tim lainnya harus berebut untuk tiket playoff. Tersisa 4 saja karena Onyx dan juga Bigetron sudah mengamankan 2 terlebih dahulu. Tentu saja esok hari masih akan lebih meriah dengan 3 match yang akan disuguhkan di malam minggu, malam yang sangat kita rindu. Dan Bude ingin berterima kasih kepada kalian semua dan juga para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan juga partner ini sports kita ada Dunia Games, Games Mix, Aura Imo, dan juga Telkomsel bersama dengan supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, our government partner PBSI. Hari ini begitu meriah, esok hari pasti akan pecah, di mana akan ada Derby Classic ke-31, di mana semuanya akan memberikan yang terbaik untuk membuktikan diri menjadi yang terhebat. Seperti apa pertemuan ke-31 dari tim RRQ dan juga EVOS? Jangan sampai lewatkan Derby Classic di minggu yang ke-8. Hari yang kedua, match yang kedua. Tulis di kolom komentar siapa yang kalian dukung. Untuk hari ini kita harus berpisah dan kita akan berjumpa di esok hari, di hari Sabtu di MPL Indonesia Season 13. We own this!
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan